We talk big time matchups. You make plans. You want to be, whether it's on your couch or at the game, or how about the best pool in history? Dive into Stadium Swim for all the big games. Stadium Swim is located at Circa Resort and Casino, where you can catch those games at a viewing experience that is built for sports fans. It's a sports fan's paradise. 6 pools, 3 different levels, a perfect view of a massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. Stadium Swim, America's favorite place to watch all the big games, with the swim-up bars, the instant-ready selfie walls, and the nonstop football party. Score your perfect game day spot. They've got cozy day beds, private cabanas. Just find a spot. Grab at the lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your place today. Make your plans. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino. That's in downtown Las Vegas, right on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today. Go to circalasvegas.com.
When I needed a new furnace and AC, I called the guys at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment and prices, but I think the biggest difference is their customer service and that 5-year warranty. So now I know I'm covered, and the experience was great. Same-day service. They came out, they fixed it. And if you are right now dealing with or getting over dealing without power, they also do generators. So you've got to give Mastercraft Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical a call. They do it all. Tell them John Jansen sent you for up to $500 off fast installation. Same-day service that you can trust. Mastercraftheating.com.
We'll check in with Lions head coach Dan Campbell at 9:35 this morning. Good morning on a Wednesday, middle of the week, getting closer. The Lions kickoff. And, John, midweek check-in, Michigan, Texas. Expectations for the game. We just got done talking to Sharon. Where's your head at?
Well, I mean, level of confidence is not real high.
Like 1 to 10.
I'm 5.
Okay.
You know?
Do you think it's a kind of a coin flip game?
Oh no, no. I think the coin flip ends on Texas's side more times than this. Okay, 4.
Okay.
All right. I'm just talking about Michigan's performance, I guess, more than anything. And if you're going off of what you saw last week, I mean, Texas, with all the transfers that they've had at receiver, there was no lack of chemistry between them and Quinn Ewers. He was well protected. They ran the ball well, even though they're down to their, third running back. Defensively, again, they played well. So you're just looking at a team coming in with a lot of confidence. And they're looking at Michigan as, we were in the college football playoffs, same as them last year. They want to be the ones that dethrone the defending national champs. And with the way Michigan played, new offensive line, didn't look great most of the time. Quarterback situation, receivers that were pretty much non-existent. I mean, running game that really sputtered until they found something in the fourth quarter. Just a good fourth quarter doesn't give you a lot of comfort that they're going to be able to compete at the same level as Texas will be playing.
Yeah, we'll deal with point spread on Friday, but it's ballooned up to 7.5. A lot of people are excited about Texas and disappointed with Michigan, and the Lions moved like 3 full points. I don't want to overreact to what happened in week 1. My concerns with Michigan predated the kickoff of the season. I don't know that this 2 QB thing is going to work out for them in high-level matchups. I know Texas has gone on the road. Quinn Ewers and company went to Tuscaloosa a year ago and won by double digits against Alabama. An Alabama team, by the way, that ended up in the college football playoff. So it wasn't like, it was a down year. Quinn Ewers, 4 offensive linemen, and I do think, like I asked Sharon, some of the styles makes fights of this. If they blitz, and it's who Wink is, does Sark get some of his speed in the open field? Does that create a big chunk play, an explosive play on what's a defense that's hard enough to move the ball, but now you give them a couple big plays and they build some momentum? I strongly feel Texas is winning this game.
Well, here's what's got to be the recipe is that aggressive style of defense where you're going to have to be aggressive by rushing 4. And you should be. I mean, Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, they should be able to win some of those one-on-one battles. Derek Moore, Josiah Stewart should be able to win from time to time, put some pressure on them, and then drop 7 into coverage because you've got, and it's like facing Ohio State every single year, but especially like in 21, where you're relying on ball control. Maybe you take a couple of shots here and there, you get a couple of plays, but you are going to win time of possession. You've got to put pressure on the opposing quarterback. You can't allow them to run open in the middle of the field. And it could be one of those situations, hey, between the 20s, they're going to get theirs. Like, they're good players.
So red zone.
It's all about the red zone, but it's also about creating turnovers, which is something Quinn Ewers has done in big moments, in big games. So you got to force some of those so you can give your offense more chances, more bites at the apple, but short fields.
You pretty much just described last year's Ohio State game.
Yeah.
Ohio State and the last few years where Michigan has been able to hold Ohio State to field goals. And then turnovers. McCord had 2 crucial picks last year in that game. But it sounds – and guess what? That's the thing. I'm just putting this at a number. You got to hold Texas to 24 or less. Because I don't think Michigan can go much beyond that offensively in a best-case scenario. Or maybe win this game like Bama beat Texas at Texas 2 years ago. I think it was like a 17-14 walk-off field goal. A lot of people thought Texas should have won that game, but they shot themselves in the foot some in that game. That's how Michigan's going to win the game. I can't see them winning a 34-31 game or something like that.
Both teams have really good kickers, so I think John's right to put some add emphasis on the red zone. You actually don't want to see your kickers often in this game. You don't want to be settling for field goals. You don't want them to be kicking.
No, get points when you can.
Yep.
And then take your shots when you can.
We've got a couple more days. Preview the matchup. Picks on Friday. Heather, who leads the picks. Let's go to her with the news.
All right, so Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift have been together for over a year now, and in that time, she went from not being a really big football fan at all to now like drawing up these proposed plays for the Chiefs. So Patrick Mahomes mentioned that she had drawn up some plays while he was describing how invested she's been in learning the game. And then on Tuesday, Kelce joined the Rich Eisen show.
Yeah.
And basically went into a little bit more details about that.
Yeah, I think it's great that she's invested and trying to learn about what his profession is. I mean, she's not probably going to release a song that he wrote.
Oh, no, probably not.
So I would not expect a play to be run that she wrote.
You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
A little collaboration never hurt, right? And that's what I thought about this when they first got together. I know a lot of football fans were like, oh, I don't like this. If it's getting more people caring about football, paying attention to football.
Well, that's kind of where my next story goes. The collaboration between the NFL and Taylor Swift. Did you see the little promo video they released?
No, I know it had a lot of her in it. And
yes,
people were upset.
It has a lot of her. So the NFL just released this promo video for the 2024 season, and she gets a ton of screen time. So she makes 5 appearances in this 28-second clip. She's shown more than any player in the league. And basically what it is, it's like a look back at the 2023 season, and she's in there a lot, and
she
there's
was
a lot
big
of people
story.
who
She's
are
part
not
of the
happy
story.
with it.
They won the Super Bowl. Who cares?
You know, it is what it is. But there's a lot of people who care. So anyway, the teen who is accused of shooting 49ers wide receiver Ricky Pearsall has been charged with attempted murder.
Yeah.
Rightfully so. 17 years old, remains unidentified. He is expected to be arraigned this afternoon. Now, when it comes to Pearsall, he was placed on the reserve non-football injury list. So he is going to be out at least the first 4 games of the season. But the fact is he is okay and was able to walk out of this without any major injury. I mean, a bullet literally went through his chest and out his back. Didn't hit any major arteries or
I think I heard
organs.
A report that he was actually back in the weight room.
Oh, yeah, you said that.
Yeah. I mean, it's unbelievable how fortunate and lucky he is.
Yes, it's incredible. So the Hawk Tuah girl, her 15 seconds of fame haven't come to an end yet, you guys. Haley Welsh is getting her own podcast thanks to Jake Paul. So it's going to be like a weekly show. It's called Talk Tuah, and it premieres next Tuesday. Her first guest is comedian Whitney Cummings. She was just on her show as well, so they've kind of got a relationship there. Now, Jake Paul's media company is producing the podcast, and he is also slated to appear as a guest in the near future. I mean, good for her for running with it, right? Like, but
it's a good name, all things considered, but I'm a little surprised this has gone on
I
as long
am
as
too.
it has.
I mean, I really thought it was going to be this 15 seconds of fame, and then she would just kind of disappear.
Fade
but
away.
Nope.
That's not the case. Good for her. So Botox, let's talk about that. It can be used for a lot of things other than just, smoothing forehead wrinkles. And now some people are getting Botox in their necks to unlock a new bodily function.
Oh,
Well,
really?
not new.
Something that we couldn't do, but we can now?
Well, something that some people can't do. Burp.
Wait, some people can't burp?
I know somebody who can't burp.
Really?
Yes, and how uncomfortable would that be, right? You drink like a fizzy pop or whatever, you're feeling a little like discomfort or bloating and you can't
What prevents
burp.
the air from exiting?
Something to do with some muscles in your neck. So by getting Botox, you can relax those muscles and just,
Belch?
yes. And apparently, this is like an up and coming thing. More and more people are doing this.
Wow.
It's going to cost some money, a couple thousand
And
bucks.
it's not going to
but-
continue to last, right? You have to
Well,
have continued
Botox wears off, but
injections.
there's one doctor I was reading about that he has been surprised to see that people are able to continue burping even after the Botox is like wearing off.
Oh, so it relaxes the muscles of your throat.
It helps them.
Yeah.
I don't know if relax is the right word, but yeah, sure.
Well, sure. I mean,
Well,
that's what
I mean, yeah.
Botox does. It
Yeah.
like freezes your muscles so that you can't
Use them.
utilize them.
Feels like the opposite of relax. Like if you're frozen, you're not like. Either way,
Whatever. It's
know.
something people
Try
are,
it, Jen.
are doing.
it's something people could try. What?
Try the Botox.
No, thanks, John.
Botox.
Botox.
I can belch. I don't think I need this. All right, Dan Campbell's next. 97.1.
I get asked all the time about what motivated me to change weight. Why did I want to make the change? And it really came down to a lifestyle choice. It came down to how I was feeling and the fact that I've got young kids. I want to make sure that I give myself the best chance to be around as long as possible. So I contacted Ideal You. I sat down with a weight loss coach and we put together a plan. They'll do the same thing for you. And that plan over the 40 days, of their process, I was able to lose 10 in the first 10 days. I lost almost 60 pounds overall. And now I'm 2.5 years down the road. I've been able to keep the weight off. I've actually been able to lose just a few more pounds. I'm almost down 70 pounds now. If you want to change your life, you're ready for that change, go to idealu.us right now and schedule your free consultation. They'll do the same thing for you. Sit down with you, put a plan together, and then they will support you through the entire process because they want you to reach your goals. You could be 20, 30, or even 40 pounds lighter in just 40 days. Ideal You has helped thousands of people. They help me. I know they can help you as well. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us.
All right, guys, get off the sidelines and into the game with Moran Chevrolet, where GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2024 Blazer EV RS all-wheel drive. We're talking the A-lister of SUVs for starting at $296 per month. That's $999 down, and it's at Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Moran has shipments arriving daily, so if it's that A-lister SUV or if it's the truck that you've had your eye on, Moran has shipments arriving daily. They're going to have that vehicle. Score your best deal, MoranExpress.com, or stop by in person on Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Well, you got some answers from Dan. Says, I'm going to be me at my core. No crazy shift.
Wouldn't expect anything less.
Me neither.
I mean, he is who he is.
Yep.
He's going to do what he does.
And it won him a lot of games last year.
Yeah. I mean, and it's
And if
that
Josh Reynolds could
mentality.
catch, it might have won him the NFC title game too.
It's the mentality that has turned the organization around. And yes, it all starts from the top down with leadership with Sheila and then Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. But the boots on the ground is about Dan Campbell and what the mentality that he has instilled in his players. And they love the fact that he believes in them, that they can go out there and convert some of these. And I don't think he's going to change.
Another thing that stood out, he said how underrated it was, and maybe we haven't talked about it enough, the continuity of keeping the coordinators, both of them, and how they can go deeper into this now.
When you have, and we talked about this a little bit, as the last couple of years have gone on, the relationship between Jared Goff and Ben Johnson, that has grown, and that might be the most important thing. But for Ben Johnson to know the strengths and weaknesses of the entire roster offensively, and he's been there for every step of the way with Jameson Williams. If you're expecting, and as I am, Jameson Williams to have a breakout year, he knows intimately every detail about his game and what he can do, what he can't do, and what he expects him to be this year.
He was a really popular answer on the ticket text when we said biggest reason this team will win the Super Bowl, and we also said biggest reason why they won't. J-Mo was a super popular answer for why this team gets to the next level. I think he is one of several guys who have an extra gear, and I think operating in the continuity gives those guys the best chance to take the next step with their game. So when I say next gear, I think Gibbs in his second season. You look at what he did the second half of his first season, you expect even bigger things this fall. J-Mo, you mentioned. Laporta in his second season. I don't think St. Brown's done being an all-pro, and I don't think Penei Sewell's done being an all-pro. I feel like those guys in their early to mid-20s have their best football ahead of them. And on defense, it's Campbell, it's Branch.
Yeah.
I'm not putting on rookies immediately out of the gate.
James Houston.
But yes, James Houston, Aleem McNeil. I think there's an extra gear for a lot of these Lions.
And, everybody looks and says, okay, well, Amon-Ra St. Brown had 1,500 yards last year. How much better can he play? It's not necessarily about him playing better. It's how much easier can Ben Johnson make his opportunities and how can he increase his opportunities. But if you've got an ability to stretch the field with J-Mo, that helps Amon-Ra St. Brown. It helps Laporta and vice versa. I mean, they all help them as well. So when you have this offense operating on high efficiency, now all of a sudden you have weapons at every single level. You could throw a ball 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage to Jahmyr Gibbs, and that could turn into a touchdown play. You could hand it to J-Mo 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. We saw that in the NFC Championship game. Now you have Laporta, you have Amon-Ra St. Brown, you have J-Mo, stretching the field. All of those options and weapons at the disposal of Ben Johnson that he knows best. And now on the other side, when you have Aaron Glenn, he now has the pressure is squarely on him. There's been some heat on him throughout the course of his tenure here in Detroit, but it's squarely on him because people believe, and I believe, he's got the weapons to be a top, I'm not going to necessarily say right now a top 7 or 8 defense, but pushing the top 10 is where he should be, where he should have this defense.
10 to 12, at least above average defense this season. They've used a first-round pick on a defensive player the last couple seasons. Jack Campbell and Terrion Arnold this most recent season. Yeah, I mean, it's time to see them take a big step forward this year. If you missed that conversation, Odyssey app, Odyssey Rewind, the biggest reason why they will win the Super Bowl, the biggest reason why they won't win a Super Bowl. We had a poll question up. Greg, can we update that?
Sure can. Packers-Eagles begin their season Friday night in Brazil. Our poll question is Brazil considered overseas? 62.4% of the respondents said, yes, it's another continent. 37.6% said, no, I could drive there. Final results are in, 652 total votes.
Gator, do you consider Brazil to be overseas?
I mean, technically it's over the Caribbean, but no. Every time I hear overseas, I think going east-west. I don't think north-south. It's just something in my mind, but we should. I mean, it literally is over AC.
Yeah. It's also the same, connected continent. You could go North America all the way down to South America. You don't
could.
technically have to go
Yeah.
over the sea.
Although I suppose it's connected-ish.
Ish
Yeah.
with the Panama Canal. Yeah, we did a whole bunch of geography earlier today
Yeah.
on the show because
Yeah.
John just said it's overseas, and Tom said, "Well, hold on now,
Is it really?
is it really?"
I mean, in my mind, I always think like the Atlantic Ocean or the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, me
being
too.
Overseas.
Yeah,
And you don't.
go to
think
London,
of-
you're going overseas.
Yeah, I don't think of going to Brazil and saying it's overseas, but of course it is. Yeah, it is. But I don't. That's just the way our brains think.
Right.
We're programmed to think east-west.
Not mine,
north,
but
south.
yes.
Oh,
Doug-
not yours. You're
No,
special.
because I was the one that proclaimed it was overseas.
So is if you go from Italy to Egypt, is that overseas?
Yeah. If you're going to fly there, sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, but that is overseas. Yeah.
You're going over the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
Doug, you want to cast a vote here?
It's not.
It's not. Please explain why you are so determined that it's not.
Because technically you could drive there.
Well, technically, you can't. But you
There'd be
can
some-
get there by land. To your point,
You could get there by land and boat, but you wouldn't be crossing a body of water. You'd be going around
When
a
you-
rainforest.
Wait, you just said you can get there by boat.
Yes.
So you are going over a body of water. That's the definition of what a boat does.
You're not going over the entire body of water. You're going along the shore of a body of water to let's do this off the air.
what do you guys got coming up?
Jared Goff, 10:30.
Oh, that's right. That's back. Is this the first one of the year?
That is
Correct.
Boy, 10:30. Carson Anderson next. 97.1.
Hey, it's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Hump Day. NFL games are tomorrow. There's an NFL game tomorrow. There's an NFL game Friday. There's college game Friday. There's an amazing college schedule on Saturday. 2 very interesting games for our local teams. Then NFL full slate Sunday. Lions play Sunday night, then Monday Night Football. When does Maction start on Tuesday and Wednesdays? It is here. It is here, and we'll talk with Lions quarterback Jared Goff today at 10:30, the first of our weekly interviews. Hi, Gator.
Hi, Doug.
How are you?
I'm okay.
That's good.
trying to keep it under control for football.
It's funny. I don't want to peak too early. It's like there's a lot to save. But then we turned around. I sent you guys a text this morning. We have yet to do this. We got to do this. We got to do this. We got to do this.
We got things to do.
And I'm like, are we running out of time? Do we need to start forcing some things into the show? And the answer is no. But there is a lot of things we got to do, like our Super Bowl picks, the Bold Ass Prediction segment.
Yeah.
We have our season prediction show on Friday. So there's a lot to get to.
There's a lot to get to.
Yes.
I mean, the season starts tomorrow, Doug.
The season starts.
It starts tomorrow.
And it starts with a good game.
I mean, I guess. I mean, if you think having the defending Super Bowl champions playing against what many feel is going to be their top competitor in the AFC, so be it.
Yep.
I mean, whatever.
Yep.
Whatevs.
Yep. But we get to talk with Jared Goff today
That we do.
at 10:30. It'd be good to catch up with a guy that I mean, I'm really, really interested to get his take on the football offseason. We'll ask him about his personal offseason because he did indeed get married.
Yeah, that happened.
Congratulations to him. But how different it is, and what are some of the challenges that come with being a Super Bowl contender? Like when he first got to Detroit, how different do you think it feels 4 years later as opposed to his first season with the Lions?
Oh, I imagine so much different, night and day. I mean, because you're talking about being cast off from the Rams. There was that breakup with Sean McVay that wasn't very pretty, and coming to one of the worst teams in the league. That can't feel all that great.
Yep.
But yeah, it's worth delving into, and I'm curious, kind of going back in a time, and I want to, maybe I can write this down so I can remember to do it. But I want to ask, what was his first impression of Dan Campbell? Because we all had our first impressions of Dan Campbell, and a lot of it was, wow, well, okay, fired up, but that was interesting.
Yeah, he was definitely breaking the mold of what an NFL coach is typically like. And we had a hard time. I mean, somebody called up, and I'll never forget when he first got hired. Somebody called up the show and said, who wins this way? What coach can you think of that has this kind of mentality? Which is, I mean, it came across to some people as Neanderthal, like this football Neanderthal. And there is such a method to his madness. And this guy is so freaking smart and has done what feels like the virtual impossible, which is starting with changing the culture. Changing the culture has helped lead to winning. I want to ask Jared about the fact that the Brad Holmes comment that free agents are calling him. When guys got cut last week, Brad Holmes' phone was ringing with agents trying to sell their free agents to Brad Holmes. And I almost want to just let's stop and think about that for a second. For years, there was nobody wants to come here. And we'd have to say, well, remember, there's a salary cap and there's only so much money to go around. So money does speak. That doesn't even register anymore.
No, I continue to be amazed by how this team has been built. It's really been a ground-up restoration and kickstarted by an amazing trade that at the time looked good because of the draft picks, but now looks phenomenal because they got the quarterback.
It's the Grant Hill for Ben Wallace trade and Chucky Atkins. Like
hopefully they win a championship.
You felt like, I guess in that one, we felt like we were rooked. This sucks. But Ben Wallace became the cornerstone of a team that won a championship and so beloved here. And on this trade, Goff wasn't the prize. The prize was the draft picks. I went back. I like to go back and look at old show notes. And there was discussion. Was it 2 years ago? It was 2 years ago prior to the season after they went. It was either 2 years or 3 years ago. There was, because I went back and looked at shows. We're on the week of the first game, and we're talking about, can the Lions get Lamar Jackson? Because he was negotiating his own contract. Right. He was representing himself. There'd been no deal struck. And it was one of the discussions. I mean, it's amazing how this guy's come in and won over this city, and how Dan Campbell's won over this city. Dan Campbell's on the morning show, so much fun to listen to. Really good at handling questions that others might not handle as well. He feels like Dan Campbell is one of the guys coaches I ever remember. He's just one of the guys, and he'll sit there and talk football with you, and had some real interesting things to say. I mean, I thought the question about going for it on fourth down, we'll replay it for you in the best that the coach had to say a little bit later on, but he'll tell you how he feels, and he, at one point John asked him about, for people who missed it, many of you probably just heard it, but for people who missed it, I asked him about, what they have confidence in what they do, and he's like, well, without giving away the game plan. And then he gave a real interesting answer. So
He did.
Yep. Here we sit on the brink. And remember last year, okay, so a year ago, okay, we were talking about hope and establishing themselves as a potential playoff team. Like they'd gone 9-8. Was it 9-8? It was 9-8 the year before.
Yep.
And they were the it pick. And I think, again, going back and looking at old shows and what was talked about, it was hope, excitement, and yet an undercurrent of being a little pensive about it to straight up skeptical a year ago. A year later, going into the opener, we're talking about playoff tiebreakers. This game is the kind of game that we may reference 3 months from now. We may be talking about how big a win in the opener was, because it's a potential playoff tiebreaker. And a broken record with this new world that we're getting used to, which is how you look at the NFL season when you're at or near the top, as opposed to at or near the bottom. This game has playoff implications in week 1 because you're playing an NFC contender that you could finish the season at 12-5, and holding the tiebreaker over them would be huge. There's premium on game 1.
There is premium on game 1.
Yep.
There's a lot of premium on game 1. And that's what's making this season, it's fun already. I mean, and last year was fun already too, because they were going to take on Kansas City to start the year. A year ago this time, we're previewing the first game of the season, not the Lions' first game, the first game of the season. And it was Lions and Chiefs. And it was awesome.
Yep. 248-539-9797. We welcome in Kang, our producer.
I thought that was a great comp, Doug, with the Ben Wallace trade and the Jared Goff trade, because realistically and nationally, everyone looked at it as like the star player wants to leave Detroit. Grant Hill wanted out of Detroit.
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford wanted out of Detroit. So the Lions and the Pistons had to do what they could to get whatever in return to start the new chapter in the franchise. And it worked out so well for the Pistons. They won a championship. And we're hoping the same thing for the Lions. Goff wasn't the prize, The draft picks were probably the prize. And it turns out, no, man, Goff is the biggest key to this whole trade. Ben Wallace was the biggest key to that whole trade. And it turned the culture around, turned the franchise around. And it's so crazy how far the Lions have come. Gator, you mentioned last year was a big game, and it was. But that game was kind of like for credibility purposes. Like, are the Lions for real?
Yeah.
Do they deserve the national
It was
spotlight?
like a heat check.
Do they deserve the first game of
Yeah.
the year? This year is, they deserve this Sunday night game, and we need to win it because we're trying to get the number 1 seed.
Yep.
The journey has been crazy, and I can't wait to see how this thing finishes.
Well, we'll talk with Jared Goff, Lions quarterback, today at 10:30. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. The Detroit Lions released what they deem a unofficial depth chart. But it is a depth chart nonetheless. And I absolutely love artist renderings and I love depth charts. I've grown a bit leery of artist renderings because I think about the Detroit sign that is now along I-94 and how the artist renderings had it looking like the Hollywood sign.
Right.
And when it came out, it doesn't look anything like that. And I felt like it was an unfair depiction and people were disappointed in it because of the artist renderings. And I think about artist renderings of Little Caesars Arena and how that is a major disappointment because it didn't live up to
Where's the red roof?
Where's the red roof? Where's the streets and the condos and the people sitting on bay hills and somebody playing a guitar and the juggler and where are the yoga class outdoors and all this stuff?
Where's that food truck?
That's depicted in the artist renderings, and I start to think that artist renderings aren't doing anybody any favors. So I've kind of backed off my artist. I get excited, but I'm starting to wonder if they do more damage than good, because there is no yoga class outside of LCA, and the Detroit sign, the letters are only like 7 feet high instead of 30 feet high.
Right. It's not Detroit.
Yeah.
It's Detroit.
Yeah. But depth charts, unofficial ones even, don't do any damage. So a couple thoughts about the first unofficial Detroit Lions depth chart that has come out. And I think it was Eric Woodyard off Twitter that we grabbed it from. I want to give credit where credit is due.
Well, this is compiled by Lions PR.
Compiled by Lions PR, but I don't care who compiled it. I don't care if it was Stan the intern that put it together. It
might have been Stan the intern.
It might have been Stan the intern.
Did they have an intern named Stan?
I don't know.
PR?
It was Stan or Joe or Jackson. Every other kid's named Jackson these days.
Becky.
So anyway, we got this unofficial depth chart. Did anything stand out to you? And I guess I will start. It's really weird to see one backup wide receiver. There is one backup wide receiver, which means they're one injury away, one guy being tired, to depleting their backup receiving core to 0. And I'm thinking, now there's two things about it. They got the 53, which is currently only 52. They can activate a player off the practice squad. Is it basically a tryout between the omnipresent Tom Kennedy, Donovan Peoples-Jones, kid they got from the Jets, played at Penn State, the Detroit kid.
Allen Robinson.
Thank you. And Tim Patrick. Is there a tryout for that last receiver spot this week? Because there's only 4 receivers listed on the depth chart.
Well, I keep this in mind with the Lions that their running backs give them depth at receiver. Jahmyr Gibbs has worked out with the receivers. Sione Vaki is someone who can play receiver and run great routes. They also have perhaps an extra spot. Well, we know it, although I was very encouraged hearing Dan Campbell this morning talk about DJ Reader, that he's progressing in the right direction. But they'll know a lot more after practice today and tomorrow, or tomorrow, I guess, because they don't practice today. They'll learn a lot more about it. So if he's able to play, he's on this depth chart. But if he's not able to play, does that open up that's going to open up some other spot? Everybody seems to think Pekka will be the guy brought up, but to your point, that's still 52. So will it be a receiver? I think it might be. Although, I don't know. It's the Rams. Do you feel like you want to have an extra guy on defense or an extra guy on offense?
I don't know. I mean, I think Reader's health plays a big role in this.
Yeah, even if Reader's active, guys, they might bring Pecco up just because you're not sure how many snaps Reader can play because he just started practicing, right? And the thing about the receiver is if they do bring a receiver up, I'm going to go DPJ just because he knows the playbook. He can play special teams. I think eventually Tim Patrick's going to be the guy, but I mean, he just got here. He probably barely knows the playbook. So my guess is it's going to be Pecco, though, because they don't know about Reader. But if for some reason they decide not to bring Pecco up, I think it's DPJ.
And the other thing is if they call up Pecco and they have to roll with 4 wide receivers, you mentioned Jahmyr Gibbs and Sione Vaki. I don't think you mentioned Sam Laporta. but they could split Sam Laporta out to a wide receiver spot or a slot
Yeah, they
receiver.
could absolutely do that.
So there's a lot of versatility there. And yet it's just odd to look at a depth chart. Like Isaiah Williams is listed as the backup to Amon-Ra. Behind Jamison Williams on this depth chart, nobody. Behind Khalif Raymond on this depth chart, nobody. So it's also, seeing Terrion Arnold, there's a rookie. And
Starting a corner.
that's from day one, and this can be a tough thing for rookies to do. And I guess we knew that. The good news is if he does struggle, which won't be the end of the world, okay? It's not the end of the world. Rookies early in their careers against Puka Nacua or Cooper Kupp might struggle. Amik Robertson's played. And I think they probably know what they're getting in him.
Another thing in the unofficial depth chart, guys, is are you a little surprised there's no nickelback listed? It's 3 linebackers.
Yeah.
I believe last year they listed a nickelback.
I think they did.
And it was Brian Branch.
Yeah. And that's where you get into we don't even know what their first defensive personnel grouping will look like. And it's probably dependent upon what do the Rams trot onto the field? Like, are they trotting on 3 wide receivers, or are they going, 2 tight ends, or whatever they put on the field might dictate what the Lions' opening defensive personnel grouping is, which could include a nickelback. Because in this group, they got the 3 linebackers, Anzalone, the Jack Campbell, and Derek Barnes. And then they have Brian Branch just listed as a safety. So, it could be something. Could be something to look for. They do have DJ Reader listed as a starter.
Well, that they do right now.
Yep.
And I think when everybody's healthy, this is what a depth chart looks like when everybody's healthy.
Mm-hmm.
But we know not everybody will be healthy.
Yep. Anything else that stands out to you? Any other surprises at this point?
I don't think there's any surprises there. I did find it interesting as well. There were just the 4 receivers on the depth chart, but this is who's on the roster. So you fill out the depth chart with guys that are on the roster.
Yep.
As far as starters, no, nothing is surprising here.
David Montgomery is listed as the number 1 back. Jameer Gibbs is the number 2 back. Man, what a combination they are.
It's a fantastic.
I am fine. Can we come up with something other than thunder and lightning? When you have a power back and a fast back, there's got to be something other than thunder and lightning, because that's what everybody calls. Yeah, we got thunder and we got lightning. Yeah, got it. What can we do something new and fresh?
Ali and Frazier.
Yeah, that's new and fresh. I think you went the complete opposite direction there, Gator. You want to go Joe Louis and I don't know. Wow. Who do you fight? The German guy? Like, what the fuck?
Max Schmeling?
Yeah. Was that your second option?
I was not expecting that missile.
Boog Powell and Lou Brock.
I'll sit out. I'll just
Poor Gator.
Doug goes, can we come up with something fresh? Yes, Ali Frazier. What?
Sorry, I just saw a documentary on Ali the other night. So
It's okay.
no, it's not okay.
How about Abbott and Costello? Should we go with that?
He's got jokes. It's funny today. Hey, maybe I should rethink this.
Stoney on line 1.
You're killing me.
He came up with something better than I had. Nothing. He comes up with something. And I made out better for not having any creative thoughts whatsoever.
Doug's like, let's just go back with thunder and lightning.
Yeah. Thunder and lightning sounds good to me. I like thunder and lightning a lot.
Thunder and lightning.
Yeah, we'll just stick with thunder and lightning. Okay.
Straight ahead. Lions quarterback Jared Goff is next.
Mean.
97-1 the ticket. All right, without further ado, it's week 1. And let's talk to the quarterback, Jared Goff. We'll do it all season long here on 97.1 The Tickets. Jared, as always, thanks for being with us. It is freshly married, Jared Goff. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
This is such an unprecedented offseason for us and excitement going into this season. Can you compare what it's like now as to what it was like when you first got here? I mean, is there a tangible difference with this team than when you know you've got a chance to win the whole thing?
Sure, yeah, I think the outside excitement has been fun to be around, and to go to dinner and go places, and people seem so excited, and everyone's excited to go to the games. And in the past there was I guess in that first year there was just kind of this feeling of here we go again. And I don't think they have that feeling anymore. It seems to be there. All the fans are behind us and excited. And although internally our expectations haven't really changed much from last year, and we expect to try to win this first one and then go from there. But yeah, it'll be a fun year, and we're excited to get back in front of our home fans. I think that's the most fun thing for us, is to be back in front of them, hear them get loud, hear them make it hard for the other team, and it'll be great.
Do you remember what your first impressions were of Dan Campbell before you got here, when you found out you were traded here, and then kind of compare that to where you guys are now with your relationship?
Yeah, first impression is just how passionate he is, and how much he cared, and you could tell how important this whole thing was to him. And I think now it's we've grown so much together, and I've seen him grow tremendously as a head coach, and his ability to know when to push and when to pull is as good as I've ever seen or heard of. And he's been tremendous with me in that way as well, knowing when to push me a little bit and knowing when to love me up, and everything in between. And I think you look in hindsight now on the decisions he's made and the people he's stuck by and the people he's put in certain positions, and it was all for a reason. It was all intentional, and I think that's the one thing about him. He is intentional, and he'll always have our backs. I know that, and a guy that I love playing for and hope to play for a long time.
Everyone, I'm sure, thinks that they've improved in the off season. How have you gotten better personally, and how do you think the team has gotten better?
Yeah, I think every year, you add some things to your game, and this offseason, just getting more in control of our offense, and being in the third year of a system, you can't understate how beneficial that is for not only the quarterback but for our entire offensive line, everybody, and really we're returning everyone except for one or two guys. So there's a lot of continuity there. There's a lot of conversations had where we can reference things that have happened in the past and why we do or don't want to do things. And so, yeah, for me, it's just been continue to grab that command of the offense and take to the next level.
Does that, you bring back both coordinators? Does all that mean when you get to training camp, you can start at like step 6, or you don't have to do the minor stuff for nearly as long and get into the nitty gritty and get ahead because everybody knows the system? Is that another way this helps?
Yeah, in some ways. I think you're still so much process oriented, and for us it's ball security and fundamentals and all that stuff will never go away. But I do think as far as scheme goes, you can kind of speed up to get to the nitty gritty a little bit quicker than you would have 2 years ago when you're going through install 1. Everyone kind of knows install 1, and we know where to line up. We know the pretty simple pass plays, and we can kind of get to install 3 and 4, a little bit quicker maybe.
Because of that continuity, and it really is amazing with all the coaches being here for this time, do you design plays in the off season and then present them to Ben Johnson or talk things over to Mark Brunell and draw it up? Hey, I was thinking about this. What do you guys think?
Yes, I do that. Ben's great about it. He always has been, and I'll come with some crazy ideas, and maybe I get 1 out of 5 in there that he said he gives me the thumbs up to, but he's great about it. He'll listen to anything, and the one thing about him that's so good is he really does listen to his players. He tells us, he's like, hey man, give me ideas. I want to hear about them. And when we give him ideas, he will listen. That doesn't mean they're going to be used on Sunday, but he will listen and he will take them into consideration. As
the season goes on, when a Jared Goff designed play goes for a touchdown, you're going to have to let us know when we talk to you. Okay?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm not coming up with any of them from scratch, but there's certain ideas that I'll have throughout the week that that will click for both of us, Ben and I, and we'll end up in the game plan. And but I won't ever take any more credit than anyone else. I think it's a full team effort, and ultimately he finds a way to fit it into the formations and the motions that we're doing that week and make it work. But yeah, if I am able to come up with one from scratch and get it in, I'll let you guys know.
We appreciate that. Is the Jameson Williams hype for real?
Yeah, man, he's done a great job. I'm not sure what the hype is externally, but internally, man, he's done a tremendous job getting himself ready to go and becoming a guy that's reliable for us and a guy that we can put the ball in his hands and big things happen. I think him and our rapport has grown so much this offseason, just being able to know that I have him. Week one, obviously the ACL and then the suspension last year, but this year, coming into April, it was like, all right, we're full steam ahead. You're going to be one of these guys in the field for us when we start the season. And he's been great, man. He really has. He's worked really hard. He's super communicative with me and collaborative. And we talk every day about what he likes, what I like, how we want to throw and run certain things. And we're very much on the same page.
And the new pieces offensively, the weapons, Isaiah Williams and Sione Vaki. I mean, young players don't exactly. I mean, eventually they're going to have to play because everybody has to play. But what are they bringing to the table that you've seen?
Yeah, I think both of them. You got a good glimpse of them in preseason. I think Vaki's he's versatile. You can throw it to him, you can hand it to him. He's a great blocker. He's obviously great in special teams, but yeah, he's versatile. We can move him around if we need to, and he can do different things with the ball in his hand, which was exciting to see. And I think Isaiah's similar, where you get the ball in his hands and good things were happening in that preseason. And he had those couple fumbles that he was hard on himself about cleaning up. But yeah, man, he's explosive, and you saw it there in that last game. I'm not sure how many yards he had, but I think it was quite a few. And catches the ball well, runs good routes, and was good during the preseason.
Dan Campbell has talked about there's so many mouths to feed on the offense, and which is a good thing, all these weapons to have. But when you look at this team, how did guys improve on the year that they had last year? I mean, Laporta and Gibbs were rookies, and they had phenomenal seasons. St. Brown has gotten better every year. And, what is the ceiling?
Yeah, there isn't one. I mean, we can take this thing as far as we can go. I mean, it's limitless if we continue to work and put our head down and improve. But we've got the pieces, like you mentioned. We've got some pretty good players. Obviously, a really good O-line, good coaches. We've got everything in place, and it's about going out there and executing, and ultimately winning games. I think obviously the offensive production is something we're all after. But if we scored 20 like we scored last year, then we won the game against the Chiefs with 21 points, and felt pretty good about that. So of course you like to score 30 and 40 every week, but it's about winning the game, and our offense production will come, and we're excited to see where guys fit this year.
Opener against the Rams. Defensively, I mean, they've got some pieces that have to be a concern, but they do not have Aaron Donald any longer. How different is it preparing for a team without him in the middle?
Yeah, he was a centerpiece for them and for years. And even when I was there, obviously he was as good as anyone I've played with and played against. And yeah, it's nice not having to prepare for him. But that doesn't mean they don't have great players over there. I think Turner had a great rookie year, and he's a guy you're aware of. And then the two rookies they drafted are obviously going to be great players as well. So that's among others. They've got a lot of great players. Obviously, the highlight, like you said, is them losing Aaron. But there's a lot of guys that you're concerned about over there that you're aware of, and they're young and they're athletic and they're fast, and they're going to be coming after it.
First game doesn't make or break a season, but we were talking the other day about how this first game actually matters when it comes to possible playoff seeding. I mean, how much pressure do you guys put on for this first game?
It just counts as all the other ones. Yeah, sure, they're an NFC opponent and a good NFC opponent, but it counts just as much as when we're in the dog days and week 8, week 9, and they all count the same. So it's fun, it's exciting. It is week 1. We get to be in front of our home fans, and it's against a really good team, a team that we were able to beat last year. But they'll be coming back for maybe some revenge, and we got to be ready for that.
Do you pay attention to what teams do in the offseason and looking specifically at the NFC North and kind of where things are standing with this division and how it's gotten tougher?
Of course, yeah. You see all the moves, and I think our division did get better. Every team, I think, got better, and obviously we have the Bulls out on our back now, and they'll be coming for us, and it's our job to try to defend that title.
Lastly, we heard the horrible story that Justin Herbert was stuck in an elevator for a couple of hours. And we were asking, we started talking about it on the air, and how every time we get into an elevator, there's always that thought, even before this kind of happens, like it's just
part of life. You think about it for half a second. Now that it's happened to a quarterback, no less. Do you think about that when you get on elevators? And have you ever been stuck in an elevator?
I haven't been stuck in one. Of course, that's like the number one thought every time you get on an elevator. It's like, I hope this thing doesn't get stuck. I got somewhere to be. But if you know it's only going to get stuck for an hour, maybe it's a little fun experience. You're kind of solving your way out of the elevator, trying to figure things out. Hopefully, there's not too many big guys in there and it gets hot and sweaty. But I don't ever hope that to happen. But it sounds like they handled it pretty well, and I thought Harbaugh's comments on it were pretty funny.
If you are stuck in there, what teammate makes it better, and what teammate would make it worse?
Ooh.
Oh gosh. What teammate makes it better? Better. Okay, Khalif Raymond.
Okay.
Mr. Positivity. He's small. He's not going to be big and sweaty. He's very athletic. He could probably fit in like a small hole if we needed him to get out and help us. And then I'll just go to the inverse. I don't want DJ Reader with me in there. It's going to be tough sledding for us to get him through a small hole, and you don't want it to get hot in there.
Sounds great.
Great answers. Jared, we appreciate it. We look forward to the season. Good luck on Sunday. We'll all be watching, and we'll talk next week.
Awesome. All right, guys. Thank you.
There he is. Jared Goff, Lions quarterback, for our weekly conversation here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Twin Peaks fans, some big news for you. Bourbon and Brews are back. Every Wednesday, your favorite Twin Peaks girls dressed to impress in their black lingerie, serving up samples of the special bourbons and beers. Stop in for to your favorite lodge tonight from 5 to 7 to sample your favorite Sam Adams Seasonal Oktoberfest and some of your favorite bourbons like Jefferson Reserve and Russell's Reserve, or even try the Rittenhouse Rye Old Fashioned. And then, of course, there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. How about pairing that with scratch-made food? The restaurants you can go to, nobody's got food like Twin Peaks. Hand-cut New York strips, house-smoked ribs and brisket, and the best wings in the state. Have you had their wings? Hand-cut and battered to order. All their boneless wings, the smoked wings, and their naked and breaded wings are enough to tackle any appetite. Biggest one you have seen. And now, what pairs well with wings? Football. Twin Peaks can't wait for the start of football at their favorite lodges. Tomorrow night, start of the football season, the pro football season. Thursday night football. There's Friday night football. Saturday at noon in Ann Arbor. In the afternoon in College Park, Maryland. Sunday night for the home opener. Twin Peaks. Ask your Twin Peaks girls about the awesome drink specials during every football game. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. every once in a while, you look at something and you go, man, that looks great. And there's something for Detroit fans that looks great. It looks great. We'll get to that today at 11:02.
Is it artist rendering?
It is not an artist rendering. It looks like a fantasy is what it looks like. But we will get to that coming up today at 11:02. Not an erotic fantasy, a sports fantasy. Don't give me any weird looks.
I didn't give it. I wasn't. I was thinking it.
I got to tell you, your last question to Jared Goff about being stuck in an elevator, you know what that is? It's a story of redemption. After your Ali Frazier hits. That was a great question.
Oh, man.
As you might imagine, we got some texts, and we'll get to those in a minute.
Did we?
Yes, but what a great question.
Well, it was Kane's question from last week that I thought was a great question.
One of the wide nine Omaha 4-down Rally Blitz thingy questions.
Because, Justin Herbert, the quarterback, it was perfect for Jared Goff.
His answer was great, though. And what's funny about that is, and for people who just flipped their radios on the last few minutes, the last question for Jared Goff was, Justin Herbert was one of the Chargers stuck in an elevator. Which teammate would you want to be stuck in an elevator with, and which one
Well, the first was, the actual question, does he think about it every time he gets on an elevator, even before this happened? And he's like, well, of course.
Everybody does.
Well, it's
right?
great. I had never heard your answer to that, Kang, which is when you get on an elevator, you size up the people that are in the elevator and try to decide if these are the people you want to or not want to get stuck in an elevator with.
You ever walk out of it? You're like, no. Not you. I got no chance with you in an elevator. I'm walking out. I'll take the next one.
You have to make the quick.
Yeah.
Because before that elevator door closes. The other thing, like being stuck in an elevator, if you're stuck in an elevator with strangers for like hours and you have to go.
Oh, that's a problem.
What do you do? Hey, I'm just going over to this corner here. I mean, that's just, it's beside the point. Great question by you. He does think about getting stuck in an elevator. And then which teammate would you want?
Help and who's not going to help?
Yeah. And
that was a thinking man's answer he gave.
I said to Doug during the break, I thought about, kind of leading him after because he was like thinking about, you can hear him thinking about it. And I'm like, do I want to lead him by saying, like who'd pass the time, make it funny and who's going to be the jokester and stuff like that. And I'm like, no. Jared Goff's a really smart guy.
Yeah.
I want to hear his process. And then he laid out the process, and it was brilliant.
Yep.
Khalif Raymond. And I'm like, well, this is interesting. Where is he going? And he's such a positive guy. And plus, he's really little. So if we have to hoist him up and go through a small opening, he can do it.
Which is a brilliant answer. And the funny thing is, during Receiver, okay? Mm-hmm. During the show Receiver, when they had Amon-Ra mic'd up at practices and all that, there was an interaction between Khalif Raymond and I believe it was Amon-Ra and Jared Goff. And in that interaction, I could tell that Khalif was a leader. Like you could tell that in the workspace for them, he was respected and a leader. And from the outside looking in, you don't know, but you always think about your own workplace. Like who in the office, in your office, is a respected leader that maybe is under the radar. He's not the boss, but he's somebody that everybody looks to. And it sounds like Khalif Raymond might be that guy. And the Mr. Positivity thing that he added. So apparently Khalif Raymond is Mr. Positivity in the locker room and a leader and good for crawling through small spaces if you need to escape an elevator.
Yeah, whoever needs to get through an HVAC system, Khalif Raymond's your man. That's what Jared Goff was saying.
What was it the guy said when we were talking about stuff from movies that can't possibly come true? And the HVAC guy said you can't crawl through air ducts.
It's not as easy as it looks in the
but in the
movies or anything.
Yeah, and like 1 out of every 5 action movies has somebody crawling through an air duct. And
the air duct, right? The air duct is one thing, but getting up on top of the elevator, there's just that door,
that hatch. That hatch. DJ Reader ain't getting through no hatch.
No. So like I was thinking with the three of us, if I was to get stuck in an elevator with one of the two of you,
yes,
who would I rather get stuck in the elevator with? And ask yourselves the same question.
Well, you and I will have the same answer. With all respect due to you, right. With all respect to me, I mean,
I'm going Kang.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. And Kang, I'm going to guess, is going to go with you.
Yeah, I mean,
although I just got to lift you up on my. I got to lift you up.
Doug's tall though.
He is tall.
I mean, he's
taller than I am. Yes,
yeah. You're not short. He's just taller.
Thank you.
And then the DJ Reader, it gets hot. Guys get sweaty. DJ's a big guy.
Look, I'd get hot and sweaty, but I can also make you laugh.
You are funnier than me. There's no doubt about it.
Well, Doug's also a positive guy too, though. You know, if he's going to be like, "Hey, we're going to get out of this." Don't worry,
Jose,
guys,
here's
you
the
know?
problem with me at a trapped elevator.
It's Doug's nightmare.
It's one of my nightmares. It's my recurring
Are you
nightmare.
sure
I'll be
you wanna
full
know this
on.
guy?
I'll be a full on panicked guy.
Oh no, negative,
Yeah.
Doug.
Yeah, it'll take you. Like I actually literally have a physical reaction. My palms are getting sweaty.
All right, I pick Gator.
Yeah, good choice.
Doug's like, are we sure that phone's not working?
Yeah.
Is it? Do you think they know? Do they know? Is anybody alert?
We're all
anybody?
gonna die. All right. So as I mentioned, there are some ticket texts.
Yeah.
Because I just said, can we come up with something other than thunder and lightning? When you have a backfield of a bruising back and a quick back, everybody goes, oh, we got the thunder and we got the lightning. And it's like, all right, got it. Yeah, it's been said for 60 years,
Cliche. It's old.
Yeah, and I said, how about something new and fresh? And Gator said, yeah, like Ollie Frazier. And Keg immediately said, well, that's new and fresh. So some more suggestions have come in, Gator.
I was going to try to defend myself a little bit and say, yeah, but nobody ever refers to a running back duo as Ali Frazier.
Well, that's
are the
true.
names? Are the names in reference? Would that be old? Yes, without question.
Yes, there's not much new about it. Right. Chad writes in, how about Sonny and Cher, Gator? Come on.
Captain and Tennille. Simon and Garfunkel.
How about Wilbur and Orval, Gator? like the Wright brothers.
Yeah, sure. Well, everybody, let's go to Kitty Hawk. Yep.
New name for the backfield. How about Lewis and Clark?
Yeah, there we are. Thank you.
They're trying to take us to a place we've never been before, right?
Squanto and Miles Standish. Is that coming up next?
Instead of thunder and lightning, what about sliced bread and the wheel?
Those are two innovative. Yes.
You had me. It's sliced bread, but
because you love bread.
yeah, the wheel. Great. Keep them coming. What else you got?
You could add in Vaki and call them the three wise men.
There it is.
Someone said, call him Jesus and Stony.
You could throw in a fourth one and call them the Four Horsemen. Throw in Jamar Jefferson or Craig Reynolds.
Craig Reynolds. Well, again, redemption. Story of redemption. Great question at the end for Goff.
Uh-huh.
Well done.
You redeemed yourself, man.
Thank you.
Totally
and,
redeemed.
and I would pick you in the elevator.
Now that
Yeah,
means
yeah.
more than anything else, really.
Yep. You don't need panicked dog.
Despite my fat, sweaty status at that time.
Oh, good God. They went through, the Chargers actually went through the ceiling panel, right? And climbed into another elevator
Yeah.
in the elevator shaft.
Yeah. Under the supervision of the Dallas Fire Department, I believe.
Okay,
So.
well, yeah. Still, that's a diehard script.
That's a harrowing experience.
Harrowing, correct. Okay, every once in a while you just look at something and you go, wow, I can't believe it. And I had that experience this morning. We will get to that today at 11:02. Hey, at 11:30, we got the live animal mascot marching band NIL transfer portal thingies. We'll swing around the country with college football questions. That at 11:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Didn't take long for Dan Campbell to realize that his new Applebee's commercial had dropped yesterday. That coach said his wife and his daughter talked him into doing it. He also talked football, getting passionate about the well-oiled machine his offense has become under Ben Johnson and his other coaches. Also expects the many mouths to be fed plenty with all of his stars at skills positions. ESPN's Game Day set going to be built in Ann Arbor tomorrow in anticipation for their 16th broadcast from the U of M campus. The Wolverines' pivotal top 10 matchup against Texas going to be in the national spotlight with game time at 12 noon on Saturday. That ESPN broadcast begins at 9 a.m. that day. Tigers baseball inching closer to maybe a playoff spot, even when they're not playing. The two teams they're chasing, the Royals and the Red Sox, both lost again. 7 in a row for KC and 4 in a row for Boston. Detroit is now tied with the Sox and 4.5 back of the Royals for that final wild card. They're trying to get even closer as they resume their series in San Diego late tonight. A 9:40 first pitch right here on 97.1 The Ticket with Cater Montero getting the first ball. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, Gator. I got a little exercise for you, okay? You ready?
Okay.
Would like you to get on the internet, on the computer in front of you.
Yep.
And I want you to type in the address bar of the internet, ESPN.com.
Yep.
Okay? Tell me when that page is up.
I got it. Ready to go.
Okay? I want you to go down to the menu bar and slide over to MLB.
Yep.
Now I want you to, the drop-down menu that comes up, I want you to click on standings.
Yep. You want wild card?
And I want you to go to wild card.
Mm-hmm.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at the first team out of the playoffs is the Detroit Tigers.
At this point,
4.5 back.
We have watched over the last month and a half the Tigers reel in and pass the Toronto Blue Jays, the Tampa Bay Rays, the Seattle Mariners, and now technically they are tied with the Boston Red Sox. But ESPN happens to list the Tigers ahead of the Red Sox in their standings, which is one of the most aesthetically surprising things I have ever looked at as a sports fan. They have now, right now, they have to pass no one between them and the last wild card spot. They got to catch Kansas City, obviously, and maybe Minnesota if they falter, but Kansas City lost 7-1 to the Gribe, and Boston lost 7-2 to the Mets. Emphatic losses by the two teams right there. And, I mean, for that matter, the Twins lost to the Rays 2-1 last night. So everybody else lost. Tigers gained half a game on all of them. And now it's a mere 4.5 games, and it's Detroit and Kansas City. And, tonight, FS1 is carrying the Kansas City-Cleveland game.
Oh.
Which starts at 7:40. The Tigers, I believe, start at 9:40 on Bally's. I mean, it's September. It's September.
Doug, it was like, I don't know, 4 or 5 weeks ago, we took a glance at the wild card, and we said, all right, because I think at that point it was like 5 games. But they started
more
to lose.
than that.
Well, they had gotten close, and then but the problem was there were like 5 teams ahead of them. And the thought was, okay, great, but there's just too many teams. They can't pass all these teams. And then they started to fall further and further back. They made their trades, whatever, and okay.
Oh, so you're talking about before the trade deadline.
I think it was right before the trade deadline we started to look at that. And we didn't expect much. But then they started to win. And started this streak that they were on here when they had the 12-3 stretch recently in the last couple of weeks. They just start doing as you say. They start reeling other teams in. All those teams that they had to pass, they have. So and I remember saying that, look, I don't worry so much about all the teams that they have to pass as much as I'm just do you, okay? Do the best you can, and that stuff might take care of itself. And fortunately for the Tigers, they've been red hot, and the other teams have not. and it has taken care of itself to the point where literally they're right outside the window, and they're looking at it. They don't have to stand behind Toronto or Texas or Tampa Bay or Seattle at this point. I mean, look, they're all kind of bunched together here. But the point is, as you astutely pointed out, they're right there. They're the team that's first on the glass. They're the ones pressing their noses up there and going, oh, look how nice it is inside. We want to be there. How far away? We're really not that far. 4.5 games? That's it. And we're chasing Kansas City and Minnesota are a game apart, and right now both in the wild card, and they're both in our division. Hey, look at that. That's not that far away anymore.
1 month ago today, the wild card standings were as follows. Baltimore was wild card 1, Minnesota was wild card 2, Boston was wild card 3. 1 month ago today, Detroit was 7 games behind Boston for the last wild card. And there were 4 teams between Detroit and Boston. 1 month later, it's down to 4.5, and there's nobody. There's nobody. And if you look at Kansas City, have they lost 7 in a row? Is that what it is?
They are 3-7 in the last 10, and they've lost 7 in a row.
I mean, they are plummeting. Now, I was thinking about if I'm doing this show in Kansas City and I'm a Royals fan, how am I feeling about our chances? I probably still feel reasonably good, to be honest with you. Hey, we're going to correct. It's just a slump. We're going to turn it around.
Well, they lost a big player.
Yeah.
What's his name? Quintino or whatever his name is. Really good player. And somebody who was very vital to what they were doing.
Vinny Pasquantino.
Pasquantino, thank you. God, I feel stupid now. But, I mean, that was a guy who had 19 home runs and 97 RBIs, and now is done for basically the end of the month. That's a huge loss to a team that was kind of doing a little bit with smoke and mirrors. I mean, they had Bobby Witt, who was outstanding, Salvador Perez, who was having a big year as well, but Pasquantino was having a hell of a season. And now without him, it's 4 in a row they've lost. The Red Sox also have lost 4 in a row. And as you mentioned, well, Kansas City had lost 7 in a row. And Seattle has lost 4 in a row as well. All these teams just find themselves further and further out. The Tigers are the team that's playing pretty good baseball, 7-3 in their last 10, although they did just lose their last one. These games against San Diego are so important.
Mm-hmm.
Got to get one of them. At this time, it just feels like you got to split one of these last 2. It'd be amazing if you took both of them. Like, they have Montero going tonight. Do they have Scuba going tomorrow night?
No, it's Mize tomorrow. It's Mize tomorrow. Scuba Friday against the A's.
So they've got opportunities here. Obviously, in Oakland's terrible this season, 61-78. They've got games left against Oakland. They got games against the White Sox, who are historically bad. Like, they're going to have to. The White Sox, to avoid having the worst record in Major League history, are going to have to go on a run.
And it feels like this trump card that they're holding on to, that the last 3 games of the season are against the White Sox. Like, if the Tigers, if you're a team that is battling with the Tigers for the final wild card spot, you do not want to fall behind the Tigers before the final series of the season.
Right.
Now, that's a big ask still. There's 23 games left. They got to make up 4.5 games, but they have 3 games against Kansas City, 3 games that they control their own destiny, 3 games that if they hold steady between now and that series, those would be 3 games to get to 1.5 back. And that would be with like 10 games left, 12 games left, something like that, whatever it would be. That's doable. Now, sweeping Kansas City, a team that's battling for the playoffs, is a big ask. But guess what? To be a playoff team, you have to earn it in some regard. It's not just all schedule falls in your favor stuff. Yeah. So splitting these games with San Diego minimum or taking them both is an example of what a playoff-worthy team does. 6 games against Baltimore, doing some work there. I mean, can you win 4 of the 6? Won't be easy, but that's what you have to do if you're worthy of the playoffs. So I feel like they're going to get a chance to answer the question themselves on the field. Now, I still have concerns, right? I mean, we talked about it yesterday. as much as these kids have been fun to watch and an injection of life, and they don't know any better, and they've managed to wander into the restricted area without any proper credentials, they still have guys that are hitting below 200. I mean, Dingler and Sweeney and Young are all now below 200, which isn't the end of the world. They still have helped.
But they also weren't like lighting the world on fire. What they did was have a timely. Each one of them would do something timely in a separate game.
Yep.
So they can still do that. I don't expect these guys to be, proving themselves to be. No question they're going to make the team out of spring training. What I do expect them to do is to contribute here and there. The guys I expect big things out of are Riley Green, Kerry Carpenter, Matt Vierling, and Spencer Torkelson. Those are the guys I expect things out of. And Jake Rogers continues just to have big hits when you need them. Zach McKinstry, since I've, basically bid him adieu by the trade deadline, and he's on a nice run here over the last couple weeks. He's showing that he's got some ball left in him too. So they've got guys that, and it'd be nice if Colt Keith were to bounce back after this little stretch of games where he hasn't had a hit in 5 games.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping that yesterday's day off will pay some dividends here and refresh some of these players, and let's get back at it.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Tiger fans, go look at the standings. This snapshot in time, this is fun. It's unexpected. There is nobody between the Tigers and Kansas City who holds on to the final playoff spot. They've reeled in everybody. It's Carson Anderson. In the meantime, NFL put out a hype video. In that hype video, people are going, wait, they did what? We'll get to that today at 11:20 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Yeah, Kansas City's lost 7 in a row. They lose 7-1 last night to the Gripe. Boston, they lost 7-2 to the Mets. Twins lost 2-1 to the Rays. And now go look at the standings, the American League wildcard standings. And they just read Kansas City is the last team in, and the next team is Detroit, 4.5 games behind. No one between Detroit and Kansas City. To be fair, they are tied with the Boston Red Sox. But nonetheless, if it's just this snapshot in time that we can do it, go do it. And I said to Gator during the break, if the Tigers actually pull this crap off and this miracle, this Hail Mary run, and oh my God, the who the hell are these guys group of Tigers makes the playoffs, and they open with a 3-game set with the Astros, and the Tigers' game 1 starter is listed as Brennan Hanafy, it will be like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
It would be hysterical, and yet that's how this team has done it for the last few weeks here. They've done it with smoke and mirrors and whatever else you want to say. AJ Hinch is just somehow, MacGyvered this pitching staff to a winning pitching staff as a whole. It's not just the starters, it's the bullpen arms. Everybody all together has done an amazing job, and yet one name they might see Reese Olson.
Reese Olson could be back in the mix here, but if they keep going, if the pitching falls in such a way that Tyler Holton is starting game 1 against the Astros, who would be throwing Justin Verlander, like it'd be.
This run is, I mean, if they were to make it, if somehow they made the wild card, made the playoffs, the improbability of this would be like you'd make a Red Solo Cup earlier. Like there's no way they'd make it. Honestly, that's what you would say.
Yes.
There's no way you could even
Red
fathom.
Solo Cup guarantee.
That seriously
would have been. Well, that's why you never make that guarantee. You never make that guarantee. You just don't.
Well, I would say book it, and that would mean I don't have to do it. But.
I mean, the team leader in RBIs this season might not even have 80, and probably won't. Riley Green has 58 RBIs, leads the team.
We could do, what's the 2 Grand Slam the morning show does?
Yeah.
They could ask questions like, who started last night? Who's the starting pitcher last night for the Tigers? And people wouldn't know. Like it's
your fallback could be Tyler Holton.
It could be, yeah. It could be anybody.
Well, tonight it's Cater Montero, who fortunately has been a starter, and his last 6 starts, his earned run average is 3.82. He's been good, not great, but he's been good enough.
You know how many things had to go this way for them to even get this close?
It's amazing.
So the Royals have lost 7 in a row, right?
Yep.
Hinch is, he's MacGyvering his bullpen here or his pitching staff, Gator, but he even said it on this station. It doesn't work unless these guys come through, and they're kind of coming through, which is
Hinch is getting all this credit, but it's the guys
that
are doing the job. Like he's putting him in advantageous positions to really work in matchups like a maestro. But the Holtons and the Herders and the Hanafis and the Millers, Shelby Millers of the world are coming through.
In 28 games in August, the Tigers were 17-11. They had a team ERA of 3.06, a team whip of 1.05. I mean, that's pitching. That's pitching your balls off. Mm-hmm. That's National League pitching before they put the DH rule in both leagues.
Yep.
That's what you see. This staff has been amazing. And please, I'm glad you bring this up. We need to credit the players. They're the ones that are actually doing it. But I'm giving a ton of credit to AJ Hinch, too, because he's the one that has to decide, okay, how are we going to attack this game? Are we going to start things off with Brian Sammons? Or do I go with Brant Herter?
Yeah. They have a pitcher named Brant.
Right.
Like the game started category is usually one that you look at, and it has some relevance to it. Tyler Holton has started 7 games this year. Bo Brisky has started 8 games this year. They've started.
It's crazy.
Yes.
Is
it true that Ty Madden wasn't pitching well at the minors and has come to Detroit and is pitching well?
He was pitching horribly in the minors until his last several starts. And even then, he wasn't pitching great. He was pitching better. Mm-hmm. Like he had lowered his ERA was like a 10, and he lowered it down to 7. Because he had outings where he was giving up 4 and 5 runs a game instead of giving up, 8 and 9.
Yeah. It's crazy. All right, so I mentioned before the break, the NFL came out with a season promo, and it's one of these music hype videos that's, I don't know, a minute long, and it's just flash edit after flash edit after
It's not Taylor
flash.
Swift, is it?
The music?
Yeah.
The music's not.
Okay. Oh, no. But what?
Taylor Swift is in the video 5 times. There's like one Patrick Mahomes highlight.
But Taylor Swift's got five appearances.
Aaron Rodgers is in it once.
Why? When he gets hurt?
Yeah, I mean, it's when he ran out with the flag.
Right before he got hurt.
Oh.
It was like
Seconds
in real
before.
time, it was probably like 7 minutes away from the season ending.
Seconds before it gets carted out.
Yes. But Taylor Swift is in the video 5 times. Way more than anybody else.
You got to watch it, Gator. It's actually more triggering to see it like in real time.
It's at NFL.
Retweet it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to find
NFL's
it.
Twitter account.
Yeah,
put
it's
it
the
up.
NFL Twitter account. I mean, you got to scroll down quite a bit, but it was somebody who like counted up how many people are in it. They started naming all the star players who aren't in it at all, and then pointed out that Taylor Swift is in it 5 times. And, you know, I mean, I go back to whatever business you run. If you do something in your business that customers like and is helping your business, you go, do you stop doing it? Because I think the NFL, this is a clear sign that they've expanded their fan base because of her presence. So now the hardcore football fan, and I guess I don't really care what the NFL puts in their preseason video. You got to take a look.
I get putting her in the video once, guys. I get it once. She was such a big story last year. It was kind of happening in real time, so they're playing up to it. But now you've had a full off season. I didn't care about the Taylor Swift stuff last year. It didn't bother me like a lot of people.
Right.
This was kind of triggering, Gator. I'm like 5 times they showed her during this NFL preview video. 5? Doug, you didn't even name the players they didn't show, like real stars in this league. And I thought once, okay. Twice, maybe.
What?
They just kept
I'm
going back
watching
to the
this now.
well.
I've already seen her twice, and,
Yeah.
and I'm asking myself why they even show her the second time.
Taylor Swift, here's somebody says Taylor Swift was shown 5 times in a 28-second clip of football being back.
There's third,
Yep.
4,
Yeah.
5.
It's like
I'm annoyed. Now I'm annoyed. It's
My only
completely
question is
unnecessary.
My question is, why only 5?
Right, I mean,
it would have been funny if it was every other clip. Like somebody should do that. I am waiting for the SNL skit where they do this commercial with every other clip. I'm waiting for the SNL skit on that commercial for Ohio where the guy's dancing and he turns around and there's a girl there. And he's like, hey, I've never seen you here before. How long have you been here? Oh, I've been here since college. I'm an engineer.
Oh, that
I
one?
just
Yeah,
moved here.
that's the
Then they
worst
get
one.
married and then they're having kids and that whole thing. So what's the moral of the story of that commercial? Come to Ohio and get hitched.
Yeah. Start
that-
your family.
Is it?
What a great place to start your family. Get married in a cave. Yeah. Do that.
And then there's this. The moral of the story is if you watch an NFL game, you might see Taylor Swift.
I Kang, like you, I didn't have much of an issue last year. It was a story.
We
was
understood
coming-
it,
Yeah, I
yeah.
totally got it. And the NFL saw something like, oh, wait a minute. We could tap into even a bigger revenue stream. We can have women watch the games. And, we'd have people call in. Some guys were pissed off about it, but you're not going to stop watching the NFL because it's the NFL. I didn't have much of an issue with it. Just don't overdo it. And I didn't think they overdid it. They kind of walked up to the line a couple times and then backed off. But this commercial
It's triggering, huh?
well, because this is going over the line. This is you're showcasing her 5 times
Yep.
in the video. And the video is supposed to promote the NFL. I don't need to show her more than once. I mean, I'm being honest. You don't have to show her more than once. That second time you see her, it's like, wow, she was on again. Where's Patrick Mahomes? Where's Lamar Jackson? We gonna see them again? And I don't need to see Travis Kelce more than once.
Mm-hmm.
There are other teams other than the Kansas City Chiefs. This is what I'd like to see. And because you mentioned, I was so fixated on looking to see if I could find her that I didn't even pay attention if the Lions were involved.
I guess I really didn't either. We've retweeted it at DunganGator971 if you want to see.
What does that say about us? We're not even looking for the Lions.
Well, because I told you to count the Taylor Swift
I know, but I mean,
appearances.
here's a video.
There is
I'm gonna
Amon-Ra.
go-
I know there is a shot of Amon-Ra flipping into the end zone, and that might be the only one of Amon-Ra. At one point, they accidentally go like 6 highlights without showing Taylor Swift. But I think the only Lions highlight is the Amon-Ra. But
Yep, that's all I saw. And and here's Taylor again. Oh, there's Taylor kissing Travis.
yeah. There's Taylor drinking a beer.
Yeah, there she is upstairs. I mean, that's it.
Yep.
What? Like, I get it. The NFL knows how to market itself just
I
fine.
know,
They're
I
doing
know.
just fine. But that seems a little much. Like, give me the players and stop doing the flash cutting so quickly. That's a lot. That's a lot of highlights put into to 28 seconds.
Yeah. Look, it's all marketing. I'm sure that there are marketing people that are telling them this is brilliant.
All right, I've seen enough.
But, well, I mean, what's the inverse of this? Is the inverse of this that NFL players start showing up at Taylor Swift concerts and singing songs? Hey, for our next, we're bringing out Bobby Wagner. You know, I mean, what are we doing here? Is that the inverse of this?
What, how to get guys to, here's Doug Carson at the Celine Dion concert?
No, no, NFL players.
Well, I'm just saying, getting guys to go to what you would think would be a women's event.
I'm going to make one comment about that I don't think I've ever made on the air.
Oh, let's hear it again.
Talk about closer to.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Yep.
You weren't the only one there either.
No, I wasn't. So was Ted Schumer of Grand Blanc and Larry Evans of Celine, and they knew all the words to all the songs.
There it is.
I kept going to get beer. Let's do the live animal mascot marching band trophy game thingy, college football, next here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, first let's heads or tails.
Tails.
Gator calls tails, and it is a head. I will receive. Ready, Kang? Let's go.
All right, here we go, Doug. Question number 1. Who or what impressed you the most in week 1?
I've always been a fan of this guy, and he got in his own way in his career, but he's got another chance at the collegiate level. I'm going to go Bill O'Brien, Boston College. I'm really impressed with them, and I'm always liked Bill O'Brien as a college coach. When he went to the NFL with the Texans, he was coach/GM, and he wasn't a great GM. And gets another shot. He was bounced around as a coordinator, worked with Saban, and gets a gig at Boston College. Bill O'Brien sounds like a guy who should be coaching in Boston. And, in his first game, for them to be this year, to be able to go out and run the football the way that they did was kind of old school. And I'm so impressed. And I started wondering, in year 1, he can't win the ACC, can he? I mean, is that thing wide open? Va Tech, Clemson, and Florida State all lose? Could Boston College?
I thought I said, did you include Florida State? Why?
Well, they all lost, and that's my point. Is that thing might be wide open, and BC doesn't play Miami, so I guess that's what impressed me the most.
Yeah, I was impressed by Boston College as well, but I'm going to go right here in Big Ten country, a little town we like to call Los Angeles. And say USC. I was very impressed with what they did to LSU. They punched them in the mouth, and they didn't let up. They just played a strong game. In the game, I think that when you're watching, you kept waiting for LSU to just kind of pull away and just take care of it because USC just doesn't have defense. And USC had enough defense. They had defense when it mattered. Now, did they give up over 400 yards in offense? They did, but they also got a turnover, and more importantly, they took care of the football, and they took care of it when it mattered. And in the end, they come out with a 27-20 victory over LSU. I thought it was awesome. Nice job by USC.
I like how you kept it local, Gator. I'm going to stay local, too, in the Big Ten. Penn State impressed me because, I picked against them. They just got to prove it for me. And maybe it is their year. I doubt it, but at least for this week, they impressed me. They're impressive. It was a nice win on the road. So, Penn State, good job. Is there any other team or program that is close to the disaster that is Florida State? And if not, who's number 2 in the disaster program rankings?
I don't know if anybody's close, but I do have a number 2, and it's Texas A&M. All that money, coaching changes, transfer portal here and transfer portal there, and they lose their home opener, given it was to Notre Dame. It's a pretty big game, but it's Texas A&M for me. They're not there. They thought they were going to go just walk right into the SEC and compete with the big boys, and they're not.
I'm looking at you, UCLA.
Oh.
They got people leaving that program, transferring out, coaches leaving for coordinator jobs. They get Deshaun Foster to be their head coach, and he gives a bizarre speech at the Big Ten meetings.
Where's UCLA?
Just so you all know, we're in Los Angeles. Then they go to Hawaii and fly dangerously close to the sun. They come from behind and win 16-13. Joining the Big Ten, all that travel, I think it's going to be a long year for the Bruins.
I'm going to go, I don't know if they're number 2, but my pick is Clemson. All right? I mean, they do get to play Florida State this year, but Dabo Sweeney, sorry, not Debo Samuel.
Dabo Sweeney. Yes.
Dabo.
Yep.
I don't even, what am I even reading anymore? All right, Dabo, what do you say, Doug?
Sweeney.
Start over, 3,
Sweeney.
2, 1.
Yeah, there you go.
Dabo, what are you doing, man? You got to embrace the transfer portal. I know you want to do it your way, and you have a foundation you're trying to set and all this stuff, but it's going to possibly cost you your job. And I think they would eat that money if it came to it. They gave him a ton of money. He's got a lot of years left, but in the end, you've got to win football games, and they don't care how you do it. Embrace the change. Right now, it's not good enough. He's not a good enough coach to overcome the lack of, talent. They need the portal. They need to embrace all the stuff that comes with new college football. I'm going Clemson. All right, which underdog do you love plus the points, but you just think they might win outright this week?
Well, I'm looking at a few. I kind of like Baylor is a 14-point underdog at Utah. Baylor is a team that has a transfer quarterback, and for MAC fans, you remember DeQuan Finn from Toledo? He put up huge numbers in their open, huge numbers in the MAC. He is now leading their program, and they won big in week 1 over an outmanned opponent in Tarleton State, real team. I'm going to take Baylor plus the points at Utah, but Utah better be on their best behavior.
Yeah, I like Boise State getting 19.5 over Oregon. I'm not sold on Oregon. Everybody seems to think that Dan Lanning's got this thing going, and I'm not saying he doesn't, but this is the second game of the season, and I think there's going to still be some hiccups in the road here. They only put up 24 points over the weekend against, was it Idaho State?
Mm-hmm.
And Dylan Gabriel, the quarterback there, was pretty efficient, 41 of 49, but 380 yards and a couple of touchdowns. But 24 points out of that. That's it. They had a guy who almost went for 100 yards rushing, 95 in the game. And again, only 24 points against Idaho State. Meanwhile, Boise, they did a real nice job with their run game. And the running back ran for 270 yards and 6 touchdowns or whatever it was. I'm just I'm always leery of Boise State. This is a program that has been around seemingly forever, playing at that high of a level, and they really enjoy and relish getting these chances to play big-time games. And this one is the big Big Ten matchup already in week 1.
You know what? I've got Colorado plus 7.5 over Nebraska. I know Nebraska's up and coming now, but when you have 3 studs on Colorado like Shedeur Sanders, Travis Hunter, and Travis Hunter, you've got a shot. Because you've got a shot, right, with those 3 type of Heisman type candidates on your squad. I'm not sure how I feel about Deion right now. I mean, the way he's reacting to the media is different than the way he's on the field. If his players are behind him, if they can protect Sanders enough, he can score some points. Like I said, Travis Hunter, both sides of the field. I mean, that guy's amazing, right?
Yep.
All right. Is Dabo Swinney in the hot seat? Not Debo Samuel, but Dabo Swinney.
Yeah, I think he is. I think you got to adapt or you're going to die. And he refuses to embrace the transfer portal. He's, the only non-service, Clemson's the only non-service academy team since 2018 to not have a transfer portal starter. I mean, proof's in the pudding. They didn't win 10 games last year for the first time in, forever, it feels like. I think it was 2011. And they lose their opener. So, yeah, I'm going to say it's Dabo Swinney is on the hot seat.
I'm going to say no. I think a coach like that is you give him some time, and there's no guarantees that this is going to be a terrible year. Georgia's great, and the ACC is bad. He could bounce back, win that conference, and go to the playoff. But if he can get past Boston College. But I think you got to give a coach that won a national championship more of an opportunity to correct it, because there's one thing here he refuses to do. And you say, okay, if he has a bad year this year, I would say you got next year to correct it. And if you don't take transfers, you better be right. And if you're not, then we might make a change.
I think it's definitely warm. I don't know why he won't embrace the portal. I understand retention and all that stuff is nice and warm and fuzzy. But in the end, like I said earlier, you got to win football games. And if you continue to lose, they will eat that money and they will move on. But Dabo wants to try to do it his way, and I just don't think in the end it's going to work because everyone else is doing it differently. All right, Penn State looked great, but will James Franklin mess this up?
Most assuredly. Next question.
Look, I don't know if they have enough top-end talent, but they're my sleeper team to win the Big Ten. I kind of like what they've got going here. They play USC on the road, and they play Ohio State at home. They don't have to play Oregon. They don't have to play Michigan. I think they only lose once during the season. So I think this is
so will James Franklin mess it up?
I don't think he messes it up.
All right. Yes, he does mess it up. Prove it to me.
Fair enough.
All right, one last one for fun, guys. Make a Red Solo Cup guarantee this weekend.
No way, man. No
Come
way.
on, Red Solo Cup. We all know the deal here.
What is the matter with you?
What? Are we in a safe zone? Safe place. Circle of trust.
I believe in accountability for things that you say. I don't
All
think
right.
I want to do this.
Well, then make it a good one that you're really sure of. Come on.
All right, I'll step up.
That's right.
A Big Ten team will lose this weekend.
All right. That's fine. I did. Okay.
I see what you did there.
See what I did there?
The Big Ten went 17-1 last
Yes,
week.
they
They
did.
will
No.
not go 17-1 this week.
No, they're
That's
gonna
my
have-
that's my Red Solo Cup guarantee.
So it's kind of the same, but a little different.
Are you on more on a limb than me? Is there more than one game this week when 2 Big Ten teams play? Oh yeah, no.
No.
No, there's not.
You're going on a limb then.
UCLA and Purdue don't play. They got the week off.
I was gonna say there's not enough games then. All right. How about the one loss thing? Say that. They won't just lose one game this week.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Listen, seriously. I started thinking about this question when I saw it, and I'm like, Will Howard will throw a touch. No, I better not do that. Ohio State will win. You start thinking about what's at stake here.
This is why you don't make that kind of a guarantee.
That's why you start thinking about what's at stake. Kang, I know you're going to do one. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got Georgia beating Tennessee Tech.
Okay, that feels like a sure thing.
Book it, which means I don't have to do it if Texas.
You
Tech
start
or
thinking about the
Tennessee Tech.
stakes that if you actually have to do it, it gets scary. You're like, what if somebody gets hurt? What if there's a massive storm that rolls in?
Which is why my prediction of a Big Ten team losing this week is great because Michigan State plays Maryland.
And they can't tie. Yeah, I was like, nobody's going to win a game 5-4. Like I was thinking about doing that, but then I'm like, but what if? What if there's a 3-safety game? Somebody kicks a field goal at the end to win it. My God!
Yeah, but what if something happens?
Solo
What if
Cup.
something happens in the Michigan State Maryland game where they call it off?
Well, then all bets are off. No, then the bet's off. It's
like
off
a
the table.
hurricane,
It's like I
unexpected
can't.
hurricane.
Then I can't make that bet on a betting app. So if you can't do that, then it's,
No, you just said loss. That's it.
it's part of the thing.
They don't play. They don't
What was
lose.
I not saying?
They don't play. They don't lose.
I want to abstain from this question, but
It's a horrible question.
and that concludes the Live Animal Mascot Marching Band Trophy Game thingy. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. We are going to empty the bucket coming up in a couple of minutes. Something we do during the college football season. These are all the facts that I don't get to use during the Michigan game that are somewhat obscure. But you do all this research, so I try and pull the most that goes wasted. There's no point to talk about it. Sure. And so we call it empty the bucket, and this is where we'll get to some of those wasted but perhaps borderline interesting facts. We'll get to that coming up in a minute. Let's go to Mike on a cell. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. Just on a real quick side note, I got a quick question for you guys fantasy-wise.
Yep.
I like Brandon Ayuk. I'm worried that Dabo Sweeney's not going to get as many targets, so should I draft him in the third round? Or?
Great question.
That is a good question.
Well played, Mike. Well played.
What do you think?
I think go with Ayuk over Dabo.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure how you guys felt about drafting that high. Anyways, just real quick, I was going to say, when you guys were talking about the Taylor Swift thing, I have 3 young teen daughters, 4 kids total, and the daughters go to my in-laws all the time. My mother-in-law's YouTube feed is nothing but Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Nothing but. And all 4 of them, including my wife, so I guess 5 of them, now watch football strictly because of Taylor Swift. And I would say it's probably not too long until you get some, like, vampire NFL promos with guys in, like, shirts unbuttoned and stuff, looking like Robert Pattinson or something like that. Because it absolutely is an opportunity for them to make a whole lot more money. And we're heroin addicts, so we're not going to stop watching. We can complain as much as we want.
Are the girls going to watch football without Taylor Swift, though? Are they only watching for Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce?
Well, it only takes a certain amount of time before that heroin addiction of like, oh, I can gamble on this and potentially make a few bucks here and there, bites, and that's gender neutral. That doesn't even matter. So once that happens, then it's then the addiction takes place.
So you're talking about the girls watching the gateway is Taylor Swift, but they'll eventually end up gambling. Is that what you're predicting?
Well, think about it. Think about it this way. I took them to see Michigan State women's basketball, and I thought, I'm gonna be bored. I'm not gonna watch this. It's a below the rim game. And before I knew it, I was on my feet screaming at the Spartans to box out. So it's like, it really doesn't matter. After a while, sports is sports, and you get drawn in by the moment kind of thing.
So good thing that I like the gateway drug to get more people interested in the NFL, and once it runs its course, then you still have fans.
Yeah, 2 things that are worthy of explanation here. If you just flipped your radio on, one is the NFL put out a promo, and the most prominently featured person in the promo for the coming season was Taylor Swift, and it's not even close. She's in there 5 times in a quick edit 26-second spot, 5 times. Secondly, is a Red Solo Cup guarantee is in reference to a Florida State fan who, after they lost the opener to Georgia Tech, went on social media, and it went viral last week. Just because people are like, look at this guy. And, he was the I'm going to say something funny guy, but he said, if Florida State loses to Boston College this weekend, I will go collect dog poop, put it in a Red Solo Cup, eat it with a spoon, and stream it live on the internet, book it. Then Boston College beat Florida State. He's deleted all of his social media accounts. So when Kang asked the question referencing, make a Red Solo Cup guarantee, that is why we were afraid to do it, because we believe in accountability. And I don't want to risk.
Yes, and it's also fun to mistake Deebo Samuel for Dabo Swinney.
Yes, which Kang did. And it can happen to anybody.
I wouldn't start him. Not this week.
All right, you ready to empty the bucket?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Okay, so this is Michigan and Fresno. Now, almost all the stuff is going to be Fresno-centric because a lot of the Michigan stuff I'm hanging on to.
Well, you got the bucket for Michigan.
Yeah, I might still get a chance to use it. I wanted a third-string defensive tackle for Fresno State to get in the name. His name is Charles Remlinger because his nickname was Trigger. I wanted Trigger to make a play, and I could reference his nickname Trigger.
Do you know why his nickname was Trigger?
I couldn't figure it out. There was no reference. I just, Fresno Notes said, in quotes, nickname Trigger. Well, it didn't say nickname. It just said nickname was Trigger. Is there a gun? Remington? This was Remlinger.
Yeah, I think
that's Remlinger. But they also had a backup defensive tackle named Ezra Christensen, who grew up in Sierra Leone. He was an orphan in Sierra Leone. He got adopted at the age of 12 by a family in San Diego, where he went on to Poway High School, which I have relatives that went to Poway High School in San Diego. And he recently had a chance to go back and visit the orphanage in Sierra Leone that he grew up in.
Wow.
Yep.
That's impressive.
But he didn't really do anything. Sivi Numura, their starting linebacker, his parents are from American Samoa, and he visited there this summer.
Okay.
In the Fresno State game notes.
Does he know Lene Kakua?
Yes. Yes, he does, Gator. In the Fresno game notes, they are very clear to refer to them as Fresno State, not Fresno, not FSU, not Fresno State University. Please refer to us as Fresno State.
Fresno State.
That is the second school that has done this. East Carolina did the same thing. They wanted to be known as East Carolina or ECU. They did not want anyone to call them Eastern Carolina, which I guess happens a lot.
What's up with the V with Fresno State?
So they're in a valley, and the V represents the valley that Fresno is in. Yep. And then, I mean, this I got to share, but Gator, I'm going to guess you weren't listening, but I thought this was really cool. The kid that...
You're correct. I wasn't listening.
Yeah.
I have in the past, though. It's not that I'm against listening to Doug call the game.
Oh, you'll like this one. Fresno State's special teams coach was John Baxter. John Baxter was a special teams coach for Michigan for 1 year. His year was 2015. Do you know what happened on Michigan special teams back in 2015?
Did they have trouble with the snap?
John Baxter spent 1 year at Michigan as the special teams coach. He was the special teams coach for Fresno. And then the coolest thing that even Jason Avant was like, wow, I got to go look for him. Cam Lockridge, who had the interception, I did share this on the air, but I'm sure, like I said, everybody didn't. Cam Lockridge's uncle is Ken Griffey Jr.
Really?
And his grandfather, of course, is then Ken Griffey Sr. And they were there at the big house. Ken Griffey Jr. was watching him live for the first time.
Was he a Michigan fan anyway, Ken Griffey Jr.? Why do I think I heard that?
I never heard that, but he was at the game. And then, of course, as is always the case, the punter was from Australia, which
Right.
John and I have done 30 games together now, and the punter's been from Australia over 20 times. This was the first football game he had ever played in because he didn't play in high school. And his parents flew all the way. This part I didn't use on the air. His parents flew all the way. I want to get his hometown right. From, where are the notes? I'm not seeing where he was from. But it was someplace in Western Australia. Here we go. Mundajong. His parents had flown all the way from Mundajong, Western Australia, for the game.
Wow, that's a long flight, Doug.
There you go. Useless information that I didn't get to use. Next week, we will have a Texas edition.
Just seeing how he did punting-wise. He got Clay Lawrence. Is that
Yep.
42-yard average. Dude. 3 inside the 20.
You got to look up their backup punter if you have the Fresno State website up, because their backup punter is Nick Verdugo, and he has an awesome dirt stash. He looks like a Nick Verdugo, and his mustache fits. Do you see it?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that great?
I don't know if I'd call that great.
It is a stash.
I mean, you may want to profile that guy, is all I'm saying. May want to.
There you go. That's the bucket. I am hoping there is one fact about Texas I don't get to use, but I think you will love it. You know, Michigan has a turnover bus, and a lot of schools do this with their turnovers.
Yeah, they had to break them out 3 times on the same drive.
Yeah, they did. You know what Texas is? They have a sword called Texcalibur.
That's funny.
And when they get a turnover,
They pull it off a stone or something?
they take the football and they spear it through the football. Now, here's the thing. The footballs belong to the other team. So I don't know if they're actually spearing the actual football, because, like, if you see a game, the offense gets to choose their own football, and it usually has their logo on it. It's their football that they are spearing.
Well,
so you might have to pay.
don't turn it over.
That's why I'm hoping I don't get.
Don't make bets you can't. You're not going to live up to.
I'm hoping I don't have to use it this weekend, because that means that Michigan didn't turn the football over. But Texcalibur. Now, there's some controversy because the people at Arizona say they stole the idea from them, and they're calling it stolen valor.
What for Aztec Caliber?
Arizona. I don't know what they call it.
Arizona State.
Yeah. Arizona uses it.
Oh,
yeah.
The Wildcat.
They have a similar
caliber.
one. Then they say they stole their idea. There it is. All right, useless information. Dan Campbell was on the morning show. Hear the best of what he had to say next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Want to do something fun? Go to ESPN.com. Go down to the MLB tab. Click it for the drop-down menu. Go down to standings. When you get to the standings, if you click on that, click on wild card, you will see no team listed between the Kansas City Royals, who have the final playoff spot, and the Detroit Tigers. That's right. The Tigers gained a half game on everybody during their day off because Boston, Minnesota, and Kansas City all lost. Boston dropped back to tie Detroit, 4.5 games back. They have Detroit listed first, so I don't even care that they're tied. There's nobody between Detroit and Kansas City. And Minnesota dropped a half game. Kansas City dropped a half game. And the Tigers, don't forget, have 3 games with Kansas City. My God, they're going to play an interesting baseball game in September. Don't let this team stay hot. Now, they haven't been hot lately. The bats have not. And the question is the carriage turning into a pumpkin here a little bit? I'd love to see them break out and put up like 12 runs tonight against the Padres.
It'd be nice. It'd be nice, but that's, I believe, a difficult park.
Petco?
Offensively? Well, at least I guess. Well,
yeah,
you don't see any triples in that ballpark,
No.
I guess. But
Kyler Montero against Yu Darvish. Yu Darvish. They have a sweet line of Yu Darvish gear for sale.
Do they?
Yeah, it's like a baseball, or they got it like they're U fans, and they got like a samurai on it. It's pretty funny, but okay. Dan Campbell joined the morning show, and the thing about the morning show is they ask great questions. It's always interesting to listen to, and we like to pull, instead of replaying the whole thing, we like to pull the best of what he had to say. So they asked him about a bunch of stuff, and probably my favorite thing was. One of my favorite things was they talked about how they like to ease in the rookies, but not Terrion Arnold, who is listed as first string on the depth chart that was released yesterday. Here's what Dan Campbell had to say about the first-round pick out of Alabama. This is such a tough job for a rookie. He's going to be lined up across in the first few weeks of the season. Players like Puka Nacua, Mike Evans. Who's the beast in Seattle?
DK Metcalf.
Thank you. DK Metcalf, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, DeAndre Hopkins, all those young receivers with the Packers. I mean, it's just ridiculous how tough the job of cornerback is in the NFL.
It's impossible.
Yep.
It's impossible, and the rules are set in place that that it favors the receivers. So when you get a good corner, you want to hang on to him, and we don't. It's really hard to find those lockdown corners. And here he is stepping in as a rookie. I've high hopes for him, but I guess the way I've kind of approached it is I never expect to see lockdown corner play. I expect to see good corner play. But not necessarily where you just can't throw in a guy.
Win some and lose some, right?
Yeah. Win more than you lose, but you're going to lose because it's just set up that way.
Yeah, minimize the damage. It's about that. I mean, you just never. I think we saw it last year with Cameron Sutton, who started out the season reasonably well, and then it looked like the schedule of receivers got tougher, and he struggled.
He struggled big time.
Yeah, if you're not getting help, and I'm not sure what Aaron Glenn has dialed up to, as far as coverage helping Terrion Arnold, but if they leave him on an island, at some point he's going to get beat. The receivers are just too damn good in this league now. The Sauce Gardners, I mean, that guy, to come in and play that well that early.
It's unheard of.
It is. It's going to take him maybe a year. I don't know. Hopefully it's sooner than that, but, hopefully he, like you said, Gator, win more than you lose. And don't lose big.
What Sauce Gardner did is akin to what C.J. Stroud did last year. Come in as a rookie and just be fantastic. Like, how does that does not happen with a quarterback, and it does not happen with a defensive back, with a corner specifically. It'll happen with other positions. Running backs can hit the ground running, wide receivers can, but you don't see it from those two positions.
All right, so at one point, he was asked a question about how do you game plan for the first game, and he said, look, we go to stuff that we're confident in. We don't have film on them. They're going to be a different defense. They got a new defensive coordinator, so we rely on what we know we do well and then figure out what they're doing as the game goes on. So John Jansen asked Dan Campbell the follow-up question, okay, then, what are you confident in? Dan Campbell didn't really want to give away the game plan and said as much, but here's what he said. Okay, again, nothing really earth-shattering there. It's great when you are running the ball in the fourth quarter. Usually that means you're running out the clock. You are bleeding away, slow bleeding of opponent at the end of the game. And with this offensive line, they can do that, and they have done it, and it's great to see. And they're two running backs. I mean, Craig Reynolds is a more than competent third running back, and Sione Vaki created some people really like him and have already started giving him a nickname. The Truth, as Kane calls him. But
and the voice of an angel, too.
He does have the voice of an angel.
Did you like him singing?
It was nice.
But
very
yeah,
comfortable.
They do it. It's funny because we're all worried about the receiver spot, but when he started listing off the pass catchers, it doesn't feel like it's a group that you can't win with.
They've got a lot of weapons offensively, and I like hearing Dan Campbell say basically they want to be able to run the football because it starts with that. If you can run the football, it opens up so many other things.
Yep.
You can't key on the quarterback and pin your ears back and just go for him because you got to worry about this, and then you start committing more guys to the front line there, and allows for the quarterback to do play action. And Jared Goff is one of the best in the NFL when it comes to play action passing. And they've got receivers to throw to. And if that play action, this is why it's key with the Lions, and you look at the development of Jamison Williams. If you're running the ball successfully and then you start hitting play action and it freezes that safety for that much, it's all you need. J-Mo flies by the corner. There's no safety help. Boom, touchdowns deep.
Well, looking forward to seeing that this coming year. All right, straight ahead, more from Dan Campbell, including different team. Will you still go for it as much on fourth down? Hear what the head coach had to say today at 12:20, 12:30. Lions quarterback Jared Goff here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's NFL week, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has a special offer to kick the season off. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel at any time. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday ticket will automatically be charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Fun time. Fun time indeed. NFL season starts tomorrow. Good game, too. Baltimore, Kansas City. Friday night, Green Bay and Philadelphia from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Did you hear the debate they had on the morning show? I'm sure I know you did. Asking sort of a broad question.
Yes.
The debate on the morning show, John referred to them flying from the United States to Brazil as flying overseas. And the question was, is that overseas?
Because you could technically drive. I mean, look, it's a roundabout way. It's not the quickest way to get there.
I watched a show.
Texas and Mexico.
I can't remember if it was Apple TV or Netflix or one of them had a show called Long Way Up. And it was Ewan McGregor and his best friend motorcycling from the very tip of South America to Los Angeles.
Is it Tierra del Fuego or something like that?
Whatever it is. But sounds about right.
Yeah, way down, southern tip of Argentina or whatever.
And the thing is, they had Harley Davidson make them e-bikes, so they had to stop and charge them, and they had to install chargers like all the way. They went out of their way to install chargers for the TV show. You can imagine. But it was kind of their adventures, and they'd have to stop and charge in these towns, and they'd show what they did in the towns to kill time, and it was funny, it was interesting. But no, because of that, I don't think of it as overseas. Now they did take some ferries, rolled the bikes onto some ferries to get through areas that were a little sketchy, rainforest cartel type things.
Yeah, well, it'd be sketch McGetch. Yeah. But I said in the crosstalk, I said I guess technically it is overseas because you have to go over the Caribbean.
You probably fly. It's not like you're flying over land the whole way there.
Right.
Although if you might be able to.
But you'd have to do so. I mean, if you go from like California to Brazil, I suppose that then you're not, maybe because most of that trip is overland.
I can't imagine that the whole thing's overland. It wouldn't make.
No. That's why, I mean, I think it's technically the answer to me is yes, but is it actually? I don't think
Does
of it that way.
Feel that way?
No, because what I said to the guys in the morning show is when you talk about overseas, I think we're programmed to think east-west.
Yep.
We're programmed to think, overseas is going from, Detroit to London. That's overseas. And you're going to North America to Europe, or going from North America to Japan or to Southeast Asia or Asia, whatever.
But if you fly over a sea.
Yeah, but I'm always thinking east-west. I don't think the north-south, and yet technically it would be. And that's why I brought up, what about if you had to fly from, let's say, Germany to Cairo, to Egypt?
Right.
Because you have to go over the Mediterranean.
That's a sea.
It's a sea. Is it technically overseas? I mean, it's very small.
We can do this for hours.
We could, and
we're not going to.
What about if you flew to Hawaii? Would you say I'm going overseas?
Yeah, you know what? I don't think people do.
No, because you think
technically you are, because you're going over the Pacific Ocean to get to, it's just
because it's another
United States.
state. That's why. If Hawaii was its own country, I think people would say
overseas. Yeah, you're right.
But the language barrier.
Yeah,
always
Tua
tough.
made it.
Always tough. Boy, that's an old school reference to a post on an Alabama message board. Chattown Tider, who wanted to discuss how Tua's overcoming the language barrier, and you can see him pointing at receivers because he can't speak English because he's from Hawaii.
It's so dumb.
All right, let's get to Dan Campbell. Are you still going to go for it on fourth down? You, in theory, have a better defense, have a better kicker. Is going for it on fourth down something you're still going to do? Here's what Dan Campbell told the morning show. My instincts, I don't want him to change. And I know that really it's become a pretty big, a talking point with Dan Campbell. I think the way he coaches is a huge part of why the culture's turned around. I really buy into the players believe in him in large part because he's showing faith in every aspect. I'm showing faith in my offense that they can get this. And if they don't, I'm showing faith in my defense that, maybe you're not showing faith in the kicker, but you're showing faith in the offense and the defense. And kickers, they're a different breed anyway. But I think that's why this team buys into Dan Campbell so much.
Yeah, I don't want him to change who he is because you've got a kicker that can kick the ball 70 yards in the air. I want, and I loved his response about, look, things are situational. Every game is different. Every game plan is different. And that's how we're going to do it. He goes, I'm not going to stray too far from who I am. And, we always talk about the kicking aspect of it. Like, now they got Jake Bates and he can just blast the football. But what we don't talk about is how he might be more secure in what the defense can do that allows them to go ahead. You know what? We are going to either go for it or we're going to take an attempt on a long field goal. It doesn't matter to us if we lose the field position, if he misses the field goal, because, hey, Marcus Davenport is getting home, or Terrion Arnold and Carlton Davis are just patrolling the secondary, and you're not getting first downs. So there's a lot of positives that can come out of this season, obviously, with hopes of getting the Super Bowl. But maybe the improvements come not just because you've got a kicker that can kick it from anywhere on the field, but because the defense is improved.
Yeah, and that kicker has. I am not at a place where the kicker has necessarily earned my trust yet. But I don't think that can happen overnight with any kicker. I think it takes time.
Do you feel like that we're selling the offense a little short? Like,
why? Can
the offense get better? We've seen this offense work at a really high level. And, we just introduced a couple of rookies into the offense last year, and they were amazing. Are we expecting too much out of the offense, or do we not expect enough out of the offense?
I don't know.
We talked all summer long about not having this extra receiver that they're going to need, and Josh Reynolds was very good for the Lions. He's not a Pro Bowl player, but he was very good for this team and had the rapport and the relationship with Goff and all that. And how do you replace that? But yet this offense can be better in a couple different ways. Either they're going to, Jamison Williams could take the top off of defenses and just get all types of passing yards that way, or like Dan Campbell said, they want to run the football, and maybe they're just going to be better at running the football.
I truly expect the offense to be great and don't think about them getting better. I don't think they need to get better. I think they need to be as good as they were. And what I'm focused mostly on the improvement on the defensive side of the ball. I don't know. Is that selling them short?
I don't think he changes really much at all. Like, I truly believe if last year during the NFC title game, if he had Justin Tucker on his sidelines, he would have gone for it anyways because he wanted to go down and score a touchdown is what he wanted to do. It didn't work out. The play call, Josh Reynolds was open.
Yeah.
And then, Jared Goff had to throw it a little low to the outside because I think that's what the coverage was dictating. But that's a very catchable ball that Josh Reynolds dropped, that he makes that play during the season. I think that's just the mentality, and it's his DNA, and the players love it, and they play for him because of it.
It's funny because Mike Norvell went for it the other night in his own territory on 4th and 5, down 8, first possession of the second half, and it backfired epically, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking about it driving home yesterday. Is that a Dan Campbell type move? Is that what Dan Campbell?
Dan Campbell didn't do that stuff. I mean,
not really. He really didn't. I mean, that felt.
You know what they did? What Dan Campbell would do in that situation is the fake punt.
That's probably right.
But not going for it. Let's put the offense out there on 4th and 4 from their own 32-yard line or whatever the situation was.
All right, Jared Goff, Lions quarterback. Hear what he has to say about the opener and the season next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Jared, as always, thanks for being with us. It is freshly married, Jared Goff. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
This is such an unprecedented offseason for us and excitement going into this season. Can you compare what it's like now as to what it was like when you first got here? I mean, is there a tangible difference with this team than when you know you've got a chance to win the whole thing?
Yeah, I think the outside excitement has been fun to be around, and to go to dinner and go places, and people seem so excited, and everyone's excited to go to the games. And in the past there was I guess in that first year there was just kind of this feeling of here we go again. And I don't think they have that feeling anymore. It seems to be there. All the fans are behind us and excited. And although internally our expectations haven't really changed much from last year, and we expect to try to win this first one and then go from there. But yeah, it'll be a fun year, and we're excited to get back in front of our home fans. I think that's the most fun thing for us, is to be back in front of them, hear them get loud, hear them make it hard for the other team, and it'll be great.
Do you remember what your first impressions were of Dan Campbell before you got here, when you found out you were traded here, and then kind of compare that to where you guys are now with your relationship?
Yeah, first impression is just how passionate he is, and how much he cared, and you could tell how important this whole thing was to him. And I think now it's we've grown so much together, and I've seen him grow tremendously as a head coach, and his ability to know when to push and when to pull is as good as I've ever seen or heard of. And he's been tremendous with me in that way as well, knowing when to push me a little bit and knowing when to love me up, and everything in between. And I think, you look in hindsight now on the decisions he's made and the people he's stuck by and the people, he's put in certain positions, and, it was all for a reason. It was all intentional. And I think that's the one thing about him. He's intentional, and he'll always have our backs. I know that. And a guy that, I love playing for and hope to play for a long time.
Everyone, I'm sure, thinks that they've improved in the off season. How have you gotten better personally, and how do you think the team has gotten better?
Yeah, I think every year, you add some things to your game, and this offseason, just getting more in control of our offense, and being in the third year of a system, you can't understate how beneficial that is for not only the quarterback, but for our entire offense, offensive line, everybody, and really we're returning everyone except for one or two guys. So there's a lot of continuity there. There's a lot of conversations had where we can reference things that have happened in the past and why we do or don't want to do things. And so, yeah, for me, it's just been continue to grab that command of the offense and take to the next level.
Does that, you bring back both coordinators. Does all that mean when you get to training camp, you can start at like step 6, or you don't have to do the minor stuff for nearly as long and get into the nitty gritty and get ahead because everybody knows the system? Is that another way this helps?
Yeah, in some ways. I think you're still so much process oriented, and for us it's ball security and fundamentals, and all that stuff will never go away. But I do think, as far as scheme goes, you can kind of speed up to get to the nitty gritty a little bit quicker than you would have 2 years ago when you're going through install 1. Everyone kind of knows install 1, and we know where to line up. We know the pretty simple pass plays, and we can kind of get to install 3 and 4, a little bit quicker maybe. Because
of that continuity, and it really is amazing with all the coaches being here for this time, do you design plays in the off season and then present them to Ben Johnson or talk things over to Mark Brunell and draw it up? Hey, I was thinking about this. What do you guys think?
Yes, I do that. Ben's great about it. He always has been, and I'll come with some crazy ideas, and maybe I get 1 out of 5 in there that he said he gives me the thumbs up to, but he's great about it. He'll listen to anything, and the one thing about him that's so good is he really does listen to his players. And he tells us, he's like, hey man, give me ideas. I want to hear about them. And when we give him ideas, he will listen. That doesn't mean they're going to be used on Sunday, but he will listen and he will take them into consideration.
As the season goes on, when a Jared Goff designed play goes for a touchdown, you're going to have to let us know when we talk to you. Okay?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm not coming up with any of them from scratch, but there's certain ideas that I'll have throughout the week that will click for both of us, Ben and I, and we'll end up in the game plan. And but I won't ever take any more credit than anyone else. I think it's a full team effort, and ultimately he finds a way to fit it into the formations and the motions that we're doing that week and make it work. But yeah, if I am able to come up with one from scratch and get it in, I'll let you guys know.
We appreciate that. Is the Jameson Williams hype for real?
Yeah, man, he's done a great job. I'm not sure what the hype is externally, but internally, man, he's done a tremendous job getting himself ready to go and becoming a guy that's reliable for us and a guy that we can put the ball in his hands and big things happen. I think him and our rapport has grown so much this offseason, just being able to know that I have him. Week one, obviously the ACL and then the suspension last year, but this year, coming into April, it was like, all right, we're full steam ahead. You're going to be one of these guys in the field for us when we start the season. And he's been great, man. He really has. He's worked really hard. He's super communicative with me and collaborative. And we talk every day about what he likes, what I like, how we want to throw and run certain things. And we're very much on the same page.
And the new pieces offensively, the weapons, Isaiah Williams and Sione Vaki. I mean, young players don't exactly. I mean, eventually they're going to have to play because everybody has to play. But what are they bringing to the table that you've seen?
Yeah, I think both of them. You got a good glimpse of them in preseason. I think Vaki's he's versatile. You can throw it to him, you can hand it to him. He's a great blocker. He's obviously great at special teams, but he's versatile. We can move him around if we need to, and he can do different things with the ball in his hand, which was exciting to see. And I think Isaiah's similar, where you get the ball in his hands and good things were happening in that preseason. And he had those couple fumbles that he was hard on himself about cleaning up. But yeah, man, he's explosive and you saw it there in that last game. I'm not sure how many yards he had, but I think it was quite a few. And catches the ball well, runs good routes, and was good during the preseason.
Dan Campbell has talked about there's so many mouths to feed on the offense, and which is a good thing, all these weapons to have. But when you look at this team, how did guys improve on the year that they had last year? I mean, Laporta and Gibbs were rookies, and they had phenomenal seasons. St. Brown has gotten better every year. And, what is the ceiling?
Yeah, there isn't one. I mean, we can take this thing as far as we can go. I mean, it's limitless if we continue to work and put our head down and improve. But we've got the pieces, like you mentioned. We've got some pretty good players. Obviously, a really good O-line, good coaches. We've got everything in place, and it's about going out there and executing, and ultimately winning games. I think obviously the offensive production is something we're all after. But if we scored 20 like we scored last year, then we won the game against the Chiefs with 21 points, and felt pretty good about that. So of course you like to score 30 and 40 every week, but it's about winning the game, and our offense production will come, and we're excited to see where guys fit this year.
Opener against the Rams. Defensively, I mean, they've got some pieces that have to be a concern, but they do not have Aaron Donald any longer. How different is it preparing for a team without him in the middle?
Yeah, he was a centerpiece for them and for years. And even when I was there, obviously he was as good as anyone I've played with and played against. And it's nice not having to prepare for him. But that doesn't mean they don't have great players over there. I think Turner had a great rookie year, and he's a guy you're aware of. And then the two rookies they drafted are obviously going to be great players as well. So that's among others. They've got a lot of great players. Obviously, the highlight, like you said, is them losing Aaron. But there's a lot of guys that you're concerned about over there that you're aware of, and they're young and they're athletic and they're fast, and they're going to be coming after it.
First game doesn't make or break a season, but we were talking the other day about how this first game actually matters when it comes to possible playoff seeding. I mean, how much pressure do you guys put on for this first game?
It just as counts as all the other ones. Sure, they're an NFC opponent and a good NFC opponent, but it counts just as much as when we're in the dog days and week 8, week 9, and they all count the same. So it's fun. It's exciting. It is week 1. We get to be in front of our home fans, and it's against a really good team, a team that we were able to beat last year. But, they'll be coming back for maybe some revenge, and we got to be ready for that.
Do you pay attention to what teams do in the offseason and looking specifically at the NFC North and, kind of where things are standing with this division and how it's gotten tougher?
Of course, yeah. You see all the moves, and I think our division did get better. Every team, I think, got better, and obviously we have the Bulls out on our back now, and they'll be coming for us, and it's our job to try to defend that title.
Lastly, we heard the horrible story that Justin Herbert was stuck in an elevator for a couple of hours. And we were asking, we started talking about it on the air and how every time we get into an elevator, there's always that thought, even before this kind of happens, like it's just part of life. You think about it for half a second. Now that it's happened to a quarterback, no less. Do you think about that when you get on elevators? And have you ever been stuck in an elevator?
I haven't been stuck in one. Of course, that's like the number one thought every time you get on an elevator is like, I hope this thing doesn't get stuck. I got somewhere to be. But if you know it's only get stuck for an hour, maybe it's a little fun experience. You're kind of solving your way out of the elevator, trying to figure things out. Hopefully, there's not too many big guys in there and it gets hot and sweaty. But I don't ever hope that to happen. But it sounds like they handled it pretty well, and I thought Harbaugh's comments on it were pretty funny.
If you are stuck in there, what teammate makes it better, and what teammate would make it worse?
Ooh.
Oh gosh, what teammate makes it better? Better. Okay, Khalif Raymond.
Okay.
Mr. Positivity. He's small. He's not going to be big and sweaty. He's very athletic. He could probably fit in like a small hole if we needed him to get out and help us. And then I'll just go to the inverse. I don't want DJ Reader with me in there. It's going to be.
Well, I know you see in the red, white, and blue trucks are everywhere, and those trucks belong to the one and only plumbing and HVAC team that I trust. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and
Jared,
Cooling.
we appreciate it. We
They're
look
going to help
forward to the
keep you
season.
warm
Good luck
this
on
fall
Sunday. We'll
with
all
the
be
most
watching, and we'll talk next week.
Awesome. All right, guys. Thank you.
There he is, Jared Goff, Lions quarterback, for our weekly conversation here on 90. Doug Hirsch. Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. What a week. What a week. We got Michigan, Texas at noon on Saturday. Spartans in Maryland, 3:30 on Saturday. Lions open the season Sunday night. We got a hell of an NFL opener tomorrow night. We got a Friday night NFL game, Friday night college football, Monday night pro football. Feels like we are officially here, right?
Doug, I think we're in the football season.
Yeah, I guess tonight, too, is like the last sunset at like 8 p.m. or something like that. It just keeps getting,
Oh, boy.
yeah, earlier and earlier. So we're in football fall season here.
I got the windows open.
Did
It
you?
was in the 50s last night.
Crisp?
It was very crisp.
It feels to me like I'm probably going to have my first Oktoberfest this weekend.
I almost had my first Oktoberfest over the weekend.
Yeah.
I chose to hang on to summer a little bit longer. I had something different. It was an Oberon Shandy. So Bell's apparently makes an Oberon Shandy.
An Oberon Shandy.
Yeah, it was delicious. It almost had like I don't know if it was
I've seen
pineapple
those.
juice.
No,
It was
I've
really
seen
good.
those. Now that you mention, I saw that like the come in a 12-pack and there's 3 different flavors.
I don't know. I was out at a restaurant and a brewery place, and they had it on draft. I'm like, sure, I'll try it. I was like, that was really good.
Mm-hmm.
But it was between that and the Oktoberfest.
Yeah, I don't know. Haven't had it.
I went to the cider mill on Saturday.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
What?
Early call.
Went to the
Wow.
Franklin cider mill. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Brought some donuts and cider to my mom. And
Were
that
kids
was nice.
there? Were kids at the cider mill?
Of course, cider mill.
Were you okay?
I love seeing the kids at the cider mill. It's where they belong. Cider mill. Talking to their parents. I want this. I want the caramel apple. I want a hot dog.
Were there bees everywhere?
You know what? No, not this time. But give it another week.
God,
I'm
that's
sure there'll be plenty
Worst
of bees.
part of the cider mill.
But no, Franklin cider mill is great. It's just like going there. They have the little stream there, and see the paddles, and you can watch the whole process take place. It's great.
The forecast for this weekend is going to feel very fall. Saturday, there is a chance of rain, but the high is 60. Sunday, a high of 63.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
that's
So
just
people-
Is that supposed to be like warmer tonight and tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow it's getting up to 85. Saturday, the high is 60.
Oof.
So bundle up for that Michigan game, and tailgaters prior to the Lions, you want to bundle up for that as well, because it ain't going to be warm.
Hmm.
Yep. All right, so piggybacking on what Goff had to say about Ben Johnson, the morning show did ask Dan Campbell about the importance of bringing back the coordinators and the importance of continuity. And you heard Jared Goff's take on it. Here's what the head coach of the Lions told the morning show today. Did we
Feel
lose a
good.
cut? We
Yeah.
lost a cut there. All right.
Says he feels good, though.
Good.
Ken, you got a hunch about Ben Johnson, and it's more than a hunch. You used where did you see him?
Well, so I watched Inside the Den, the last episode the Lions, have done, which is they're all great, right?
Yep.
And they basically the last episode was the preseason leading up to week 1, and they go through not just that, but the journey that this team, Jared Goff, has been through the last 3 years in a way. They had Goff in his car, I think, his SUV or something, or a truck, and they gave him a laptop, and they showed him his first press conference when he got to Detroit. And, just answering questions, what he expected, all that stuff. And to look back at where they came from to now, They had the music going, so it's kind of really cool emotionally. Just the lows. I mean, he got basically scapegoated in L.A.
Mm-hmm.
He basically got sent here to be a bridge gap quarterback and then go away. But that's not how it turned out, right? I mean, the saying is they sent him to the pack and he came back leading the pack, right?
Yeah.
Now they're on the verge of possibly being, they're one of the Super Bowl contenders, legit Super Bowl contenders. And so they're showing all this footage, and then they show not just Goff, but they show Ben Johnson and how he talked about why he decided to come back and how it's kind of like unfinished business. They love Campbell, Aaron Glenn saying the same thing. They've all been through this together, this journey together, and they want to see it finish out in the most perfect way possible, which is the Super Bowl. And because we all thought, and most of us, I think Gator held more hope than us, that Ben Johnson was as good as gone last season. I mean, you have that type of year, you're young, you get head coaching money, it's different money than coordinator money. I thought it was a complete pipe dream to have him come back. But then when I hear Ben Johnson talk inside the den, I understood it. And then it gave me this, I had 0% chance he would come back, but I've moved off of that. And maybe, just maybe, guys, that he is a lifetime coordinator here. I mean, listen,
he can be our Norm Chow.
And I don't think it's likely. But there's a chance because I think not only do the players play for Campbell, I think the coaches coach for Campbell too, and they love all three of these guys, the two coordinators, and you throw in Fipp if you want to as well. They love working with Campbell, and they all have the same vision, the same culture, and the same mindset. So I think there is that outside shot that you keep your coordinators longer than just this year.
And you brought up a great point off the air a couple of days ago when we were talking about this initially, and that is there's no salary cap for the coaching staff. You can pay them whatever you want to pay them. And I have to believe that the Detroit Lions are making a lot of money right now. You print money in the NFL anyway. But when you're a winning team, you print additional money because of, honestly, because of local advertising and because of foam fingers and more jerseys and all the merchandising that goes on and more people. You got a packed house every week.
The excessive foam finger income.
Everything that goes into it. You're making a boatload of money. So if they have to, I imagine that they'd be more than happy to up his salary to keep him around because this has been working. Knock on wood that it continues to work, and I hope that it continues to stay because I think it's one of the most underrated things in football is continuity with the coaching staff.
Well, you guys heard Campbell just speak about it and how huge it is.
Yep.
And there's no cap in the coaches. So why couldn't you put in a stipulation in Ben Johnson's contract that says you will always be the highest paid offensive coordinator in the league? If someone else hits that mark, we might not be able to give you head coaching money, but we're going to be as close as we can.
So the thing about it is, when he made this decision, I made some calls, and one of the responses, somebody, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I know Ben Johnson, but somebody who knows him better than me said he thought that Ben Johnson is so comfortable and happy in this job that it keeps him here. And I know people like this who are like, hey, I love my job. Mm-hmm. I'm getting well paid. And while everybody else seems to think you got to go make this jump, why would I?
Right.
And, that's the old, I'm making enough money. I'm going to get a raise out of this. Why would I leave? Why would I leave a job that I love for what would be, the one argument that always gets you is you go, well, here's why. Because if you work the next 15 years of doing this job, you will make the same money in 3 years if you leave. And that's where I think you really get people. But look, we are fortunate. And if we can keep the two of them, if they are both wired that way, I don't know if AG is, but Ben Johnson has turned down jobs a little surprisingly 2 years ago and very surprisingly this year. So maybe Kang's hunch is right. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Additionally, have you seen the Mega Millions?
Did somebody win it last night?
No, they did not. So we're going to play another game of Would You Buy? It's been a while.
Wow.
We'll get to that at 106 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. We still don't know who the 53rd man on the Lions roster is going to be.
I don't think we will until Sunday.
Well, so the big news, I mean, the injury news is DJ Reader. DJ Reader practiced yesterday. He felt good. DJ Reader is going to, they have today off. He's going to practice again tomorrow. And if he still feels good, that would be a very good sign for him being ready to go on Sunday. So they're kind of monitoring that. If he can't go, they'll likely activate Pecco to play, is the guess. Although Chris Smith is on the practice squad as well, right, King? Yeah. But it also looks really weird to look down at this depth chart and only see 4 wide receivers. Jamison Williams and Khalif Raymond are listed with no backup. Amon-Ra St. Brown has Isaiah Williams listed after him, which is pretty amazing considering he was an undrafted free agent, and he's managed to not only make the team, he's one of only 4 wide receivers that will suit up on Saturday night. I guess he knows he most likely won't be a game day scratch. The one thing about that, he won't be an inactive. Don't they have to make, like, is it 7 or 9 guys inactive?
It's like 6 or something.
Yeah, it's I don't know why they do that.
I don't know. I don't either. I have no idea why they force teams to make players inactive. You have a roster for a reason. Let them all be active.
And didn't they also get rid of the emergency quarterback designation so you can't suit up a third quarterback without him taking up a roster spot? Isn't that a new rule? When they used to allow you, the third quarterback didn't allow towards your game day actives, but it's like they're trying to make it really, really hard to piece together a roster, which is not thrilling in any way. It doesn't add to the enjoyment of the game. If anything, it might take away from the enjoyment of the game. But I guess the Lions in their situation have the luxury of having Jahmyr Gibbs who can line up in a slot, Sam Laporta who can line up as a slot receiver. They've got some flexibility there. So we'll see how it plays itself.
Well, they just have a ton of weapons. I mean, even if they had a 5th receiver on the roster, I mean, how often are you seeing the 5th receiver, in the game other than special teams? So the fact that it's the depth chart lists 3 starting wide receivers. I don't know how often the Lions are going to go with a 3 wide receiver set. Mm-hmm. So I mean, I could see an awful lot of a 2 with a tight end and a running back.
Yeah. Okay. Mega Millions. The drawing is going to be north of $741 million on Friday night. Now, I believe the drawing comes late, right? Is this an 11 p.m. drawing?
Yes.
Okay. For Mega Millions. We do something called Would You Buy?
What's it up to? They're expected to be
north of $741 million.
Yeah, it's the 7th highest in Mega Millions history, Gator, and the other ones above it are in the billions.
Man, I mean, you're talking probably netting somewhere between $250 and $300 million when all is said and done after taxes.
Yeah, we do this because you guys buy the dream. You guys buy tickets. I do not, and so I just ask the questions. I am not allowed to participate in buying I don't buy the dream, so I'm not allowed to participate. These are the rules of the Carson Anderson program. So I just come up with the questions. If the drawing's at 11 p.m. Friday night and you hit $741 million, would you be at a suite in Ann Arbor Saturday or College Park Saturday or downtown Detroit Sunday night? Now, I know the money doesn't turn around that quickly, but you would be able to, I'm sure, secure funding to go ahead and do that. Would you immediately cash in and either go to the Michigan or Michigan State game in a suite on Saturday or go to the Lions game in a suite on Sunday night? And just party.
It's interesting because I have opportunity to go to the Michigan game on Saturday, and I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to Maryland to watch Michigan State play. So I was thinking about, is there another college game that I would want to go to and experience that kind of game day atmosphere? And maybe would I want to like do something at Nebraska?
For Nebraska, Colorado?
Yeah. Because everything I hear about Nebraska fans, they say they're awesome.
They are.
They're great. They're welcoming.
Yep.
They come out, they support their team, and now you've got a rival coming back to Lincoln and facing them in Colorado. That might be cool, but
You went off the board. I'm a
I
little
did.
surprised. This is one of the more surprising answers we've gotten out of you.
Yeah. I think I might. I think if I won that, then maybe I'd get like a suite in Nebraska, and I'd start thinking about every week where do I want to go next for my next college experience.
Wow, look at you. Okay.
Or do it several times during the year anyway.
Kang, would you be in a suite Saturday or Sunday?
I would strongly consider the Rams game, the Rams-Lions game,
Yeah.
Sunday night in a suite. That'd be the one I'd strongly consider. I don't have the freedom as much as Gator does because the kids.
Yeah.
They're always there.
They could come to the game.
Yeah,
sweet.
It's not going to be as fun, dude. I mean,
dude, hire a babysitter.
yeah,
while they were in the
that
suite
that
with
would
them.
be the way in because the wife would want to come for sure. But yeah, I'd strongly consider the Lions-Rams game.
Okay, question number 2. Would you try and secure Super Bowl tickets, book a room in New Orleans, and plan your trip now, which might save you a little money, but still cost a boat ton of money? Would you move early on Super Bowl tickets just in case? Or would you wait?
I suppose I'd try. I mean, at worst, what happens is if the Lions don't make it, I could always sell them on a secondary market and make the money back.
Yep.
But if the Lions do make it, then I ain't giving that up. That'd be great. So I suppose I could make that phone call. Those
Kang,
calls.
would you be working on it? Would you be working on some new headphones? What the hell just
Yeah,
happened?
my headphones just snapped.
Oh, that sucks, dude.
First of all, I'd buy new headphones.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I'd be on it. Definitely. Super Bowl for sure. I mean, what's the consolation prize? You have tickets to the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Or a suite to the Super Bowl? And then if the Chiefs make it, I'll sell it to Taylor Swift.
There you go.
At quite the markup, I'm sure.
Of course, you can afford it.
All right, this question feels like it's a little bit more for Kang than Gator, but Topps has come out with a card. They've actually released a bunch of cards for $11. It is an Olympic card with Steph, LeBron, and Kevin Durant all on this card. You can buy it ahead of time for $11, but one card has the autograph of all three. So you take your chances. I mean, your chances are you're not going to get it. But that one card already, somebody's put a bounty on that card for $500,000.
Mm-hmm.
Would you try and secure this card for more than $500,000? Would you up the bounty to get this card? And
I
that's
would
why
not-
it's more
well,
for Kang than Gator.
I still have a collection of cards, but nothing that's really spectacular like this would be. I just don't know what to do with it after I have it. Like I'd want to put it on display somewhere, but then I'd have to start like a real collection of great stuff. So that $500,000 turns into probably a couple $1 million to have a worthy display. So I'm probably not on board with that.
You don't want to dedicate that kind of money
No,
to
I'd
collectibles.
rather dedicate it to another collectible. So
And Kang, what about you?
If only you collected something, Gator.
yeah, if it was just something.
Like guitars. Yeah, you know what? That's a great question, Doug. And if I hit the Mega Millions, I'd do it. I think I'd up the bounty on it because here's the reason why. Obviously, I love collecting cards and things like that, but there's a lot of quote-unquote one-of-ones out there.
Yeah.
But I think this is a true one-of-one to have those three players who have never signed a card together, the same card, and the story behind it. It's not just any card. It's the gold medal that, the Steph Curry run the last 2 games. Obviously, LeBron and Durant are going to be Hall of Famers. I think this card is worth it. And down the line, as with collectibles, they become not just something you can show off, but they're investments.
The thing is, if I were to buy this, I feel like I would have to buy the other one, the one from the late 70s or 1980, whatever it was, with Magic Bird and
You could
the
get
Dr.
that.
J.
With that kind of money, yeah.
Yeah.
The rookie cards of all three of those guys.
They had that. It was the same type of thing with all 3 players on the same card.
Yeah.
I feel like you'd have to do that just to have kind of the matching set, if you will.
That'd be cool to have for sure.
That would be cool.
Now, is that one autographed?
No, that's not. But there are people that have gotten it autographed by each player, and then they've gotten authenticated, and that's pretty cool too. That's worth even more.
All right, there you go. Another edition of Would You Buy. Good luck to you two.
Thanks.
Wish you nothing,
Thank you.
nothing but the best
Good
of
luck,
luck.
Gator.
Good luck, Kang.
248-539-97.
Good luck to you too, Doug.
Just in general, yeah. Good
Well,
luck.
I mean, you know how this my standing offer
Oh.
is there.
Yes.
Yeah, Doug, you owe Gator for offering that.
I mean, I got 1.5 kids left to put through school for you.
Yep.
If I were to win.
For people to know,
your two beautiful daughters.
Gators made the offer if he ever hits the Mega Millions or Powerball, he will pay for our kids' college. Now, to be clear, I am saving anyway. But I thank you very much.
I mean, it's a nice little nest egg you can have for after they graduate. That now you can put this towards something else.
Yep.
That nest egg you're saving for college.
Yep, I do really appreciate this offer.
It's there.
Yeah, do you appreciate this offer, Doug?
I appreciate this offer.
What? Did you just go the air quotes?
He went air quotes on you.
Yeah. Yes, I appreciate.
Hey, I don't know. I don't appreciate the air quotes. It's as if you're saying, and I know what you're really saying, but here's the other message it's telling me is that you don't think that I would do that. And then, of course, your counter will be, it's not that.
It's not that.
It's that I don't think you're going to win.
Exactly.
I'm just saying, if it's out there, if I win, I think it's a pretty big tab I'm picking up.
It's a huge tab you're picking up, and
it's not like I'm saying, hey, beer's on me tonight. I mean,
really appreciate the offer.
Again.
All right, NFL executives predict the NFL MVP, the top rookies, the breakout player. Do the Lions get any love? We will get to that today at 1:20 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, like me being reliable when it comes to if I were to win the lottery, I would say I would put Doug's kids through school.
Thank you.
I'm reliable with that. Here's what else is reliable. The great folks over at Precision Garage Door. I've had issues in my garage doors over the years, and I had Precision Garage Door come out. They came out without any issue whatsoever. In fact, because I scheduled an appointment online, you can do that. And they're going to work on a time that works for you and your schedule, not just their schedule. It works for your schedule. They're available weekends at no extra charge, which is pretty awesome. And when they came out right away, diagnosed the issue. They were able to fix it on site, and I was very happy with that. And eventually ended up getting new garage doors through them anyway, further on down the road. If you mention 97.1 The Ticket, they're going to waive your service fee, which is pretty great. So if you want your garage doors done right, do what I did and call Precision Garage Door today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
I watched the Texas-Colorado State game, finished it last night. Texas does something interesting. They put 2 guys deep for punt returns. I feel like they're setting something up.
Yeah?
Yep.
Just messing?
I don't know if they're just messing or they're like, no, this is how we normally do it. And then there's going to be some cross-field pass or something. So.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
I mean, keep teams on their toes.
Yep. Just a hunch.
Just a hunch.
Just a hunch.
Just a hunch.
All right, ESPN did one of these things where they talk to NFL executives and get their predictions. They didn't really go into the details. Like we talked to 20, including 10 coaches, 3 scouts, 4 GMs, and 3 other people in the personnel departments, whatever it is. They usually give the details, but they didn't. They just said a story says we asked league executives and scouts to sort out who will be holding hardware when the 2024 season ends, from MVPs to Rookie of the Year and top coach. Here are some of the answers. MVP. Now they'll have who they have the executives choosing and others that received votes.
Okay.
Okay. Do you think that anybody on the Lions got some MVP love?
No.
Okay. Do you think anybody in the Lions got some MVP love?
No, probably not.
The league MVP, according to the coaches, scouts, and executives in the NFL, goes to Patrick Mahomes.
What?
He is the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, that came out of left field.
Others receiving votes. Dak Prescott, Dallas Cowboys.
Well, the voting is done before the playoffs.
Yep. Josh Allen, Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow, Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah. We'll see if how he does without Jamar Chase.
Jordan Love, Green Bay Packers.
Mm-hmm. That's insulting, but go ahead.
It's a quick ascension, isn't it?
A little insulting.
And Tua Tagovailoa for the Miami Dolphins.
Well, Tua's good. So was Jordan Love, but Jordan Love's insulting because Jared Goff's not getting any consideration.
None.
See, I was wondering if someone would give him, like, throw him a bone
They
almost.
don't like him, King.
No, but this
Executives and the scouts and all this stuff, they don't like Jared Goff.
So this is the MVP you said, Doug, right?
Yeah.
This is regular season MVP. So the playoff thing didn't matter with Dak, right? I mean,
That's why I say that's why Dak would be there, yeah.
So Tua, Doug, as much as I know you kind of just joke and whatever, he might put up some, prolific numbers.
Huge numbers.
Yeah,
Look, I have questions about him as, whether his personality, leader of a team, how he'll play in the locker room, and his health. And at this point, it's kind of been, there's been good and bad. The numbers are great, but he has been hurt a bunch. But anyway, go ahead.
No, but I mean, Goff to be in consideration, I think the Lions would have to go like 14-3, something like that, right?
Yep.
Because then you cannot ignore that kind of record. So who's leading that team? It's the quarterback,
right? But like, what do you think if the Packers go 10-7? They've got an MVP candidate. You know what I mean?
I totally understand what you mean. I mean, he just leapfrogged Jared Goff.
There is no respect for Jared Goff in the league.
I don't know if I'd say no respect, but I feel like it's very easy for some reason to kind of just dismiss our guy.
I honestly, why do they do it? The Lions don't have like this 1-2 combination of receivers that other teams do. They have good receivers. Don't get me wrong. Amon-Ra St. Brown he's borderline, if not elite. But Jameson Williams hasn't arrived yet.
You know what's funny about this? Is I think before, when we had Matt Stafford here, when these kinds of things would come up, people around the league loved Matt Stafford.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Stafford got a lot more love from people around the league than Jared Goff gets.
Yeah. I don't know why.
I don't either.
Neither quarterback is mobile. Are they just wowed because Stafford has that arm talent?
Might be weird, sort of Sean McVay backdoor respect.
Good old boy stuff.
Because Sean McVay's so good and he didn't want him, so we can't. I don't know.
Sean McVay's so good.
Yeah.
Goff's not flashy, man.
Sean McVay.
Dude.
Well, Goff doesn't have that cannon arm. I think that's Stafford's angle, is he does have a rocket for an arm. And Goff's arm's not weak or anything, but it's not.
No, but
it's not Josh Allen or Matt Stafford.
But what makes Goff great is above the shoulders.
Sure,
it's between the ears. It's that football knowledge he has. I mean, Brady was great. Didn't have the great arm.
Yep.
Brady wasn't mobile. And Goff is not Tom Brady. Don't get me wrong, but he's Brady-esque.
You heard that quote, though, the soundbite we played from Dan Campbell about how much more they can do offensively because our quarterback is so smart.
Yeah.
That's the pre-snap indicators, the post-snap confirmation. That is knowing where to go with the football. That is great accuracy.
Well, keep
ability
undervaluing
quickly.
how good our quarterback is.
So.
That's fine.
Next up, Offensive Player of the Year. Do you think any Lion got a vote for Offensive Player of the Year?
Yes.
Kane, do you? And who would it be?
I'm trying to think if they both got it or if just one of them got it.
I think Gibbs has an outside shot at it. Because if he pulls up and does like a 900 and 900 type season, 900 receiving, 900 rushing, piles up a bunch of touchdowns. The only thing is Montgomery, he's going to get the goal line stuff. So, but I think Gibbs has an outside shot Offensive Player of the Year.
I think Gibbs has an outside shot, and I think St. Brown has an outside shot.
Offensive Player of the Year, Tyreek Hill, wide receiver, Miami Dolphins. Others receiving votes. Bijan Robinson, Atlanta Falcons. Breece Hall, New York Jets. Jamar Chase, Cincinnati Bengals. And that's it.
What?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, Christian McCaffrey got votes too. Weird.
Bijan Robinson.
Yep.
People are very high on him this year. As far as fantasy purposes, which would mean a lot of stats for Offensive Player of the Year.
Because they feel like they'll actually give him the ball.
Yes, I know. It's never happened. That's why they're every year they keep saying, this is the year. This is the year. I know he's only been in the league a couple of years, but they think this is the year.
Well, this will be his second year, yeah. Who was the other one there? It was like, what?
Breece Hall.
Breece Hall.
Another guy that's...
Another guy, I imagine, is a big fantasy running back, but...
I mean, stats get you offensive.
That's
indeed.
why I bring up the fantasy point of view.
Yeah.
But how different are those stats compared to Jahmyr Gibbs?
Well, they're getting the bulk over there. Gibbs is going to be hurt by a lot of mouths to feed, like Coach Campbell said.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he had 945 rushing last year, and he added... What did he add on the receiving wise? Another 316. So he's got a ways to go there. Breece Hall, was he hurt for a little bit last year?
Yeah.
But Breece Hall last year had 994 rushing. Well, he played all 17 games. 994 rushing, and he had 591 receiving. They're not far away.
No, he wasn't getting it at all, but obviously he didn't have Aaron Rodgers, so I think they're projecting Aaron Rodgers to help him.
Who?
Darkness, retreat, man.
Sorry, who?
Yep.
Oh, that
guy, yeah.
Captain Achilles?
Exactly. We'll continue this a little bit later on. Let's swing around the country with some college football stuff next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Doug here. As a Michigan guy, all Michiganders, we know how tough our roads can be, and they're about to get worse with the winter season right around the corner. If you've been in an accident, you need someone who's got your back. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine, right? You go to a specialist. So why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization matters. And that's where my friend Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law come in. If one of my friends or family needs help, I'm connecting them with the team at Michigan Auto Law. They specialize in auto and truck accidents, and that is what you want from your attorney, right? They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're having a great Wednesday. Whew. Got an NFL game tomorrow, NFL game Friday. Huge local weekend of college football. Lions debut Sunday. Man, good times. Good times indeed.
We have an NFL game Friday?
Yes, we do.
Eagles and Packers?
Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yeah, it's overseas.
So
man.
that's the game overseas. I got you. Yeah.
Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a DJ in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, DJ?
Doug and Gator, what up, though, Kane? Y'all good?
We're good,
great,
man. How are you
DJ.
doing?
No, I'm good. Everything cool. So check this out, man. The last time I brought this to y'all attention, man, y'all got me up out of here, man. Y'all said, DJ, thanks for the call. Y'all got me up out of here. I'm going to tell y'all again. That's what y'all hit me with. DJ, thanks for the call. Listen, man, I'm going to tell y'all what's going on from people who are not around from this area, dude. People around from this area know. Sean McVay knew it. Other people know it. Jared Goff is above average, minus our offensive line. That means we know he can play. He can play. Mm-hmm. But with our offensive line, I keep hearing you guys say, oh, he doesn't have any start. Yes, he does. He has an all-pro tackle. He has an all-pro center. So any quarterback that can play is going to look good in that system. And people who are not from around here know that. Now, to your point that you brought up, Matthew Stafford got all the love in the world, guys. If you remember, you know why? Because when you looked at Matt Stafford, you seen that cannon of an arm, you seen that dog intangible to come back, and people knew, even though he didn't have anything around it, you can look and see he had it. And that's what's going on with Goff, man. That's what it is.
Well, look, I mean, I think Jared Goff is a top 10 quarterback in this league, and I don't think he's 10th. But he's played at times like I wouldn't rather have any other quarterback with Ben Johnson. I mean, and he seems like he's perfect here in Detroit. He's perfect for what they're trying to get done. And, you know, I mean, if you have Patrick Mahomes, great, but you aren't going to run the same offense as you run with Jared Goff.
So Doug, again, man, like I don't think he's bad. You get what I'm saying? But I'm being devil's advocate for people who are not from around here. Of course, people around always think. I'm just telling you why because y'all say he gets no respect. I'm telling you what the people who play against him and the people who scout, you know, whatever the case may be, the NFL experts. I'm telling you what they're seeing. What they're seeing is a dude who is above average that gets what they line in the system that makes him good to borderline good. You take that away, they're like, Case in point, you got the Barry Sanders and Emmitt Smith argument for years. Anybody with eyeballs could see that Barry Sanders had it. Emmitt Smith was very good too, but anybody with eyeballs knew that he had that offensive line to make him that much better.
Well, I guess
you know what I'm saying? That's what's going on with golf.
At the end of the day, and thank you for the phone call, DJ. I'm not hustling you off. You're supposed to get 60 seconds. You're over 2 minutes.
There he goes.
However, at the end of the day, I really don't care. We talk about this stuff because it's talking points. Just win the damn football games. Last year, they won 12. They won 2 playoff games. And I think this guy can win you a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Gator, don't you think people are just underestimating or appreciating
100%.
Because they think he's not spectacular. We get as far as he can't run.
He can't run.
He doesn't have this cannon for an arm, right?
And we're not seeing the highlights where he throws the ball downfield
or behind the back
for touchdown.
You know,
he can't even throw the ball behind the back. He hasn't even done that yet.
Nobody can do that.
I get
That's
that.
ridiculous.
But it's not easy to do what he's doing. Is my point. And people, just because he looks so normal doing it, I think people underappreciate. I mean, it's actually tough. If that was that easy, they could get anybody to go in there and do it. And we saw what Nate Sudfeld did. That's what you look like if you don't know what you're doing and you're not good at it.
That's a great point.
Yes, but there's also a major difference between being a bad quarterback in the NFL and being an above-average quarterback in the NFL, to DJ's point. And I won't belabor that, but what I would say is, what if you looked at, like in 2022, and you look at the San Francisco 49ers?
Yeah.
And Jimmy Garoppolo did well with the Niners, but they didn't want to continue with him. They like Brock Purdy. Garoppolo goes elsewhere and is awful, but Purdy's flourishing with the Niners. Is Purdy going to be in the same category as Jared Goff?
It might be.
Or does he get the chance because, well, he actually played for a Super Bowl? I don't know. You know what? You're right. It's not.
Just win the damn games,
yeah,
right?
That's all I care
win the
about.
damn
Just
games.
win.
All right, real quick, let's finish this up. Offensive Rookie of the Year. Do you think any Lion gets any picks for Offensive Rookie of the Year?
No.
The Caleb Williams gets the vote of executives and scouts in the NFL. No Lion gets votes. Defensive Rookie of the Year. Do you think the Lions get any love for Defensive Rookie of the Year?
I think Terrion Arnold gets some love for that.
He does not. Byron Murphy of Seattle gets the pick with Jared Verse, Dallas Turner getting votes. Comeback Player of the Year, Aaron Rodgers. Do you think any Lion gets some love for that?
No, because he got hurt again.
I think Levi Onwuzurike could be that, but nobody knows about it yet. And by nobody, I mean nobody outside of Detroit.
No Joe Burrow?
Burrow got votes. Also receiving votes, Kirk Cousins, Jalen Phillips, Joe Burrow, and Anthony Richardson.
Is this the SI one?
This is ESPN.
I just don't understand.
Because I saw one from SI where they had like 8 writers pick all the same type of stuff, and one had Defensive Rookie of the Year, Ennis Rakestraw.
Really?
Yes.
Rakestraw.
Interesting. Breakout player in the NFL. Think any Lion got that? Or any
J-Mo?
votes? The number 1 pick was Jamison Williams, Detroit Lions,
Hope so.
with others getting votes. And Coach of the Year, do you think Dan
better.
Campbell? Yeah. Coach of the Year, they picked D'Amico Ryans, but votes for Matt LaFleur, Jim Harbaugh, Dan Campbell, Doug Peterson, and others. So that concludes that piece.
You know what? I think this may be Campbell's last window of opportunity for Coach of the Year. Because after your team is good, you're no longer eligible because they just assume.
Right.
Unless you win a Super Bowl.
No, because.
Although I guess all that stuff is done beforehand, before the playoffs. So.
But yeah, Andy Reid will never sniff another Coach of the Year, ever.
It's even worse in basketball. Like, no matter what you think of him, like I don't think Phil Jackson ever won a Coach of the Year.
Right, because it's like, oh, well, anybody can coach that team.
Yeah,
because that's fact.
And the thing is, he'll win Coach of the Year if Patrick Mahomes gets hurt and they win the Super Bowl anyway.
That's the only way.
Yeah, Phil would have won if Michael Jordan let him win.
That's a good point.
Or Kobe Bryant.
All right, so Stoney is in for Senor Valente, and Rico is here as well. How are you guys doing today?
Good.
Going pretty good. Pretty good.
You getting fired up for the weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not?
Yes. Creeping ever closer.
Good tailgating. Good football at Ford
Cold.
Field.
It's going to be, well, it's not going to be cold, but it's going to be in the 60s.
Okay, so this possesses a problem then because it's a maize out, and the only maize/yellow I have is a T-shirt.
Well, you're
Will
going
it
to have
be
to get a
too chilly?
sweatshirt.
Are you going to be in the stands or going to be in the
Stands?
You know what? How about we all take up a collection and start a GoFundMe for Stoney?
For Mr. Stone, get himself a long
Because
sleeve.
Stoney is so poor, he needs a new hoodie.
Well, they did. The funny thing is, I do know that they only do the maize out thing earlier in the year because nobody has a maize jacket. Very
Right.
few people have maize jackets, but
You don't have a yellow hoodie?
No.
blanket?
No. I have
You don't have a Wyoming hoodie?
I have two hoodies, one the national championship one and one the other one. And
I
then
guess I didn't
that's
know
about
that this was.
I mean, in fairness, Stoney won't buy new headphones. So
Right.
yeah, where'd you get these?
These are Heather's, her spare.
Yeah.
Because for some reason my
Are you serious?
iPods won't work. Yeah, these are Heather's.
I just thought you were trying to be fashionable.
No,
like,
me fashionable?
Tony's rocking.
There's
the
no
purple,
attempt. There's no
the
attempt
lavender
there ever. But
Exactly.
what do you guys got planned coming up next?
You know, we may start with. You said this interesting weekend coming up.
Yep,
You got the Tigers in a big series.
huge.
You got the Lions. You know, Sunday night Rams, Michigan, Texas. So we had the question, and it was an interesting answer. Of the 3 events going on this weekend, because I don't think anybody besides me and Gators watching Michigan State and Maryland.
Come on, the Fighting Loxleys they're going after.
Of the 3 events, you could only watch one, and the one you watch, you get the outcome that you desire. Which is it?
So you watch the entire Tiger,
The Tigers will sweep the weekend.
You get whatever you get to watch.
Whatever it is you
but
watch.
you can't watch the other
You
two.
cannot watch the other 2.
God, I feel like I'm sitting at a sports bar, and my friend just asked me an incredibly difficult question. I'm going to have to get another drink.
Yes.
And think about it.
Go ahead.
Well, that means I did my job.
Happy hours started.
that's a good question.
I'll probably take the Maize and Blue over Texas.
You know what? Somebody said the same thing.
Yeah. All right.
Is that the same game or the same thing?
No, the same thing. Like there was
fine.
3 different responses.
I
out
know
there.
that. I know that person is not you.
Well, I asked the question, so I was the facilitator.
Oh, you abstained?
I abstained.
Fair enough.
Gotcha.
So
All right. Well, look, get the people's answer on that next. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Well, that's Kenny's concubine, right? Jennifer?
Yeah. David, where's the Kenny one at? Oh. There we go. Rico Beard, Michael Stone. Mike is in for Mike Valeni. By the way, we will be broadcasting live from Vegas tomorrow.
By the way, Rico, I give you tons of credit. I mean, because you are just sucking it up, whereas your partner, I guess, can't work the day before he gets on a flight or the day of that he gets on a flight.
Yes.
Now, is he on your flight or is he out there already?
Oh, he's out there already. He's at the Circus Swim already.
Okay.
Oh, no. Come on. No. It'll just be me and Evan.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right.
So, no. It's the cost of being the diva. He's the Diana Ross, so he gets to go out there a day early and just live it up and live large. Hey, don't hate me because it's true.
I'm praising you.
All right, Michael Stone in till 6 o'clock. Okay, guys, we're going to go behind the curtain for a second for you listeners. Because a lot of times we'll sit around the table, we'll come up with different topics, and sometimes the topics just happen. I was talking with David because a lot's going on this weekend. You got the Michigan-Texas game. You got the Lions opening night against the Rams. Matthew Stafford coming home. Kelly's keeping the kids in L.A. so nobody boos them. And if you haven't been paying attention, the Tigers, they're still relevant. Depending on what happens in the next couple of days, they're fighting for that last wild card spot. So I'm asking David this question. I'm going to ask you, the listener, as well. 248-539-9797. This weekend, with everything going on, we'll go under the assumption that the Tigers win the next two games.
Okay.
Okay?
Sure.
They're heading into this weekend series. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You can only watch one of the three things because, as I said, I don't think that too many people are going to be watching the Michigan State-Maryland game outside of myself.
No.
So, Michigan-Texas, Lions-Rams, or the Tigers weekend series. You can watch one, and the one that you watch, you will get the exact outcome that you want. Which one are you choosing? I asked this question, people, because I got three different answers. I asked Stoney, I asked David, I asked Kenny. I got three different answers. Each one was picking a different event from this weekend and watching it because they want the outcome that you want. If you like the Tigers, you're going to watch the Tigers, you're going to get that outcome. Michigan, you're going to get Michigan. They will beat Texas. Lions, they're going to beat the Rams.
Right.
And the Rams, no slouches. A lot of people have the Rams to win the NFC West this year.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why the Lions beating the Rams is important, that could be a tiebreaker game right off the bat.
It could be a seeding game. Absolutely. Okay. Now, if you don't pick a particular event, that doesn't mean that team is going to lose either, though. Right?
Right. You guarantee
right.
This one happens.
Yes.
Yeah, because for me, I'm going to ask you. I'll let you guys answer first. 248-539-9797. David, I asked you to start this with.
Yes.
Who did you pick?
It's been so long for the Detroit Tigers. I'm choosing the Detroit Tigers because I want that result, okay? We haven't been in the playoffs since 2014. It's been 10 years since we've been in the playoffs.
Yep.
Getting that result this weekend would mean we are that much closer to getting back to the playoffs. We would have a series coming up with the team right in front of us, the Kansas City Royals, that would put us in prime position to make the move to be the last wild card in the playoffs. So I'm going for the Tigers.
So you're bypassing the line. I get it. You're a Steelers fan.
So I'm bypassing the Lions easily. So yes.
But Michigan, you're a Michigan fan.
I am bypassing Michigan.
You got Texas.
Yeah. But here's the thing. I don't believe, and I've said this for a while. I've even said it's even on our college football predictions. I don't think Michigan's making the playoff, and I don't think a win versus Texas is changing that.
So you got the Tigers sweeping the A's in Oakland.
Yes.
David's taking the Tigers. Kenny, you were next.
Yeah, so the way that David feels about Michigan is kind of the way I feel about the Tigers. I don't think they're for real, and the Lions
are in fact for real. So them winning tiebreaker game, like you said, it's much bigger in the NFL. So yeah, I'm taking the Lions here.
Well, there's only one of the three teams that I definitely think is for real, and that's the Lions. But they can afford to lose one of 17. The Tigers, you're asking me to sit through 3 straight games against the Oakland A's in that ballpark, watching that?
But you're getting the result.
You're getting a sweep.
Want.
I'm sorry. Give me.
And this is based off of they just took 2 from San Diego.
Right, which ain't happening, but for our argument, it is. I'm going to go with Michigan because I don't think Michigan's that good either. But if they beat Texas, then suddenly I'm feeling a lot better about that football team. Because if you're going to go by, and everybody's gone by last week, right? Michigan didn't look good, right?
No, they didn't look good.
They didn't look good. I agree. Well, who are the 2 teams that everybody says besides Texas that you're really worried about? Oregon and Ohio State. Well, Ohio State looked great against the horrible Akron team. Oregon arguably played a worse team than Michigan played, and they only won by 10 points either.
Did you watch any of that Oregon game?
I saw some highlights. They dominated for
Stoney,
parts of the game.
None of that game made any sense.
Yeah, I know.
They should have won by 50.
Dan Lanning made some ridiculous decisions as well.
And you're like, wait, you're only up. I think they were up by 3 in the fourth.
And they're going for it and stuff like that.
You throw for Dylan Gabriel threw for 400 yards. Like,
I know.
What is going on here? But so you're taking Michigan.
I'm taking Michigan because I think I need that as a fan. And we might get into this later to, I don't know, remedy this season that I think is going to happen.
Stoney's taking Michigan. Davis taking the Tigers. He's taking a sweep. He wants to see the Tigers actually compete because it's been over 10 years before they made since they made the playoffs. Kenny, he's ready.
Kenny's taking Georgia over Tennessee Tech. And how do they play? I think something like that.
I don't think he needs to worry about that. I think Kenny's fine with that. Kenny is taking the Lions. 248-539-9797. I'm going to ask you, the people. You have the scenario. You can only watch one. And the one that you watch, you will get the outcome that you want. Are you taking Michigan, Texas? Are you taking the Lions and the Rams, and the Lions beating the Rams? Or are you taking the Tigers sweeping the A's and putting them that much closer to that final wild card spot? Which one are you selecting?
Rico, I think we know which one you're taking.
Look, all 3 basically are no losers for any of us. Like, if the Tigers do what David hopes, we're all going to be happy. If Michigan wins and the Tigers don't, David will still be happy that Michigan beat Texas. Now, obviously, Kenny and Rico aren't in the Michigan conversation, but if the Tigers do well, we'll all be happy. If the Lions do well, Rico's not in that conversation either, but I think you want to see the Lions do good for your friends, your people. You don't have to worry about the station. You don't have to worry about the Niners yet anyway.
And the seeding purpose.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
And you know what? You knocked off the Rams. So
no, I know. But I mean,
that's actually good for the Niners.
Okay, good. All right. Yeah. Yes, okay.
That's good for the Niners.
So it's not a bad thing. I think the probability, believe it or not, is higher for the Lions, Tigers, and I don't think Michigan. Well, I'm on with John tomorrow morning.
See, here's the thing.
I don't think Michigan has much of a chance.
Here's the thing.
Saturday, but that's me.
I see where Kenny's is coming from. I probably wouldn't pick the Lions because I think, like you, the Lions can do this whether I watch that game or not.
Correct.
They're good enough to beat the Rams. They don't need my help, Kenny.
No, and you know
that's a compliment to the Lions.
And if they don't win, it's one of 17. When we did the game by game. I remember I came back after, I think it was with Jim, actually, with Costa. I had them losing this game when the schedule came out. But
really?
But things change. But still,
see, I thought that it was so I thought that either this game or the next game. Like, I don't think they're going to sweep both teams. They knocked out the playoffs. So I feel you on that.
They probably don't need the guarantee, but this is the NFL, man. Any given Sunday. I know it's cliche, but the Rams could just very easily march in here and win this game.
Oh, yeah, you got Nakua and Kupp going up against two rookies.
Rookie corners, exactly. It's problematic.
I'm probably going to side with David because it makes the Tigers relevant.
Yes.
They're crashing the party. They understood the assignment, and now they're lingering too long. Now you kind of want them to go away or get a wild card spot, but get out of purgatory, okay? Mm-hmm. Either we're in a relationship or we're not. But this whole kind of seeing each other type of thing, it gets tired real fast. So get yourself into that last wild card spot, and we'll keep watching you.
I just hope the Tigers play well enough today and tomorrow where you can really have this discussion on Friday with you and Mike in Vegas.
So, yeah. And Michigan, yeah, I'm just going to root for radio. So I think I answered that question 2 years ago. Which one I'm taking? 248-539-9797. You get to pick one, and whichever one you pick, it's a guarantee you're going to get the exact outcome that you want. We'll get your phone calls. We'll get your ticket text next. 97.1. Michael Stone joining me today till 6 o'clock. Mike, he's already there. We're going to be in Vegas with him. We're going to be there live from Circa Thursday and Friday. NFL season starts tomorrow night. Chiefs, Ravens.
Last year, we were out there for the opener, and obviously the Lions were the team that played the Chiefs. But will we see the Chiefs lose again for the second straight time?
I don't think so, because the Chiefs are actually coming with a full team.
Right.
This is what upsets Lions fans.
I know. No, you're right.
They didn't have two of their three best players.
But actually, the Chiefs don't, because Hollywood Brown's not going to be playing, and
You got Xavier Worthy.
I know, but
you got Kelsey.
I know.
And you have
Chris
Jones.
Yeah, I know.
You didn't have him.
I know.
Trust me, I know from the Super Bowl, Chris Jones is a difference maker. I still have nightmares on that overtime. Anyway, 248-539-9797. A simple question. We talked about this in pre-show meeting. I thought I'd extend it to you, the people. You get to pick one thing that happens this weekend. And we're going under the assumption that the Tigers win their next two games against the Padres. Tigers series in Oakland. You watch them, you get a sweep. The Tigers are that much closer to the final wild card spot. You watch Michigan-Texas game, you guarantee Michigan upsets Texas. You watch the Lions-Rams, and it guarantees the Lions win Sunday night game. You can only pick one. Which one would you choose? Before we get to the phone calls, Dave, a couple ticket tags.
Michigan versus Texas is what I would choose. It's not even close. Someone else says Tigers. Lions will probably win anyway. Michigan won't win the league anyway, so I'm not choosing them. I will go Tigers. I would pick the Lions game so I can make them lose. The Lions and Michigan will take care of themselves. Now, we did say the result you want.
Yeah, Correct. It is the result you want, so...
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if that's one of those Detroit Rams fans.
That's what Kenny asked me when I read it to him.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That's weird.
I wonder if you regret buying that T-shirt.
I'm watching the Detroit Tigers beat up on the Athletics this weekend. Keep the hope alive for the wild card. Another person says, great topic, Rico, but that's a tough one. Got to go with the Lions over the Rams, though.
I mean, it is one of those Sophie's choice. It's not easy. You get to pick one.
Right.
I'm quite sure most people would choose all three.
Of course.
But you can't choose all three. You got to pick one of your kids. Only one, David, gets to eat.
Right. Now, the other one...
Now, two of them you can't go wrong with. The other one can starve to death. That's just David's kid.
Yeah.
Not yours, Stoney.
To death, though.
The other thing, they can still eat, because there's a chance you still win. They win even if you don't pick that game. You're not saying the other was going to lose.
I don't know if that one kid, he ain't that bright.
How did he survive East Lansing on Friday?
It's outstanding, Rico. What are you talking about?
How did he survive East Lansing on Friday, by the way?
Well, he got a girl's number.
Ooh.
A Spartan.
How old is that son?
He's just started 9th grade year.
Oh, okay. Good for him.
How you think that's going to go?
They're young, okay? I'm not going to predict that they're going to marry each other and I'm going to have to deal with a Spartan for the rest of my life.
Maybe the woman can have the same influence that Eve had.
Oh, come on. He turns.
Just saying.
Nope, let's not do that.
As a basketball
I guess I'm going to delete
coach
that number from his phone.
Well, hopefully his honeymoon's more exciting than that football game was.
David, certain coach in East Lansing who always swears up and down, it's undefeated. 248-539-9797. Let's start this off with Q. Q, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico, thanks for taking the time to call for me. Appreciate it.
Oh, anytime, Q.
So basically, it's pretty simple. It's Lions over Rams. It's not particularly close for me. With the Tigers this year, it reminds me of that Lions team a couple years back when they won all those close games toward the end of the season. We thought, they can make the playoffs. Yeah, I mean, it's nice that this team finally decided to wake up, but I don't think they're going to do anything in the playoffs, so I really don't care. I think next year is where we really see if the GM's plan really comes together. As far as Michigan, if they were to beat Texas, that would be a major upset. But for this season to be really worth anything after a national championship, they would still have to beat a team in USC we think is for real, Oregon team we think is for real, and then go to Ohio State. And so just simply beating Texas, I don't think that's going to necessarily set them up on the path to really somehow get into the playoffs. So my vote is Lions over Rams, just because it's important for the season to get off to a good start, and so that's my rationale.
Q. Hey,
Yeah, it makes
a
sense.
ton of sense, Q. Like I said, this is one where there's really no wrong answer. It's just your preference. Appreciate the phone call. Do you want to see the Lions sweep the A's? You want to see the Tigers sweep the A's? You want to see the Lions come out here and start the year off right, defeating Matthew Stafford and the Rams? Or do you want to see Michigan defend the big house and knock off third-ranked Texas?
There's another reason I chose Michigan, and it's being extremely selfish. Number one, the Tigers I'd only watch on television. The Lions, I'll be at the game, but I'll be in the press box, so I can't cheer or drink. Michigan's a completely opposite of that. I can cheer and drink.
You can't cheer?
In the Lions press box?
Can't you just go down in the standing room only area?
No, someone has
Believe
to pay
me,
attention.
I've heard some Giants reporters cheering when their team was in town.
I've heard cheers from the press box. I'll just put it like that. Okay, I'm not gonna say which teams, but yeah. But no,
I've heard it from a press box, but not at a Lions game.
Really?
No,
I've heard it when the Raiders were here.
Oh,
I heard some cheering from Raiders. So. No, that wasn't the Lions people, because they're fine, upstanding journalists, and that's beneath
So you
them.
heard Raiders and I heard Giants one time. These
This
people crazy.
is beneath the Lions journalists, because Lord knows I don't want them attacking. Hey, these are great people.
Now, sometimes you think they're journalists, but it's like, especially at Ford Field, you have like the general manager and all the scouts and all the media people are sitting with everybody else. So I understand why they might cheer.
So you just don't
Maybe that's what I saw then.
meander your way down into the standing room only area?
No, not usually. Not when I'm working.
So if it's a close game, you could just sit there in the press box?
Yeah.
I can't. Nah. I just, like I said, I'm at Spartan Stadium. I got to go down and at least find my way into the
I get it.
crowd.
Believe
so I
me.
can actually sit and.
But at Ford Field, you got to take the elevator.
It's so sterile up there, though.
I know. That's why we're working.
I got you. 248-539-97. Gator is like laser focused. I sat next to him once. Like Gator is like, only thing missing is a pair of binoculars and a clipboard. Like, he is scouting. Gator is on point when he's at the. Do not talk to him. Gator is locked in.
Well, back in the glory days when I used to go to the Pistons playoff games in 04-05, I would actually purchase tickets, sit in the stands, cheer my ass off, and then go in the locker room and do interviews. That's different.
That's okay. Yeah.
That I've done. And the Red Wings, same thing.
It's just fun. Like, Rieger is the opposite. Rieger is, hey, I'm about to make this bet. Hey, what about this bet? Hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? I think I'm going to take this. It's like, Jeff.
Just watch the game.
Right. You just watch the game.
He needs a dog collar that you can just buzz and just shut him up.
Yeah. No. Bad. Bad Rieger. Bad Rieger. 248-539-9797. Question is real simple. 3 things are going to go on this weekend. I'm going to give you the assumption that the Tigers win the next 2 games in San Diego. They then go out to Oakland. 3 games set. You can watch one event this weekend, or the Tigers all 3 games. You'll get the result that you want, no matter what it is, whether it's Tigers, Lions, or Michigan football. Which one are you choosing? 248-539-9797. Your ticket text, your phone calls, next, 97.1. Question is simple. You can have one outcome guaranteed. You can watch it this weekend. Tigers sweep the A's. Michigan upsets Texas. Lions defeat Matthew Stafford and the Rams Sunday night. Which are you choosing? You only get to pick one. I know you want them all, but for the sake of argument, and this makes it fun, you got to choose what's a higher priority to you. 248-539-9797. Let's just jump right into this. Terrence, thanks for holding. You're on 97.1.
Fellas, how's it going?
Hey, man.
Good, man. I got to go with the Lions and the Rams because that, to me, is the one I'm just not used to seeing. I'm 33 years old. I've seen Michigan play a top 10 matchup, College game day being there at the Big House. I've seen the Tigers fighting for playoff spots late in the season. I have not seen the Lions favored to win a game at home to open up the season on Sunday night primetime football. So that's why I'm going with the Lions. Brought back the head coach, both coordinators, same team, made some adjustments. I'm excited to see that. That's what I'm going for. I do think, though, that Vegas having the line at 3.5 was a little off for me. So I got the Rams covering. I got the Lions winning by 3, but I don't think they'll cover.
Wow. You sound like me.
Yeah, Terrence, the funny thing about the line, especially when the Rams had the injuries, I thought that the Lions would be favored by a lot more. That line has not budged, not moved at all.
No, I agree. And when I saw that, I said, there's a reason why Vegas still hanging at 3.5. I don't trust it.
Yeah. I got to be honest with you, and I appreciate the phone call. That did worry me. Kenny, I don't know if you are, but I'm like, especially because I didn't think that Puka Nacua was going to play, but now it looks like he is. Young secondary going to get tested, and maybe that's why.
The line doesn't worry me. The secondary, though, you're right. The secondary does concern me. You have rookies going against powerful receivers.
Yeah, could get interesting. That's why Kenny chose the Lions. He doesn't want to sweat that out. Kenny just wants to see a victory. Ned, you're on 97.1.
Gentlemen.
Hey, man.
Hey, hey, guys. So I'm actually heading out to Oakland, so I'm going to take the Tigers sweep, and we're only 5.5 games behind Kansas City. So if Enrico says, hypothetically, I have it my way, by the end of the weekend, we're half game behind, and I catch the early flight home from San Francisco, and icing on the cake is I'll be at the Lions game too. So I'd rather see. I'm going out to Oakland though, so I'd like to see the Tigers sweep in Oakland.
See, I get it. It's personal for him.
Yeah. By the way, they are only 4.5, Ned, not 5.5 right now. Now, why are you going to Oakland? Is it business, or you just want to see that stadium before it comes down? Because this is it. It's the last time the Tigers are facing Oakland in Oakland.
Yeah, exactly. Well, so a buddy of mine from college, we go and we're trying to hit all the ballparks. We've hit 23 now, and we're doing San Francisco. We're doing Oracle, which is supposed to be the best view in Major League Baseball. So I'm pumped to see that. Still a little bitter about 2012, but I'll be good out there. And then going to Oakland, because they're burning it down, man. They're gonna demolish that place, and they're going to Vegas. And people don't realize the Coliseum is pretty historic, So,
it's very historic.
So going to knock those two off the list, and hopefully get a Tiger sweep.
All right. Well, enjoy, have fun, and a safe flight back, Ned. Ned's taking the Tigers because he's there. It's why you're taking Michigan, right?
Pretty much.
Because you're going to be there, having fun, tailgating, drinking it up, going on the set of Fox and Game Day.
No, I don't
dip.
I don't think I'm going to have a pass to be able to be that close. But I'd be interesting. I'd like to see Urban and Saban get into like a steel cage match between the networks.
I thought you had like famous daughters now. They can get you anywhere.
No.
Oh, okay. They hop now.
Not for college. Maybe for NFL, she could use her weight a little bit, but I don't know. She's still pretty low.
Well, Nick Saban coached in the NFL.
Yeah. So did Urban. Not really, but yes.
I forgot about that.
Yes.
Yes, he did.
They both coached in the state of Florida. And you know what? Nick Saban gets a bad rap for his NFL career. Yeah, he left in really squirrely circumstances, which he's done, and before that too. But I believe they made the playoffs with the Dolphins one year, or
if
they
I
were
remember
close.
this correctly, I don't fault Nick Saban because Nick Saban said who he wanted for quarterback.
Drew Brees.
He wanted Drew Brees.
The doctors said no.
And they said no, and they gave him Dante Culpepper.
Correct.
Because Dante Culpepper was going to sell tickets, and he was the next best thing. He was going to be a bigger version of Michael Vick.
Yeah, but Nick Saban
was like, no, give me Drew Brees and I can win. Well, Drew Brees goes to the Saints. Drew Brees wins the Super Bowl.
And Nick Saban ended up coming into Ford Field on Thanksgiving with Joey Harrington and beating the Lions.
You know what? That was the easiest fantasy pickup for me ever. I'm like, guys, because everybody laughed at me.
Right.
Because I picked up Joey Harrington for that particular game. Because like, he's going to come back here and torch this team. And then I dropped him the very next week.
And didn't they play like Piano Man or something
They
like
did.
that to troll him? And
they did.
Saban was pissed at the press conference afterwards.
They did, because when he came out on the field, they started playing Piano Man because this town never loved him. What, Kenny?
Why are we doing this? Can we stop this?
What?
Just picking at an old scab.
What old scab? What are you, 5 at that time? You don't remember that?
Yeah, really?
How much do you remember Joey Harrington?
That was the first quarterback that I remember in my football watching life.
Wow, and you're still a Lions fan. That's incredible.
And I'm still a Lions fan. I toughed it out.
248-539-9797. David, a couple ticket texts, and we jump back into the phone lines.
I'm taking the guarantee of the Lions. That is from Aaron at work in South Lyon. Someone else says, I would take Michigan for the betting odds and then bet my house on them, Nate from Clausen. I think we're going to deem that illegal in this scenario, right?
Yeah.
You know what?
You're not going to be able to bet on your guaranteed scenario.
I didn't think about that, but there's...
Smart man.
I mean, is that Connor?
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right.
He's got to get Mumford some new uniforms.
And then Jack in Hazel Park says, Lions beating the Rams because the Lions have the highest potential of all three teams so far.
True, but if they lose, okay, so they'll be 16-1. I'm just kidding. But yes.
I'll still say this. When it comes to baseball, especially if you're playing hot baseball in September and you roll into the playoffs and that other team has to get up to your level, I've seen it before with it's kind of like hockey where the seeding doesn't matter.
Oh, I know.
Like in the NBA, seeding matters because it's rare you see somebody get knocked off.
Can you imagine the Tigers fighting for the wild card, the last series of the season? The Chicago White Sox come to town for 3, trying to avoid being the worst team in baseball history.
I think at that point they're there.
Oh, I know.
And I think if you're Detroit, see, unlike when the Tigers, it was when they were
Twins.
Yeah. And they kind of, all right, we're going to play nobodies because we don't want to.
Right.
If we're winning. We're going to destroy you. We're going to do everything we can. Yep, that's Skubal on the mound.
Yes.
I know I don't need him, but
yes.
I just want to make sure we beat you.
Yeah, and we want to get to the playoffs.
Right. So that's what I want to see. All right, let's go back to the phone lines. Cliff, you're on 97.1.
How you guys doing?
Hey, man.
Wonderful.
Hey, Stoney.
Hey.
Long-time listener, buddy.
Appreciate it.
Great subject. I really think it's an easy answer, though. I think it's definitely the Tigers because you got the Lions. You still got 16 games. You got Michigan. You still got games. And if they do upset Texas, that'd be a great win. But you're talking Tigers winning 5 in a row, 4.5 out going into today. You're talking Monday morning. You're talking about a team that could be 1.5 to 2 games out of that wild card spot. And I really think they'd be the talk of the town if that's the situation.
Well, they'd be right up there. I don't know if they'd be talking to the town. And then, look, the other thing is they come home to play a horrible Colorado team for 3.
Exactly.
Then the Orioles are here for 3. Then we have, whatever. And then you got to go to Kansas City for 3 a week from Monday.
But you end the season, like you said, you end the season with Chicago.
Right.
I'm saying that it could be 5 in a row, could be awful big, only being 4.5 out.
No, you're right.
It would be fun. There's no doubt about it.
So, no.
Absolutely, it'd be fun. If you're talking playoffs in September, that'd be awesome. You gentlemen have a great day.
All right, thanks, Cliff. I mean, that's the one thing about the Tigers. It's if they sweep, it's not a guarantee they make the playoffs. If the Lions win, you want to know. If Michigan wins, I think you write your season. If Michigan wins that game,
right?
You know what? Here's the thing: if Michigan beats Texas,
they're going to be they'll be ranked top 5 too.
No. You're in the playoffs.
You should be.
Certain teams, to me, you could only screw up. Like Miami is in. Notre Dame is in. Georgia, they're in. Okay?
Because if they beat Texas, chances are 2 losses max.
It will still get you in.
Yes, agreed.
Like I said, there's a handful of teams that I would then, if they went out there and they serve at home, beating Texas, they're in. They're back in the playoffs for another year. So that's why this game would be important. Tigers, no guarantee, but man, it would make them very relevant and very interesting, especially because you get a free square to end the season.
Kenny would be so happy to.
Slick back hair, Kenny.
Look at this. A week from tonight, 9/11, unfortunately, but a week from tonight, you can get in as low as $3 to Comerica Park.
Kenny, think of all the daiquiris you could buy.
Thank God. $3 tickets.
How about that? And the daiquiri costs twice as much as the ticket, at least.
You're paying more for parking in daiquiri.
Second thought, maybe not. Because Kenny was – Tuesday was rough. Let's just put it like that.
That, by the way, had nothing to do with daiquiris. None of that was on me, by the way. I can tell you that story later on, but yeah, that was a tough day.
Kenny was Tuesday was a rough day for him. He had no voice. He was just kind of here. We'll put it like that. He was here. He showed up to work almost on time. You know, he was almost here. All right, Mike, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico, Stoney, how you guys doing this
Good,
afternoon?
thank you.
Hey, gentlemen, I'll tell you what. My pick got to be the Lions. Tigers are fun to watch. The Wolverines, they're going to take a step back. I agreed with you guys yesterday. Mine has got to be the Lions. The disrespect that Stafford and that team has been showing the Lions, I want them to come out guns a-blazing, put the foot on the throat early. That's my pick. I got to see them do something this year and start it off with a bang.
Can I ask you a
and
question?
Shut this Stafford thing down for a change.
Okay,
go ahead, Stoney.
What has Stafford said to disrespect the Lions, by the way? I'm just curious. Did I miss something?
Well, like in his last interview he did out there in L.A., they asked him, were you rooting for the Lions after that? No, I wasn't.
No, and he said he said when he loses, when the season over, he doesn't root for anybody. It has nothing to do with that.
But then he wants to say how we're booing his kids as well.
No, that was his wife. That's number one. Number two, do you think Jared Goff, would root for the Rams?
See, Mike, let me help you out
any
here.
other team? Do you think Jared Goff was rooting for the 49ers in the Super Bowl? Probably not. Probably wasn't even rooting.
Well, no, he's from there. He was rooting for.
Oh, okay.
He's from. No, but I think what Mike is, because if Stafford, and I think a lot of people would, dude, can you just tell your wife to shut up?
Well, that's a different story.
And that's why I think Mike and a lot of people just don't like Stafford, because we don't want to hear from your wife. She doesn't suit up and play, and all she's doing is making your life difficult. He was a fan favorite, and now he's being hated, and it's not really for anything that he's done. Remember, people, and I'm sure Mike was the same way. I appreciate the phone call, Mike. They rooted for Stafford to win the Super Bowl. And then his wife just nonstop, yep.
And you know what?
And you can't stand him.
When his career ends, when he comes back here and they put his name on the Ring of Honor and all that kind of stuff, people will be happy, give him a standing ovation, and he deserves it.
You know what?
He was great here.
And maybe I'm wrong. If he shows up alone, he'll get cheered. He walks out there with his wife, he's going to get booed. That's a whole nother topic for a whole nother day. 97.1.
Hey, Rico, do you see who showed up at practice today? Jamar Chase.
He wants that money. All right, David. What you got for us? Let's do a blitz.
All right, so I am doing this one because of Kenny. 24/7 Sports has a list of quarterbacks after week 1. So they rank them. They have a 20 list here, 20 quarterback list. But I'm going to just do with the top 12 because the reason why he's upset is because Carson Beck is at number 12. So I'm going to list everyone above Carson Beck, and you tell me if he should be above him after week 1. So let's start with number 11. It is Hudson Card from Purdue. Went 24 of 25 for 273 yards, a career high, 4 touchdowns against Indiana State. He did make history. He tied the FBS record for completion percentage in a game at 96%. Should he be above Carson Beck?
Yes. Yes, he should. He almost went perfect. And sometimes, regardless of the opponent, Stoney, you got to tip your hat to only throw one incomplete pass the entire game. That's something. I mean, it goes back to, what was it, Phil Simms in the Super Bowl, where, you know, sometimes it's like, yeah, this guy is just that good. So, yes.
It's impressive. I'll give him that. But, you know, I mean, who is he playing? Indiana State? Larry Bird?
It's still Stoney.
I know.
One incomplete pass. I mean, they're on scholarship too.
I know.
Number 10, Dylan Raiola. Nebraska won 40-7 against UTEP. He threw 238 yards, 2 touchdowns. Should he be above Carson Beck?
And what was Carson Beck's numbers?
Carson Beck's numbers were... Oh, I got to grab them. They're not in this article.
Okay.
Give me a second. I'll grab them.
Okay, no worries. I mean, he didn't go driving afterwards,
He had
did he?
2 touchdowns. I know that.
He didn't go driving on his own, right?
278 yards.
Okay. You know what? I think everybody was waiting to see if Raiola could actually live up to the hype. A lot of pressure. I mean, he put a lot of pressure on himself.
Correct. Like dressing like Mahomes?
It's weird that he's doing this whole Mahomes thing. Like, I mean, the number, the haircut.
Dominic Raiola doesn't look like Patrick Mahomes.
A little weird, isn't it?
You know, it does beg some questions, but.
So let me give you his numbers. Carson Beck, 23 of 33, 278, 2 touchdowns.
So we're just looking at how they played in week 1, so I get it.
You know what? I would put Carson ahead of Raiola.
Okay.
I mean, I get it. It was his first game, and Lord knows my quarterback's first game was a disaster. So at least he showed up and played.
So number 9 is Cam Rising from Utah, 10 to 15, 254, 5 touchdowns. They won 49-0.
5 touchdowns.
He should be above.
That's great.
Yes.
No, I don't think he should be above Carson Beck. You know why? Because Cam Rising is 38 years old.
Oh.
He's been there so freaking long.
You just described half of college football.
I know.
So
I know, and if my memory is correct from listening to this show a lot, it's all your fault.
Yes.
All right. Let me give you.
I had nothing to do with COVID. I promised the world. This was before I even got here. COVID existed.
Let me give you number 8 on the list. It is Nico I. I am never going to try to pronounce his last name. He went 22 of 28, 314. They played Chattanooga though. 3 scores, 3 touchdowns.
No, I'm going to give it to Carson Beck because even though Clemson is a corpse of a team, it's still Clemson.
Yes, they're still Power 4.
Okay, that's Chattanooga.
Okay.
Who plays for the Moccasins, I think?
Yes, they are. Very good. They had a basketball. Keith, Mr. Jennings was from UT Chattanooga, I think. Remember him? Okay.
I'm trying to think. Was that Terrell Owens?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I thought he went to Tennessee State.
No. He was Chattanooga.
It was Chattanooga?
Yeah.
Okay. Number 7 was Jalen Miro, 200 yards passing, 3 touchdowns. Also rushed for 79 yards and 2 scores against Western Kentucky.
Yeah. I'm going to say it was better because he did it in half a game.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, unlike another SEC team, they just came out and they weren't playing. They put their foot on the throat of Western Kentucky. Georgia struggled. Sorry.
Let me give
I'm
you.
sorry. Go ahead, Stoney.
No, I'm with you on that one.
Number 6 is Drew Aller. I mean, we all know what he did.
Yes.
They beat West Virginia.
Yeah, pretty good
Looked
team.
pretty good.
Yeah, he's got a real offensive coordinator now.
Yeah, they had a couple scores of 40-plus, which is something you never would say with Drew Aller and Penn State.
On the road.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So let's get to the top 5 here. You have Jackson Dart of Ole Miss. I mean, I don't even need to say what he did.
They
We
played
know what he
Mumford
did.
for crying out loud.
They did. 5
Who
scores.
did they play? They played somebody who's ridiculous, like Valpo or somebody.
They played Furman, but it
Furman.
doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Oh, the Paladins of Furman.
He didn't play in the second half, though. All right, number 4.
He didn't play in the second half, and he still had all those yards. Wow.
Correct.
I'm just going to say
Kenny,
no.
Kenny, do you remember which former Lion played at Furman? Where's your Jerome Felton jersey?
Number 4 on the list is Noah Fafita from Arizona. 19 of 31, 422, and 4 touchdowns.
19 to 31 is not that impressive to me. Plus, you have that receiver was unbelievable.
Yeah, they just threw the ball to him.
Yeah.
They did.
Who
he
did
had
they
10
play?
catches for 304 yards. They played New Mexico, I believe it was.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No defense in that game.
No, Carson Beck. Better.
Number 3, Shador Sanders. 400-plus yards, 4 touchdowns against North Dakota State. But North Dakota State is good in 1AA.
But does Shador Sanders get demoted because his time management was completely awful? How much of that's on him or how much of that's on his dad?
See, I think that's on his dad because especially this one's hard because they padded his stats. They tried to make sure that he's going to win a Heisman or he's going to be sitting in New York. You almost lost the game because you just wouldn't take, and I wanted them to lose because of that. Okay, it was right up there with Jonathan Smith not kicking the field goal. Like
right.
sometimes, guys, what the hell are you doing? Shador I will say this: with 2 minutes to go in a game, I don't think there's any other quarterback that I would want on the field than Shador Sanders. He gets it done. That like the final 2 minutes of the half or a game, that's money time.
They could play 2 on 11, just him and Hunter, and maybe complete a pass.
He's going to drive down the field. You cannot stop him. But he plays for Colorado, so I'm going to be a hater.
Oh, okay.
Carson Beck.
Well, the top 2 quarterbacks on this
Hairy
list.
dog.
Cam Ward, 385, 3 touchdowns, an interception.
Yeah.
And Quinn Ewers,
Cam,
number 1.
Yeah, was it Cam Ward did all of that, plus he took the Georgia quarterback's girlfriend.
Did.
They
And
did
stole
everything.
recruits.
Right, they stole recruits. They did everything. They ate Gator that right there at the 50-yard line. Just fricasseed a Gator.
And then Quinn Ewers is number 1, 260, 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
But they didn't play anybody either.
And the funny thing is, he did all of that, and more people wanted to see Arch Manning.
You're right.
Than
They
see him.
cheered.
When Arch Manning came into
they
the
were so
game
happy.
and threw the pass and scored the touchdown, that was the bigger cheer. So
It's almost like the boos that Davis Warren got when he would come out of the game, which made no sense to me.
were they booing because he was leaving, or they
Yes.
booing because of the other quarterback that was coming in?
No, they were booing because Warren was coming in. People love watching those mobile quarterbacks.
Even though he can't throw passes?
Yeah, it wasn't a lot of boos. There were a few. It was murmuring.
So, according to Kenny, no one is ever going to be better than Carson Beck. That is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. It was announced last week that former Michigan State football head coach Mark D'Antonio would join the Ring of Honor at Spartan Stadium. Today, it is announced that he'll be enshrined in the Rose Bowl Hall of Fame. Former Lions running back Reggie Bush will also join him in this Hall of Fame class. Dan Campbell said it's still possible that new defensive lineman DJ Reader plays this Sunday against the Lions. He also said that tomorrow will probably give them their best indication whether he will play or not. Campbell also mentioning that both Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta have looked really good in practice as they also make their way back from injury. Former Nebraska head coach Scott Frost has joined the Rams coaching staff ahead of Week 1. He will have input on the offense and defense while focusing on special teams. The Royals are on a 7-game slide, which means the Tigers are just 4.5 games back after Kansas City's latest L last night. After a one-day break, Detroit will resume their series with San Diego tonight. Yu Darvish is set to make his first big league start since May 29th, while he poses Cater Montero. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 9:40. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
By the way, there's no truth to the rumor that the reason I'm in here for Mike Valenti is that he was suffering from massive, massive problems after Wyatt Langford hit a grand slam walk-off to beat his Yankees last night.
It's funny because every now and then I did wonder how he felt about that. I didn't text him. I left it alone. Yeah. I figured this was on that do not call list.
Yeah.
Because he was all up in his feelings. It was Wyatt Langford, but it was a walk-off with grand slam to beat his Yankees.
Yeah.
I don't know how I left it alone. I'm like, you know what?
I know.
Maybe he's packing. I'm not going to bother him about that. I'm not going to be that guy. But that was Dave is calling him right now.
No.
Dave is calling. So, Mike.
It's funny because David, in the beginning of the show, we talked about, what event would you really like to see if you could have a favorable outcome, whether it's Michigan beating Texas, the Lions beating the Rams, or the Tigers sweeping the A's and coming back home, within 3 games, basically the wild card. And it just reminded me, I was on the East Coast for about 10 days. And being in Philly and New York, where all they're talking about, I mean, obviously they're talking about the Eagles and the Jets in New York a little. The Giants, unfortunately, suck. But for those people like Mike, those people. But you forget how fun a pennant race is. Every game. I mean, I got to Philly on a Tuesday, and you'd think that they're the worst baseball team of all time because they were a little bit of a slump. Harper stinks. Schwarber can't do anything. And then the Braves come in and sorry, Rico, they did win 3 out of 4 from the Braves. And all of a sudden, they're great again. And it's like, that's the ups and downs.
That's why I hate the Phillies.
Yeah, well, that's the up. They're loud. It's the ups and downs of a pennant race that we miss. So I get what you're saying. It would be fun, but it also would be agita on every pitch.
Yeah. But that's what we sign up for when it's April in the D. We want to see meaningful baseball in September.
Yes.
All right, we asked a question earlier in the show. If you missed it, you can use the Odyssey Rewind of which you could guarantee one thing would happen. You could either get the Tigers to win and sweep the A's, Michigan beats Texas, or the Lions beat the Rams. You can only watch one. The guaranteed outcome that you want happens. The other two, that's up for luck and debate.
Mm-hmm.
So if you missed that, you can use the Odyssey Rewind. I do want to focus in on the Lions, though, Stoney. Lions management has made no bones about it. They've come out and said it's Super Bowl or bust. They're not afraid of saying Super Bowl. They're not afraid of it at all. As a matter of fact, they're embracing it. They're on the cover of Sports Illustrated. They're the sexy, trendy pick. Lions to win the Super Bowl. Look at everything that they have. The only problem with it is if you don't win the Super Bowl, then what? Was your season a disappointment? Was your season not successful? Because when you that's high standard. And to me, there's really only one team that can set that standard in the NFL. That's Kansas City.
Exactly. I agree with you.
Kansas City's the only team.
And maybe it's changed with me as I've gotten, older, not necessarily wiser. But this whole if they don't win the championship, they don't win the Super Bowl, it's a bust. If they would go, they could, go 13-4, as John said, 14-3, and win a couple of playoff games and lose the NFC Championship. Yeah, it would suck.
You can go to 14-3, and you're the Green Bay Packers, and you lose in the first round of the playoffs.
Right.
What did 14-3 do for you?
It doesn't do
nothing.
But to sit there and say it's all the highs and all that kind of stuff, it's to me that stuff.
But you get the ultimate low by losing in the playoffs.
I know.
No, you get the ultimate low.
I understand that.
See, here's the thing. Not that anybody asked me, but people always like, weren't you disappointed that the Niners lost? I was like, no. Because for me, the goal was you got to make the Super Bowl.
That to me should be the goal.
Kyle Shanahan screwed it up in overtime, but you have to make it. They did. They played a historic game. It wasn't pretty, and they lost to Patrick Mahomes.
If the Lions do not make the Super Bowl, I will be very disappointed, assuming the season takes the progression that we expect. But But to me, they don't have to win it. I just want to see a team improve. Now, the following year, they have to win it.
No,
because I'm taking it one step at a time.
I'm glad you said that, Stoney, because I'm going to ask you, the listeners out there, you Lions fans, you're listening. I know you are. Stoney said, if they make the Super Bowl and they lose, season's still a success. Because when you say Super Bowl or bust, that means that anything less is a bust, okay? My question to you, at what point in the season is it a success no matter what? Stoney says if the Lions make it to the Super Bowl and they lose, you don't want them to, but if they lose, you still look at it as great season. Great season. Wasn't the desired outcome, but damn proud of these guys. What's that point for you, Lions fans? At what point in the season is it a success no matter what? That it becomes house money. After this point, man, I don't really care what happens. 248-539-9797.
There is nothing like being a football fan, as you have witnessed a few times in your life, more than a few. When your favorite team at the time gets introduced or takes the field of the Super Bowl for the first, it's just there's something. And when I was more of an Eagle fan than before I moved here, it's incredible the feeling you get when your team is in the Super Bowl. Yeah, you lose and it sucks. I remember the first one the Eagles got to, they lost. They got killed by the Raiders. It sucked and all that stuff. And I'm usually a pessimist. I thought for sure they were going to win. It sucked, but just seeing them on the field, coming out of the tunnel at the Super Bowl, Lion fan, we have no idea. We've never even come close to seeing it. Well, we came close last year. You don't understand what I'm saying, though. It's something you've never seen before. And that, to me, is worth everything.
248-539-9797. At what point in the season does it become house money? That no matter what they do, it is deemed a success. For me, I'm going to say this. I know it's Super Bowl or bust, but I do know a lot of luck takes place. It's the NFC Championship game. You have to make it back. Making it back to the NFC Championship game means that last year was not a fluke.
Oh, right. That's
last
for
year
sure.
was not a one-off type of thing, and now you're going to fade into obscurity.
Well, I think if they win the division, it proves that the season last year was not a fluke.
See, I don't even think the division means anything. Because when you know this is it, when you're good, who cares who won the division? But it's how far you made it in the playoffs.
But when you have a history like the Lions, the fact that they could come up with back-to-back seasons where they'd win the division means something here.
No, see,
because
it
many
shouldn't.
people never thought they'd even see that.
It shouldn't. Because
Kenny, did you ever think you'd see the Lions win the division 2 years in a row?
It's been bred. It's been ingrained into my brain since I was a small child watching Joey Harrington. This team's never going to win anything.
Okay, so that means something. It's not obviously it's not everything, but it means something.
So at what point is it failure? At what point is it, you know what? It still was a good season, even though they made it this far. Because, look, it takes some luck to win the Super Bowl. If you look at everything, look at what Kansas City and the stuff that had to happen, and the Niners linebacker basically didn't popping his Achilles, running out on the field celebrating right before the half. Like,
well, the year before, if they didn't call that questionable penalty on the Eagles for holding, hey, Hurts might have had a chance to take him down the field and win that game.
So can you make it back to the NFC title game? Or, heck, I saw the Niners. It's the reason why you have the emergency quarterback. When they literally pulled the hot dog vendor out against the Eagles.
If Tart doesn't drop the ball against the Rams, you go to the Super Bowl, right?
That's true. So it takes luck. So therefore, that's why I'm like, Super Bowl or bust? No. To me, you make it to the NFC Championship game, win or lose, successful
now,
season.
Is that every year or does it stop after 2? Like if they would go this
3 years in a row?
Yeah.
Okay, then, it gets amped up.
Right.
But for me, this coming season.
That's fair.
NFC Championship game, if you're a Lions fan, that's what I see.
That's fair.
I know it's not the Super Bowl, but it means you're for real, you're legitimate. You didn't fall off the way the Eagles fell off.
I'd be disappointed, but it certainly wouldn't be a major failure.
Right. So 248-539-9797. Get your phone calls, your ticket text next. 97.1. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Rev up and drive with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer, and it's time to hit the road in style. Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings, sleek and powerful cars ready to conquer the road. And Hamilton Chevy has them all, from fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs to, you know what, they even have the drop tops for days like today, because they're not going to last forever. You need to head into Hamilton right now because they got the wheels to match your lifestyle. And with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. It's more than just a dealership, folks. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. Take advantage of Hamilton's great inventory of 2024 Chevy selections. It's best right now. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton for details. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
So I'll say this. A lot of people right now are saying, hey, what's going to be the Lions' record? I don't care. I really don't, because you could have a great record and get bounced in the first round of the playoffs. It's meaningless. My question to you is this. Which game is it that they make it to in the playoffs that you say, you know what, damn good season. I don't care what happens next. I can appreciate what this team did. Now, management is saying Super Bowl or bust, meaning if you don't win the Super Bowl, season's failure. That comes with the bust. That's not me being a hater.
No, I know. Well, the problem with that is I remember Matt Patricia saying the same thing when he was here with the Lions. He goes, 31 teams, it's a failure if you don't win it all.
Yeah. But realistically speaking, if you're a fan, yes, you want to see your team win the Super Bowl. But at what point are you saying, guys, it still was a successful season? Even though we didn't win it all, we made it to this game. I want to know, what is that game? It could be we won the division. You could say we won 13 games. You could say for me, you make it to the NFC title game. After that, it's house money.
If you're one of the final four, it can be a coin flip, right?
Yeah. I mean, think about the last 4 teams last year. You could have made a case for all 4 to win the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
You had Lamar and the Ravens. Okay, he was the MVP. You had the Lions, the up-and-coming team. You had the Niners. Okay, they could have won it. The Kansas City Chiefs.
Defending champs who overcame the fact that they were 11-6 in the regular season.
And had to go on the road to play. So making it to the NFC title game, that's where it is for me. No matter what happens after that for the Lions, I deem it a success.
Yes.
You don't have to win the Super Bowl. But my question to you, 248-539-9797, what do you deem a successful season to be? At what point in the season do you shake your head and say, I don't care what happens after this point. I'm proud of this team. They made it this far. And you know what, guys, you can say it's the Super Bowl, and if it's not, then I don't care. We're a bunch of losers, and nobody cares.
Look, unless you win the Super Bowl, especially when you're a good team, you're going to be disappointed no matter where the season ends.
And you'll remember everything. You'll remember your Jaquiski tart. You will remember the play that kept you from winning it all.
Correct.
I promise you, it will haunt you in your sleep.
Right.
David, any ticket text when we get to the phone lines?
If the Lions get the 1 seed in the NFC, that would be a success, regardless if we win the Super Bowl.
So 1 seed. Okay.
1 seed. I personally think whatever 2 teams make it to the Super Bowl is a successful season without a doubt, whether they win or lose. So he's also saying Super Bowl.
So making it, not necessarily winning it, but
Yes.
making it. Okay, I can roll with that. But like I said, man, it takes luck. To make it to the Final Four. Those are normally the 4 best teams. You can't fluke your way all the way there. But go ahead.
Win division and playoff game. I'm a simple man. Show me consistency, he says.
Okay.
I'd be more than happy if they make it to the NFC Championship game again. Success for me would be the Lions getting back to the NFC Championship game and winning. So that's making the Super Bowl.
So you got to make the Super Bowl.
Look, the bottom line is people want to see meaningful games in January.
Okay. One more, David, then we get to the phone line.
This one's related. This one's to you, Rico. From Greg from Taylor says, wow, only Kansas City can plan on a Super Bowl. Wrong. 49ers and the Lions are in the same club as Kansas City.
Well, they're good enough to beat them, but
see,
didn't.
Okay, here's the thing. The 49ers can, the Lions can. I just said, yes, I said it. Here's why. 49ers have been to the Super Bowl a bunch of times. They did not win it. So making it to the Super Bowl is different because, as we said before, Stoney, you make it a bunch of times, you don't win, now you're the old Buffalo Bills.
Right, and there are a lot of people who believe, whether you do or not, Rico, being a fan, that if they don't win it or at least get back to the Super Bowl, Shanahan and Lynch, their days are numbered.
They are spending a ton of money on these free agents, and if they're in Super Bowl or bust mode, right? Because they still have to pay Purdy. So yes, the Lions, I can't say Super Bowl. I think Lions fans, you made it there. Show me you can make it back. Now, if you get to the Super Bowl, great, but I can't sit here and be like, oh. If you don't make the Super Bowl, if you don't win the Super Bowl, it's a bust. No, only certain teams can do that, and you're not one of them yet. You make it to the NFC title game. You make it to the Super Bowl. You're putting yourself in that category. I can't put you in that category yet.
Well, see, and I'm glad you brought up the Buffalo Bills and you talk about the category. There's a lot of Lions fans texting saying, well, I don't want them to become the Buffalo Bills of the 90s. Well,
Get there!
Thank you.
Get there. I used to have this argument with Bill Slap,
Thank you.
Ortiz. He said, I'd rather never gone than lose 4 in a row. Bull crap!
The Lions fans can't even say that right now. They've never gone.
Right.
Go to the Super Bowl 2 years in a row. Yeah, it sucks to sit there and watch another team win.
But you got to go.
But you made it there. So that's what I'm telling Lions fans. It's not a birthright. It's not a given because quickly things can fall apart. Once again, look at the Eagles last year. They looked like they were about to win the Super Bowl, and then they were bounced early.
Yes. When was the last time the precious Dallas Cowboys have been back?
So I get it. 248-539-9797. One more, David, and then we're going to the line.
Need at least to make the divisional round. First round exit, missing the playoffs entirely is a failure.
Oh, they don't make the playoffs. Even Mr. Happy Me would say that's a major failure.
If they don't make the playoffs. If you lose in the divisional round, your season's a failure. Okay? It is.
Yeah.
Your season's a failure. Congratulations.
Yes.
You're the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of hype because this year has a lot of hype to it, and you didn't deliver.
It's weird, the hype, because I've been watching a lot of the, get-ups and those types of shows. The hype has been basically the Lions are one of the top 4 or 5 teams. But as far as conversation about them, nobody's talking about them. It's really weird because they have no controversy.
Yeah. They're almost.
It's all the Jets. It's the 49ers.
They're almost too good.
It's the Cowboys.
The Bengals
obviously.
dealing with their contract stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. They're the smart kid who's on the honor roll.
Right.
It's no problem. You
Exactly.
you show up to class, you help your neighbor take out her garbage. Yeah, that's the Lions right now.
But you know what happens sometimes? That giant problem all of a sudden comes up that you never thought, and the Lions may have a problem. They may have a problem. I think they have a problem.
There's David being a hater.
Uh-oh. What's the problem?
The defensive line. They have no one opposite of Aiden Hutchinson.
You don't have your Marcus Davenport jersey, huh?
That's me today. I'm the deflator.
I know. Your kids aren't into Marcus Davenport yet?
No. Who is?
I know. Never seen him healthy for a whole season, so I don't know.
So, Lions fans, what is that point? Season will be a success no matter what. Is it the Super Bowl or can it be the NFC title game? Is it winning the division? As one ticket texter said, the number 1 seed. We'll get all your phone calls next. 97.1. All right, straight to the phone lines. Lions fans want to know, at what point is the season a success no matter what? Brad Holmes came out and said it's Super Bowl or bust. Do you feel that same way? Or is it another point in the season where you're like, you know what, this team was successful and it's house money after that? I don't care. You want them to win the Super Bowl, but if they lose, you're okay with that. Let's go to the phone lines, Stoney. Stan, you're on 97.1.
Hey, gentlemen.
Hey, Stan.
The statement you just said that Brad Holmes said Super Bowl or bust.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, that could be taken a couple ways. It could be all we got to do is make it there because it's a step further than what we did last year. Therefore, the season could be a success. And I'm telling you, I can't tell you how many times I've heard from different bosses I've had that were from different cities. And they send me a little cartoon that says it's got a father lion and a little lion cub on the top of a mountain looking down at the Super Bowl. And the son asks the father, "What's that?" And he says, we don't know. We're lions because we've never been. So all we got to do is get there, and it's a success.
So getting to the Super Bowl, Stan, for you, success.
It's a step further.
Yeah.
It's a success.
I agree.
Okay.
We've never been.
Is getting thanks, Stan, is getting to the Super Bowl. Obviously, it's bigger because it's football. Equivalent to making the Final Four in basketball, in college basketball.
Yeah,
because a lot of people just we won to the Final Four. It's the greatest thing in the world, and it's like, okay, yeah, we won, we lost. Who cares? We got to the Final Four.
Stoney, I think it is because it's called the road to the Final Four. It's not called the road to the national championship game. I've had this argument with your guy Rob Parker many times. Oh, you would lose. Like,
I know,
dude. It's called the road to the Final Four.
He doesn't understand college athletics. That's
so yeah, and to get to the Final Four, a lot of luck takes place. A lot of who you play, who you didn't play, who got upset before you were supposed to play them. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of luck to get there. So, yes, I do think that it is the equivalent that you made it into the club. Now, if you win the title, well, now you get behind the velvet rope. You're in the
Correct.
VIP room.
Right.
Same with the Super Bowl. You made the Super Bowl. I mean, the Lions are one of 3 teams?
Lions, Jacksonville, Houston, and
the new Browns.
The Browns.
That never made it.
It's unbelievable.
Okay?
Well, actually, it's not. But
I mean, think about it. The club is the NFL, except for you're not a part of that club.
Right.
And 2 of the teams that you share that with, yeah, they're new.
Correct.
They have a reason why.
Well, Carolina even got there before.
I was about to say, a new team has made it.
Carolina's
been there twice.
Yes.
Yes. They lost both times, but we know
you
that
made
they made
it.
Yes. With Cam Newton and Jake Delhomme.
Yes,
That's one of the most underrated Super Bowls ever. When the Panthers lost to the Patriots, that was a great game.
It was. It ended up being a great game. I
Great
was
second half,
surprised. Yeah. But let me say this about what you all just talked about, because unless your team, you talk about the Final Four, unless you're a team like North Carolina back in the day that won here in Detroit, stacked team, that's a disappointment if you don't win it. Now, my question is, are the Lions that stacked team to where you could be disappointed if they don't win it? I would say no.
See, I don't think there's go ahead, Stoney.
Yeah, they're not as stacked as, to make that analogy of a North Carolina team or even maybe the Niners.
Correct.
You can argue the quarterback, but yes.
You're not stacked because you're stacked on one side of the ball.
Right.
The other side of the ball, you're talking about youth. You're talking about new corners. You're talking about a lot of inexperience and a defense that just wasn't that good.
Right. And you're hoping that the veteran that you brought in can stay healthy.
Right.
Because if he does, I'm talking about DJ Reader, of course, then you got something.
That's the thing. So, no, I can't say they're stacked, because when you're stacked, you got it on both sides.
Correct.
It's like, okay, this is one of those once-in-a-lifetime teams that anything less than winning a Super Bowl is disappointing.
And that's why it leads me in the direction of agreeing with both of you, is that, you know what? Just get there, because it's the next step.
Right.
Because you've made the Final Four, so now you want to get back and you want to make it to the championship game.
And whether the game is here in Detroit or wherever you play it, you just want to be in that Final Four spot. Anything after that.
Well, if you're home, you got to win. You know, if you're playing the NFC Championship game at home, you better freaking win that game. But I know.
It still boils down to luck.
I know.
Weird things can happen.
Yes, they can.
You never know. So, yeah, if you make it back, it says that you were good enough. You weren't a fluke. You weren't a flash in the pan. You have some sustainability that, you weren't that team that just got good for 1 year.
Right.
And then fell off. It's like if all of a sudden the Texans just go into the tank, then last year was an aberration. And we're sitting here saying, oh, look at what the Texans are doing. Look at this. If the Packers fall off, well, you know what? We all thought that they were going to be here for a while. Really, they were one-trick pony.
Correct.
That was it. They had their one hit, and then they went away. It was don't worry, be happy, and then that's it. We all got sick of it. Oops. Omar lost him. Okay. My bad.
Call back, Omar.
Omar, call back. That was my fault. 248-539-9797. Where's that point that if you're a Lions fan, it's a great season no matter what? David, what you got?
Our division got better. So a division championship followed by getting to the NFC Championship game. Just be consistent.
See, I would say as much as Stoney, you think the NFC no, you would take the NFC Championship game over a division title every day and twice on Sunday.
Absolutely.
Winning the division, good, but you want to make it to the NFC title game. Now, that means you're going to be on the road, but that doesn't matter because you made it there. All right, let's go back. Omar, my bad. You're on 97.1.
Hey, no problem. Hey, good show today.
Thank you.
So I got a different look on this. Now, if they make it back to where they were with the NFC Championship and lose with the same record, I wouldn't be disappointed because I'm looking at their schedule from last year compared to what they got scheduled this year. They got one of the toughest schedules in the league this year because mostly everybody that they're playing, I would say out of the 17 games they're playing, I'd say about 15 of those teams were all playoff teams from the previous 2 or 3 years. So if they get back with the same record and the same results, I wouldn't be disappointed. But they need to make a big free agent signing in order for me to feel satisfied that they can get back to the next step.
You talking about next off season? You talking about free agent?
Yeah, well, I mean, even if the mid-season when they do the trade,
trade deadline,
or whatever, I'll pick up somebody off the waiver. Like right now, Jamar Chase haven't even signed with his team, so he's still just floating around. I guess I don't know what was going on with that.
Yeah, he showed up at practice today. Look,
Yeah,
as great as Jamar Chase,
you won't be able to afford him.
Well, as great as he is, that's not their main problem.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they still missing two key pieces. One, like they said, they still need a superstar pass rusher if they can get one, and they need another receiver to complement Amon St. Brown. I know everybody's putting their chips all on J-Mo to do a little bit better this year, but I mean, he's got to bulk up. He's just so
okay. Look,
so
I'm trying to be nice here, but they do have Aiden, and they still have J-Mo. What are you talking about?
No, that's what I'm saying. With J-Mo, he's still on the radar. You know, he's a fast receiver, but how do I know if he's going to tear his ACL? I'm not wishing no injury.
Anyone can do that.
No. Yeah, your better argument is he's still unproven because he is. He's still unproven. We think he's going to be really freaking good, but he still is unproven. Yeah. And Hutch, whether you want to call him a superstar pass rusher or not, that's debatable. He's trending towards that going into year 3. But you need somebody on the other side of him.
Why are Lions fans so hung up with record and schedule? Because I really don't care.
Kenny,
they could win 11 games. They could win 10 games. As long as you're there and you're in the NFC Championship game and you win that game, you could win 11 games. It doesn't
Chiefs won
matter
11
to me.
games.
And that to me is the sign that you've turned that last page and you're a real contender. You don't care what your record is. Yeah, it's nice to win the division. Yeah, it's nice to get the number 1 seed. But you know what? If we don't, we put ourselves in this position. Let's go out here and let's win this game. That's why I said, to me, Everybody's doing the prediction game.
It's irrelevant.
Didn't
you pick them to win like 11 games and they were trying to hit you with a chair?
Yes, 11 games. And you could be, their record could be worse than it was last year, and they could still be a better team.
Yeah.
It's not all about the record.
It is not.
As long as that record gets you to the playoffs.
But people, they're going to be 13-4. They're going to be, well, Jansen has them at 14-3.
Oh, great.
Okay, but here's the beauty of that. You're 14-3. You played first game because now you've sat out for 2 weeks. You haven't played. You're rusty, and you fall flat on your face right here at home. Because I've seen it happen before.
Oh, I know.
So this is one where it doesn't matter. NFC title game, to me, that means you've arrived. And yeah, it's disappointing. But you know what? The season is still a success. That's how I see it. Little college football, little pro football.
Do some pro football.
Talk a little pro football. If you want to still comment on this, 248-539-9797. We'll be back. 97.1.
We have breaking NFL news here, ladies and gentlemen. Another sign of the apocalypse. Bill Belichick has officially announced he's joined Instagram, which he, of course, called InstaFace a few years ago. Bill Belichick on Instagram. Oh, well, the next thing you know, he'll have a 24-year-old girlfriend. Oh, he does. Okay. That was on McAfee today.
All right.
It's unbelievable.
Just trying to stay relevant, I guess. David, let's talk a little NFL.
Well, I guess that's fitting. Bill Belichick is on InstaFace now, so we're going to do some bold predictions for the upcoming NFL season. That one, I had no idea would be on the list. Okay, so let's start in the NFC with a couple here. Kyler Murray goes over 4,000 yards. Significant because he finished just shy of 4,000 yards passing in any of his years that he started. This happened to be his first 2 years where he did that. So now with Marvin Harrison Jr., will he get over 4,000 yards?
I absolutely think so, David, especially because they're not a bad team. They just can't hold on to the victory. They remind me a lot of what the Lions used to be, where for 3 quarters or 3.5 quarters of the game, they're winning. And then somehow they find a way to shoot themselves in the foot. Plus, you now have a legitimate wide receiver out there. Yes, I think that so long as he stays healthy, which I think he will, that he will get that number.
And their other wide receiver is not terrible, Michael Wilson. And they have a decent running back, obviously, in Connor, who they will pass the ball to occasionally out of the backfield. I think he's going to have a terrific year. And in a weird way, I think the fact that Cliff Kingsbury's not there will help him in the long run.
Yeah.
Another NFC one. The Washington Commanders will finish second in their division.
I love me some Dan Quinn. I think they're a year away from that, but I think they are headed in the right direction. They have legitimate ownership right now. Like I said, I love the coach. Wasn't crazy about what the Dotson trade was from their perspective. But yeah, they just have to shore up the defense in the next year. But I think they're a year away from that.
I think they're third. As much as I don't like the Cowboys, I think the Cowboys have too much talent to finish third.
Mm-hmm.
They'll finish second. The Commanders are trendy. You know what? I think the Commanders, Tony, are getting a lot of love because people are thinking, oh, they could be like the Texans were last year and just came out of nowhere. And you got a lot of people.
Quarterback.
You got a lot of people who want to seem smart because they didn't pick the Texans last year. So I'm going to pick the Commanders this year and get ahead of the curve. No, not going to happen.
Let's go over to the AFC, the Jacksonville Jags. Trevor Lawrence achieves a 4,500-yard passing season. Now, he has thrown for just over 4,500 passing yards in each of the past 2 seasons, but he just lost Ridley. Will he do it?
Not 4,500. I think that's a bit steep, to be quite honest with you.
And I don't know if he stays healthy the entire season to get there, David. I don't wish any ill will on any quarterback, but he just always seems to go down for a couple games. So, no, I don't think that it's going to happen.
Look, they lost Ridley, but he did get Brian Thomas Jr., Christian Kirk, although he's questionable for this week, is really good. And they got, what's-his-face, Davis from Buffalo. So I think he has more weapons than he might have had last year. But you're right. He's becoming one of those, I don't know why, but he always gets injured guys.
Mm-hmm. A lot of hype. He's kind of like Clemson. Go ahead. Oh, where did he play? Clemson.
Let's do another one in the AFC. For the New England Patriots, Jalen Polk and Javon Baker, rookie wide receivers, will combine for 1,500 receiving yards. Now, in order for that to happen, that would mean they're likely both in the top 8 in receiving yards for rookies this season.
I think it's possible because they're going to be behind in so many games that no matter who the quarterback is, whether it's Brissett or when they bring Drake May into the starting lineup, they're going to be passing the ball a lot. So I think that's possible.
Stoney makes a great case. It is possible. I think New England may be one of the worst teams ever.
Ever?
This New England team. This New England team could flirt with the Lions and the Browns.
I wouldn't go that far, but they are good. They are the worst team in the league. I'll grant you that.
I mean, your best defensive player doesn't want to be. It's just, I see a lot of disaster. I think the credit card bill is due. They made a deal with the devil, and the devil has now come back to claim, and they look awful right now. I'll say yes, David, because somebody's got to catch the ball. I'll say yes because Stoney's right. They're going to be behind in so many games. But I guess if you're doing fantasy, pick them up as your second or third receiver, sure.
Back to the NFC, the Atlanta Falcons, the team will rank top 5 in offense this season.
They could. I mean, they certainly have the weapons. I mean, if Cousins stays healthy, and even if he doesn't, your guy Penix coming in, I think Bijan is going to show that this why he was the number 1 running back selected last year. Kyle Pitts is ready to have a real legitimate breakout year, among other things. And Drake London's pretty damn good too. So, yeah, that would not surprise me at all.
I'm going to say yes. They remind me a lot of the Lions last year, where nobody really believed in the team. They had young pieces. Could this work? I don't know. Fired their OC, brought in somebody new who knew what they were doing, and then all of a sudden,
they fired the head coach.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, and they changed it up and said, hey, we got all these pieces that we drafted. Yeah. Why are they just doorstops?
Right. The difference between them and the Lions is on the other side of the ball, what they did, with Judon and Simmons, right? No, Judon went to Tennessee. No, Judon went to the Falcons.
Judon got traded to the Falcons.
Yeah, I was right. Yeah, okay.
So, yes, I do think that they can have one of the best offenses because Cousins just has to kind of be like Goff, has to be like Purdy. Don't do anything stupid. Don't throw interceptions. Lean on your talent, and if not, just punt the ball. You'll get it right back.
Next one in the NFC. Micah Parsons gets a 20-sack season.
No, I don't. I think 20 is too much. I love Micah Parsons. I was one of those who thought the Lions should have taken him instead of Penei Sewell. And also, I thought they should have made the trade with Carolina so they could have gotten both of them actually in the draft. And who knows who the Lions quarterback would be right now. But that's a whole different story. I just think 20 is a little rich.
I don't. I think that he could achieve that. I like how they use him. I like how they move him around. He's just that guy that goes after the ball.
But don't forget now, this works both ways here. It could be against my prediction for yours or vice versa. It's not Dan Quinn anymore. It's Mike Zimmer. So we'll have to see how he's going to be used.
Okay,
and unpopular opinion, I still would rather have him here over Sewell. I'm sorry. I said it. He's that good. He's both are, I think, will be first ballot Hall of Famers.
Yes.
But Micah Parsons is him.
One point here that helps you, Rico, regarding Micah Parsons is he's looking for a contract.
Right, that's true. Yeah. Contract year.
That does help. Last one, Cincinnati Bengals. As a team, they achieved the best record in the NFL.
No way. It's that simple. They lost Reader. Look, I know Burrow's back. You have their receiver. I mean, Chase, he's a contract year, so he might be really good, but there's a little attitude going on with that team. No, I'm going to say no way.
I'm going to say no. I haven't seen their schedule, but I'm going to say no simply for the fact of the division that they play in. A lot of games outside. No. I think they'll be good.
Well, they will win their first game. They play the Patriots.
Yes. Let me see. The Chiefs, Commanders, Ravens. I'm trying to think what else. Oh, they got the Giants. Okay, that's winnable. The Raiders, Chargers. No, I don't think that they will have the best record. No, I don't. Because they finished off the year David, with your Steelers twice in 3 weeks. And I think at that point, I know you're low on your Steelers, but I think they'll have the fix. Russell will be gone.
Justin Fields will be in there, yeah.
Justin will be in there. Either that or you're playing for the number 1 pick in the draft.
Which is also possible.
It's also possible.
That is in football today.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Lions coach Dan Campbell would not rule out DJ Reader returning for the game this week with the Rams. Previously, he said they were shooting for a Week 2 return. He also said that Sam Laporta and Jahmyr Gibbs have looked really good in practice as they work back from injuries themselves. The Tigers face the Padres tonight after a 3-0 loss in Game 1 of the series on Monday. Detroit just 4.5 games back at the last wildcard spot. Pre-game coverage begins at 9:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket as Cater Montero heads to the mound. The Pistons are set to play a preseason game with the Suns at the Breslin Center. Kevin Grigg from the Pistons communication team tells you more. After a 17-year-old attempted to rob 49ers wideout Ricky Pearsall over the weekend, a struggle followed and shots were fired. Now that teen is being charged with attempted murder. Pearsall was placed on the non-football injury list earlier this week, which means he'll miss at least the first 4 games of the regular season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Four o'clock hour here in Detroit. Mike Stone, the godfather of radio here in Detroit, joining me today till 6 o'clock. If you missed any part of the show, use that Odyssey Rewind and go back to listen. We talked about if you only had to pick one event this week that you could guarantee the results, Tigers sweep, Michigan victory over Texas, or the Lions beating the Rams, which one would you take?
And if you're a fan of all 3 teams. Obviously.
You're a fan of all 3
right,
teams.
Right.
Or you know what? Whatever results you wanted. Really, that was the thing. If you're a hater like David, you can pick whatever you want. But right now, we are talking about the Lions. Brad Holmes came out and said Super Bowl or bust. Okay? And I believe that he was talking about winning the Super Bowl. But it could just be getting there. High expectations for this team. Now, the problem is when you put that or bust, that means if you don't make it there, you're saying the season is a failure. Like it or not, it's a failure. You did not achieve your goals. I'm asking you as Lions fans, where is your point of delineation? Where is that point where that you say, they make it to here, it's a success. Now, if they do anything past that, great, love it, can't wait. For me, NFC title game. You got to make it back. You got to show last year was not a fluke. You got to win that thing. We had somebody say, number 1 seed. Got to be the number 1 seed in the playoffs. Others are saying division. Others are saying make it to the Super Bowl. You don't have to win.
Right. That's what I think. I mean, anything less than that will be a disappointment. I hate to use the word failure. So for semantic arguments, yeah, if they make the NFC Championship and lose,
utterly
disappointed.
Okay.
I can never say it is a complete failure to make the Final Four, especially when you've only been there, once. It's not that you're going year after year after year after year.
Yeah, and that's
different.
why I said, if you make it to the NFC title game, win or lose, man, you're one of the 4 best teams. It's hard to just fake your way. You can win a playoff game. You've seen teams who the Browns will win a game with a quarterback that they got from 7-Eleven.
Yeah, Joe Flacco. Right?
And then all of a sudden, you know what? We are not really that good.
Right.
It was all fugazi. To make it all the way to a title, you got to be a good team. If you make it back to the NFC title game, you're telling the NFL, we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here for a while. We've locked up our core players and get used to it.
And I'm glad you pointed that out because around here, we've always wondered what it's like to have a team year in, year out, you think you can win. And whether obviously you'd rather win and then suck for 20 years just so you can have your one. It does say something if you're one of those contending teams year in, year out, year in, year out.
No,
because we don't know how to handle it.
And I think no, you don't because. So I want to know 248-539-9797. David, a few ticket texts, and then we're going to jump into the phone lines.
The Detroit Lions season is a success as long as they have fun. That is Keegan from Bay City. Have to be joking, Keegan. Please send something else in.
You know what? Maybe he's not, David. Maybe he just wants both teams to enjoy
Keegan
themselves.
Michael Peel? Or Keegan Michael Key?
There was one caller that called in. He didn't want to hang on for whatever reason, but his take was the season is a success if we finish better than the Packers. Everything else doesn't matter. And I was like, I don't understand this fan base. I disagree entirely. We could lose both games of the Packers and win the Super Bowl, and I'd be thrilled.
Right.
Because, it doesn't matter.
Because, Kenny, here's the thing. David, you know this from your Steelers. You know this from your Eagles, Stoney. There's an evolution when it comes to winning. Kenny, you know this from the Wings. There's an evolution where you go from looking at your neighbors to looking at the ultimate goal. I don't care what you have. I want that prize. I don't care what free agent, what new stadium hot dog you're bringing in, doesn't matter to me. All I want is the title. And once you cross that line, you then look at other people and you see them as new money. Like, oh, that's cute. I remember when we used to feel that way. Not anymore. Right. Because you have higher expectations. No, I don't. So, yes, Kenny, I say for anybody who, we just got to be better than this team. No, I remember, man, for years, it was, as a state fan, if you beat Michigan, season success. Oh, you won 5 games. Yeah, but we beat Michigan.
Right.
So we're better than them.
But then D'Antonio came and changed your mind.
And then all of a sudden, wait, you could win the Big Ten and you could go play these. I don't give a damn about Michigan. I want to win this. This is more fun. So it takes some time, and not everybody's gotten to that point. One more.
And usually those things take care of themselves, because if you're really good, you will beat the Packers at least once or twice.
Yeah.
The Lions are Super Bowl or bust this year. We cannot turn into the 06-12 Tigers. Have the get a trophy out of this window. That's what we have to do.
Okay, but the window's only 2 years right now, right? They didn't make the playoffs in 2022. So your window you're talking about is last year, this year. We're not at that point. Yes, if you go from 2006 to 2012 or even extrapolate it to 2014 and go twice and never win, yeah, I can understand that. But you're talking, it'll be 2 years of being a team that other people are envying.
248-539-9797. Nick, you're on 97.1.
Oh, Rico. So, hey, Mike, what's going on?
How are you?
Oh, I'm great.
Good.
So this is a good topic. God, we're so close to football, and I just can't. I really want to watch the Lions just put Matthew Stafford in a pine box and just do the coffin dance off the field, across the midfield logo with him inside of it. I don't know if you've ever seen that video before. I'm really looking forward to this weekend, and I hope that happens. Sorry, and this whole Ring of Honor crap, man. What did he do for this city, man?
Oh, come on.
Ring of Honor, come on.
He was the second best. He was arguably the second best or first best, depending if you look. When you think of Bobby Lane,
get into the Ring of Honor before he does.
Who?
He deserves to. Jared Goff's going to get into the Ring of Honor.
No, he's
the Lions Ring of Honor report.
Not yet.
Stafford.
He's been here 3 years. This will be 3 years.
I think, but
okay.
I still put him in before. I don't know.
You two want to go out in the alley?
No, I just look. I'm not. Look, hold on. Hey, Nick. I'm not one of those. I have a friend who thinks that Stafford is the Lions are the reason that's they never achieved. That Stafford had nothing to do with it. No, Stafford was a quarterback. He had some culpability, obviously, of why they never won a playoff game. But he was really freaking good for most of his career here.
Yeah, I'm sure he was. But let me get to my real topic. So the real topic is, what's considered a success? Well, to me, if you don't make the Super Bowl, it's failure. This is you look at a team. Look at the Mariners. They've been around since the 60s, and that stretch from 2000 and 2001. Right, yeah. They made back-to-back ALCS appearances, and they got Death Starred by the evil empire both times. Let me ask you this: how much does it gall you to make it back to the Super Bowl only to lose to the Chiefs again? Does that feel good? No, it doesn't, does it?
No,
If the Lions end up going back to the NFC title game and the 49ers are there and they lose again,
So what do you, Nick? So Nick, all right, let's live in Nick's world. So let's say that happens. What do you do, Nick?
All right. Well, first of all, I consider the season a total failure.
Okay,
but what am I supposed to do as a fan? What am I supposed to do?
Nick, you gonna sit there
Nick.
and say, fire game,
No,
Campbell?
Nick, let me help you out. Let me help
There's
Nick.
nothing I can do.
Nick, here, let me help you out. You know what you do? You turn your phone off for 30 minutes because you don't want to hear from anybody. You don't want anybody talking to you. You don't want anybody saying, well, you try. I don't care. I'm angry. Leave me alone.
Look,
I'm taking you out of my phone. I'm about to turn it on. I'm turning on Do Not Disturb.
Right. Appreciate the call, Nick.
I get it.
No, it's at the end of that overtime.
You don't want to see that again. Look,
I have no idea what the ceremony looked like. I don't know. Taylor Swift could have handed them the trophy. I don't know.
Well, Lions fans feel the same way about the NFC.
I was watching 2.5 Men.
Right.
I hated life.
Well, the Lions fans weren't exactly watching them presented with the George Hallis Trophy either.
Oh, it's a beautiful ceremony. I'm telling you.
I enjoyed watching the ceremony.
I bet you did.
I'm sure. But like I said, you mentioned my daughter before. She works at NFL Films. Her job after the season for receiver, she had to watch the isolation camera of George Kittle's wife during the NFC Championship game. She wanted to basically.
That was her job during that?
That was part of one of her.
Oh, that sucks.
I mean, no, it wasn't during the game. It was but it was afterwards when they
Put it together. Yeah.
Yes. And she's just like,
that's rough.
Dad, I didn't really want to watch this. I really didn't want to do my job.
It was bad enough for Lions fans watching receiver when it happened.
Right.
Oh, is that why? For receiver?
Yeah.
Oh, I still have yet to see receiver.
The last episode of course, them, or the second to last. No, it's the last episode where they show them winning the NFC title game and then going to the Super Bowl and losing.
Because it was Debo and Kittle
but they
versus
show
St. Brown.
their family of Debo and Kittle in the stands, and they're celebrating.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to support your daughter. I'm going to watch receiver now.
Dave Brown's father was quiet.
Stoney.
He was quiet.
I didn't know that was her work. So
Yeah.
good for her. Good for her. All right. She will be the godmother one day of sports.
Behind the scenes, though.
Right.
She wants nothing to do with a microphone.
Lions fans, what's disappointment to you? What is success to you? 248-539-9797. Your phone calls next, 97.1. Yes, the pregame show with Mr. Jim Costa. Lions season starting up this Sunday against the Rams. I'm not getting into that whole Matthew
Where
Stafford.
are you going to be? Are you guys on remote?
Yeah, Jimmy, I think we're down when we did the draft.
Okay, cool.
At
BW3?
At B-Dub. So I think we're going to be like right across from Ford Field where we did the draft. So
yeah, Jennifer and I will be from the press box from 12 to 2 a.m., baby.
Oh, so okay, just the press box, not the other place.
No.
You know what? That's probably better.
Yes, it is better.
Probably better. Let's just leave it at that. Lions taking on the Rams. Matthew Stafford coming here. It was a very simple question for you Lions fans. Holmes said Super Bowl or bust. I'm saying Lions can go this far and you deem the season a success. How far is that? Is it the number 1 overall seed? Is it you win the division? Is it you beat the Packers and Bears twice? Is it you make the NFC title game, you make the Super Bowl, or do you have to win the Super Bowl before you see this season as a success? 248-539-9797. Let's just go straight to the phone lines and bring in my man Q. Q, you're on 97.1.
How you guys doing today, y'all?
Hey, Q.
Good, Q.
Hey, I just wanted to call in about the simple fact that the Lions would have had playoff home field last year. We would have won the Super. I mean, we would have made it to the Super Bowl. I don't know if we would have won, but we never gave them no 17-point lead at home. So my thing is, we got home field advantage this year. If the NFC got to go through Ford Field, I think the Lions are gonna make it to the Super Bowl. So I said we got to get home field advantage. 13 wins should do it.
Q, I get what you're saying, and let's have a quick conversation.
Okay, I'm listening.
It's not like the Lions were invincible at home last year. Because I unfortunately I gave out a guarantee that you were going to destroy the Packers on Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah.
I still don't know what happened.
They were very fortunate to beat the Bears.
One of them games. We watching this game that he had against the Bears. It was just one of those fluky games. Like that game was at Ford Field too when he had that.
Right. The Bears game was they were lucky to win that game.
That was fluky.
Yeah.
So.
And they lost to Seattle. Didn't they lose it?
I mean, outside.
Yeah, they did lose Seattle.
Yeah.
Again.
Mm-hmm.
So
and that was a good game though. It was a high scoring game, and I think that defense this year is not like the defense last year. I'm just putting my faith in the defense this year. I know the offense is going to be what they're going to be, but I think we're going to win 13 games this year and be a better defensive team. That's why I'm picking the Lions to make the Super Bowl. And I got Jared Goff as my dark horse MVP because 14 games indoors. You know what Jared Goff do indoors. So you give him 14 of them, we should win at least 12 of those.
No, you're right. And now here's what I wonder, and I had this conversation earlier today. What if like the Colts just do something real spiteful and open up the roof in bad weather? If it's a bad weather day that day. Oh. You know they can, right? Yeah. They've done it 4 times in their history where they've just opened up the roof. I remember I think the Dolphins played there once and it was cold and they said, nah, we're going to open this thing up and you guys are going to play in some cold weather. So I get what you're saying, though, Q.
Thanks, Q. Appreciate
the call.
I got a question for you because Q mentioned that the defense is really improved. One of the big stories in the NFL today was the contract that Patrick Surtain signed, the extension, where he's getting basically, $24 million a year, a lot of it, a lot of money guaranteed. What would you rather have? A guy like Patrick Surtain, a quote-unquote shutdown corner, or one of your high-price wide receivers, whether, CeeDee Lamb, Amon St. Brown, A.J. Brown, any of these guys are getting there.
Dude, I'd rather have a shutdown corner.
Okay. Me too. Me too. So, but why aren't they getting the money that the wide receivers are getting? He's close. He's getting a lot. I'm not saying it's a bad contract.
Because I think there's more wide receivers, and the NFL is going to a 7-on-7 league. So it's the wide receiver is what the running back was in the 90s, where
right, which means to me why there are so many really good ones. You should be paying the cornerback more because they're rare.
But if you have two good wide receivers or 3 wide receivers. Mm-hmm. your one corner can only cover one guy.
Right.
So therefore, I can move the receiver around. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that lockdown corner, I just don't think the value has hit yet. I think we're probably a few years away where all of a sudden they're going to be valued like the left tackle position, like the defensive end position, where if you got that, like for me, I think that's going to be Sauce Gardner will be the next one who breaks the bank.
Yeah.
And I hope it's not the Jets. I don't think the Jets will ever do anything. I just want him to get the heck out of New York. I do. I think they're wasting his talent. But that's just me. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean,
it's a position where, if you're good, but it's also hard because, when you go into negotiation, because you're so good, you don't have any stats. So you can't, your agent can't tell the GM, well, he does this and he does that.
Right. They're not throwing the. He has nothing tangible that says they're avoiding me.
Yeah, because I used to say, like, Deion Sanders is going to go into the Hall of Fame with no stats because they just didn't throw the ball to him.
Right.
He sat there an entire game and just watched the grass grow because you didn't dare throw to his side of the field because it was going to be a pick. And he would dare and tell you, don't even throw over here. Don't look over here. Look over there.
After a couple of years, that's why it was called Revis Island because nobody even went to visit it.
So it's hard to negotiate when you don't have stats.
Yeah. But we're on the same page. To me, I'd much rather have somebody like that than the receiver.
Go ahead, David.
I was going to say that is interesting because back in the day, Deion did everything else.
Right.
So you would put him in on offense, he would return kicks, but Sauce Gardner doesn't do that. Surtain does not do that.
No.
So it is different value.
Well, Deion is, the unicorn.
But I think Travis Hunter's going to be that guy.
He could be. Yes,
when he gets to the league, I think that he's going to be that guy.
But let me ask you this question, because I don't know the answer to this. How much better is Travis Hunter as a receiver than a cornerback?
You know what?
Right now, it looks like he's still good at corner, but he's great at receiver.
See, I'll find out more as the season progresses.
I know. We all will.
But I think this is one of those, if I'm a general manager, I don't think you can go wrong. Whatever side of the ball he plays on, and maybe I just say, I'm going to burn this kid out in 5 years, and I'm going to play him on both sides.
Is it possible? I mean, I know we're digressing here a little bit. Is it possible?
I'm doing the show with you, Stoney. Who cares? Let's go.
Is it possible that Travis Hunter could be the Shohei Ohtani of football?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Stoney, I'll do you one better. He could be the number 1 overall pick.
Oh, wouldn't surprise me at all.
It depends on now if there's a team that took a quarterback this year or the year before, and they're happy with their guy, and they're sitting there at number 1. Absolutely.
Right.
That's your guy.
Okay, since he's not here. The Giants have the number 1 pick in the draft.
They're taking a quarterback.
Right.
Yeah, they're going to take a quarterback.
They will take a quarterback.
But I'm thinking let's just say things
New England.
You know what?
Right.
They would take him.
Right, because they took Drake May last year.
It depends on what Drake May looks like this season, though, because Arizona has shown it doesn't matter.
You know what?
Right. Yeah.
We'll put it like this. The Commanders.
Yeah, okay.
The Commanders are number 1 pick.
Yes.
Yeah. They do believe in their quarterback.
Right.
They take Travis. I would take Travis Hunter. You know what?
Mm-hmm.
I'll figure out where you're going to play, son. You're good enough. Just expect to play on both sides this year. And we'll be good.
Mm-hmm.
And you may even return some kicks. You may be Shohei for us because you're that good. We're not going to stifle you. We're not going to stop you.
Where was he going to go before he decided to go to Jackson State?
Florida State.
Okay.
Yeah, he was because Deion got him on signing day, and everybody. It was like the needle going across the record. Like, what? This is real. Like,
Deion, you screwed your alma mater.
Everybody says, I'm going to shock the world at my signing day. You've heard that, Stoney. It's not a real shock. We all know where you were going.
Right.
That was the only truly legitimate shock the world because, whoa. Did Deion just land the number 1 player in the country?
To Jackson State.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. And
then you thought, okay, he's going to quickly leave up out of there. He did once Deion left.
Right.
And now he's at Colorado. Your phone calls next, 97.1. Specs at LTU. You've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. They're located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You want a career in radio? You want that long career like Stoney has? Specs at LTU can help you get that dream started. Or if you want to go into TV or you're a graphics design artist, Specs at LTU could help you achieve your goals. You're going to be taught by people like myself who actually work in the business. What does that mean? It means from day one, you're going to learn in the lab what it takes, the hard work and everything that it takes to make it in your field. Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals and your dreams, because let's face it, you know you want to do this. You listen to us on the radio all the time and you say, I think I can do this. Guess what? You probably can. And Specs at LTU can help you achieve that goal. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. And you'll find out about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications taught through Specs at LTU. And then once you're at that website, ltu.edu/specs, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. The Lions are almost fully healthy at the perfect time as they're just days away from the regular season opener with the Rams. Their first injury report of the year was released today, and it was short. DJ Reader, who has been rehabbing a quad, was listed as limited practice. The same for Melifonwu, which is a slight upgrade, it seems, from yesterday, given that he was not on the field. Lawrence Strickland is not quite ready to practice either, the linebacker. Michigan running backs coach Tony Alford spoke with the media today about Donovan Edwards' performance for his Fresno State. Edwards had 11 carries for 27 yards in that game. Game 2 between the Tigers and Padres is tonight at 9:40. Cater Montero faces Yu Darvish. Dan Dickerson has you covered right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Memphis basketball coach Penny Hardaway fired 4 of his staffers today, just a few months before the start of their season, including 3 assistant coaches. He said in a statement, "The timing is not ideal, but I want to give this team the opportunity to reach our goals." At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
The timing isn't ideal to fire your assistant coaches. Probably Midnight Madness in Memphis is probably about 3 weeks away, if not closer to that.
Yeah, you would figure he would have done this right after the end of the season. I wonder what the real story is behind this.
Saying you can't diss Lil Penny. That was the problem.
Stoney, I promise you 70% of the people have no idea what you're talking about.
That's true. That's sad.
Hey, guys, YouTube Little Penny.
Yes.
And you'll understand.
Yes, it was good.
Let's get to Fred. Fred, you're on 97.1.
Hey, you guys were asking what Lions needed to do this year. I think the blueprint's already been laid out. The Pistons did it. The Bad Boys did it years ago, where they made it to the finals and lost, and then they won after they beat Boston. They had to go through the growing pains. They had to learn how to win. The Lions have to do the same thing.
It doesn't work like it used to, but in a perfect world, you'd be right, Fred.
Yeah, I mean, it's with free agency, you can kind of, you could speed up the process. Whereas now, back then, it was your guys were your guys, and you had to develop them, and Fred, you had to get them to the next step. Now you could expedite this and skip some steps and just get the pieces here and there that you need.
Didn't the Pistons draft appropriately and brought in free agents the same way?
Well, yeah. I mean, they drafted, Sally and Rodman right away, and then their other draft.
And Dumas and Isaiah.
Well, they'd already gotten those guys, got them to that level. But yes,
right?
You're right.
They made the trade.
You could argue Jack McCluskey.
Yeah, they
Brad
made
Holmes.
the trade for Aguirre.
Right. That was after that was during the season. That was after they already lost the finals, which was not the most popular trade.
Very similar, but the Lions still have to learn how to get over the hump.
I understand, because it's a building process, and the way McCluskey built the Pistons, Isaiah and Tripucka in 1 year, kind of, maybe what the Lions did.
You know what? I do have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny, you never really told us what the hell was wrong with you on Tuesday. I mean, you came in here and you look like what the cat drug in. Like, what? All I know is there was a story that you can't climb a fence, and I'm like, Kenny, what happened to you?
So usually it would be, you'd assume generally that, Kenny had too much to drink and he tripped over a fence and bad things happened from the start.
So this was Tuesday, so something happened to you on Labor
the
Day?
weekend, yeah.
Labor Day weekend.
It was the Tigers' trip from hell. I was going to the Tigers game with the lady and a couple of her people. And they
Those
drove.
people?
Not those people.
Her people.
Her people.
That person?
There was a couple of her folks. No. We went down. We started immediately running out of air in one of the tires. Not great. So they pulled over, filled it up, no problem. Eventually the tire pops.
This is Sunday's game with the Red Sox on your way to Comerica?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it would have been. So we get down. The tire pops are on the side of the road, and they can't change the tire for some reason. They need to call it and get it towed. So we end up Ubering down, and that was a disaster all by itself. Getting to the Uber, I tried to climb a fence to get to the next road over because we were in the middle of the freeway when this happened.
Ooh.
We were on the side of the freeway with a pop tire. Not great. So I attempt to hop a fence. I think the hopping fences days in my life are behind me because I scraped up my ankle and the side of my leg. Still in quite a bit of pain from that. Eventually get down to the game. The drunkest guy, maybe in that whole place, happened to be sitting next to me, spilling into my seat for half of the game, and using me as his seat back, essentially, just leaning on me. Dude, move over. You're all in my space right here. So that happens. I eventually maneuver around that guy. He's so drunk they make him leave. And we eventually say, all right, forget this. Let's go get some pizza. Game's over. Tigers win. Yay. We get to this pizza place, and immediately I drop the first slice of pizza all over my lap.
Oh.
Absolutely terrible. Not one good thing besides the Tigers winning happened.
How did you lose your voice?
I don't know.
You didn't even have any daiquiris at the game with this drunk guy?
No, God, no. I didn't want to be drinking with that guy. I didn't want to be I had one beer at the game and I had a beer at the pizza place. I wasn't drinking heavy.
I have so many questions.
I have so many answers, Rico. This was the trip from hell.
So you couldn't get the tire off, or you guys just said we're not changing the tire?
No, the tool that you'd use to change the tire broke. The jack thing, it actually broke.
Oh.
Inside of the lug nut. So they couldn't change it.
So you called
What you had Bruce Banner out there? How did you break that?
I wasn't the one changing the tire. I didn't see exactly how it happened.
So you called AAA?
Yeah, they had to tow it. There didn't have to be anybody with the car, so fortunately we were able to just leave and Uber down, which was...
How tall was the fence?
It was embarrassing.
Fence 1, Kenny 0.
Fence, absolutely. If you see the side and back of my leg, it is shredded. I can't walk really.
Who recorded it, and where can I find it?
Nobody recorded it. Thank God. Nobody recorded it.
Because you're the generation that records everything.
No, actually, fortunately, we were just trying to get to the Uber in one piece. We weren't trying to have a fun ha-ha time. We were already running late to the Tigers game to begin with. We were, they don't get her friends that we went with. They don't get to Tigers games very often, so they were excited to get down there. I wanted to make it happen for them.
David, I want to ask one more question. I'm going to leave it to the pastor.
Oh, boy.
So this is just between me and you. Nobody else is listening. Her friends. I wonder, was it that friend? Should I ask him that question?
Ask him the question. I can't stop laughing at this story.
I don't know who are you talking about?
Our number one listener to the show.
Well, I still
Jennifer.
No. The people who listen to our little bitch ass show.
It's not those people. Okay, it's not those folks.
Okay,
I had it, and it wasn't similar, but I had a drunken fan next to me or 2 seats away from me in the Michigan game Saturday night, and she was really good looking, but and it's my fault because I had an extra ticket. And I just sold it to some guy in front for $10. Okay. And so the guy brings this girl up. There was an empty seat next to us, and she was just drunk and all over him. She wanted to basically do him right there at the big house. Okay. And she kept sitting there. You don't like me anymore. And he's there. I like you. I just want to watch the game. And she was all over him. And people who I know were sitting a few rows behind. I couldn't believe it. It was unbelievable. It was
Roberts.
Wrong one. I'm sorry.
Oh God.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah. You know
what?
You don't want to do it at the big house with 109,000 people there. Not a lot of room there.
I feel like in my Morgan Freeman voice, how did we get here?
It's all Kenny's fault. And I just amplified it.
Let's talk football. 97-1.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Last year, Jonah Jackson was on the Lions offensive line. This year, he's the opponent as they face the Rams this week on Sunday Night Football. Did the team make any adjustments because of it? Dan Campbell with the answer. Reading through the tea leaves, it doesn't exactly think like it's a good chance that DJ Reader will play this week versus the Rams, but Dan Campbell would not rule it out here today. The Tigers face the Padres tonight for Game 2 of their series. Detroit, 4.5 games back in the last wild card spot. Kansas City sits in that spot currently, but are sliding. They've lost 7 in a row. Keter Montero heads to the mound for the Tigers. His last start against the Angels saw him go 5, allowing 3 earned runs. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 9:40. Former Michigan State football coach Mark D'Antonio is heading to the Rose Bowl Hall of Fame along with former Lion Reggie Bush. D'Antonio's Spartans won the Rose Bowl in 2014 thanks to a win over Stanford. DirecTV customers can get a $10 credit for the loss of Disney products, including ESPN last week. Their site reads, quote, "We're pursuing every avenue to get your station back. To thank you for your patience until the situation is resolved, we're offering you a bill credit," end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Kind of think that'll be resolved before Monday Night Football?
I don't.
Wow.
And I don't think they care.
Probably not.
I think they're saying, yeah. I mean, we all thought that the Bally's thing was going to be resolved after. I did for like 48 hours. There's no way it's going to. It's gone the whole season.
Yeah.
And, yeah, you survive. You'll find different ways, and you'll jump from different things. Yeah.
True. But in fairness, at that time, the Tigers were basically unwatchable, too, so.
True, which nobody was. Well, no, you had the hardcore fans who really wanted to watch their baseball.
I know.
And then you had other ones like, well, the Tigers were background noise for the summer. So what do I do? Do I go down to there? Do I change my cable company? So yeah, we'll figure this out.
I want to ask a question before we get into more sports. Okay, so I was away for like 10 days on the East Coast. So I come back the other day, and today I went and picked up lunch at Star Deli. And driving back to work, taking Telegraph, going to take up Northwestern to the station and cut over Beck Road, whatever. Whose idea is it, or was it, that when 690, the ramp to 696 is closed for construction, that's fine. Why would you pave Northwestern at the same time to have a bigger quagmire? Why not wait till that ramp is open or the freeway's open? Then the people who are going that way go that way. They don't have to go through the detour. It was ridiculous. It took me 25 minutes to make a 5-minute drive. You know, maybe you say, "Oh, first world problems." Who cares? Okay, I get it, but like, use your head when you when you schedule, you know, this type of construction without planning it out. It's like, how do these people have jobs?
I'm laughing because I almost got caught in that yesterday. I was going up on Northwestern Highway. And it was during, before the show. And I remember like, "Hey, David, I'll be right back." I got to I tried to make the turn, and it was blocked. Okay, well, I would go down to the next where you could turn left, the Little Michigan. Nope. Before I know it, it was sending me, looked like onto the freeway. I was like, whoa.
Freeway's closed.
I'm not really trying to go. I'm going back. I'm just pulling the plug. I'm not doing this. I'm going back. I'm laughing because I know the frustration. I now feel like I am old guy because, Stoney, I'm you. I've had this conversation with people because I'm so angry just trying to get on 96, 696, and trying to get to the MSU game. Like, goes all the way up there to you can't get off Trowbridge Road. Either you got to get off at the Dunkel exit, which means nothing to most people unless you've been up there, or you got to go all the way to the Saginaw. Like, there's no in between. Like, who thought that doing all of this all at once was a grand idea?
Right. I understand construction has to take place. Roads need to be repaved. Roads need to be repaired. That's great. But you don't have them line up where the road that you would use as a detour is also under construction at the same time. It makes no freaking sense.
It feels like nobody's talking to anybody.
Right.
It feels like I got a project, you got a project, David has a project, and Kenny has a project, and we don't realize, hey, we're all in the same spot together.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's like, yeah. It just,
I feel you. I feel your pain because thank God the Orchard Lake exit opened up Friday before the game.
Oh, yeah.
Because I was seriously trying to figure out, okay, how do I just get on 96 so I could get to Lansing? That's why I was praying that it was going to be a lightning strike. And then all of a sudden, my waves was like, yeah, just go to Orchard Lake. I'm like, oh, Orchard Lake is closed. I'm like, I'm going to trust the process.
Mm-hmm.
And I did. It had just opened that day, and nobody knew. So it was easy. And once I got on, it was like, I don't think the freeway was almost empty because it was a holiday weekend, and I don't think people knew that you can get on the freeway at that point.
And it's like if you're going to a Michigan game on a Saturday, I mean, they have 8 this year. Sometimes they only have 7, but whatever. 14 and 2-7, they should make every possible way for those, at least have a couple lanes working, because when you have 100,000 people going in one direction, basically, I know it's ridiculous.
No, but Stoney, yes, in this state, you would think that you would have this timed up so that in the fall,
right, Trowbridge would be fine.
It's like, hey, the Lions, and they're going to have big crowds, so let's make sure we have this all planned around there, because if not, it's going to be a nightmare.
Right. And
I'm with you.
And other, if you're talking about the teams in the cities, the professional teams, well, they don't have to worry about it because they actually have mass transit. We don't.
So yeah, that's I'm laughing because I'm you. I'm laughing because I've had this conversation, and no, I'm. It's not political. It's just frustrating.
Right, yes.
Because why? I'm all for improving the roads. Why are we doing them all at once? How did anybody think? How are people supposed to get around? I look at certain businesses and I'm like, I feel for you.
Yes.
Because there's many a time I wanted to go to a certain store and I can't because I don't feel like going through all of
No,
this.
I know. Businesses do get completely screwed.
It's like you got to go this and then you got to turn here. You know what? I don't really need it.
Right.
We're good.
Yeah, there's DoorDash. I'll wait an extra 10 minutes.
We're good.
If it's
so. Yeah. I'm with you. David, I mean, how was your trip? Because I thought about you. Like, how does David get up here?
What I decided to do is because it was a lot more traffic by the time I left. So I took Grand River to Milford Road, all the way to Milford Road, and then got on the freeway. It was straight shot from there. But
did you know about Orchard Lake?
I did not.
It had just opened.
I did not know about that.
I mean,
when you're saying it, I'm like, oh, that would have helped.
It had new freeway smell to it. It was brand.
This would
I had no idea.
This would all be alleviated, and if people, I've been saying this for a long time, flying cars. I mean, the Jetsons had them. Why is it taking us so long to have flying cars? We had AI, for crying out loud. We can't have flying cars. We talk to our phones and they answer back, but we can't have flying cars.
Well, we get mass transit first in this area before we get a flying car.
You know what? I would take mass. If there was a train that I could take that would get me to Lansing in 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
High speed. There. I'd never drive again. Just boom, boom. There.
Well, there should be one to connect you to Lansing. Then it also can get you to Ann Arbor on the same route, like that crosses.
Nah, screw that.
Because
get your own train. No, I don't need you.
Or just have
on my train.
One that goes down 96,
like
and
every
then
other city.
Intersection there at 23, and you can get to Ann Arbor. Or you can get to
I
Lansing.
said, you know what? And we blew it. It's what you could have did with the old state fairgrounds.
Oh, yeah.
That could have been the hub. You could have had it going out to, all the way out to Pontiac, to Auburn Hills.
Well, Woodward should be a line, so to speak. Yeah. Where you have a subway or an L, whatever you want to call it.
I've said that take one that goes you all the way to Grand Rapids, and back. You could stop in Lansing, and then from Lansing to Grand Rapids.
You could have a bullet train from somewhere up to Traverse City. That would be great.
But
no, we just
never going to happen.
No, we got to keep the car business going. That's the reason we don't have mass transit.
I do have a funny story for you. I'm going to give it to you next.
Okay. 97.1 the ticket.
97.1. Sometimes somebody asked me the other day, do you know how many devices that the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? And it's way more than I thought. I actually went home and counted all the connected devices I own. As a matter of fact, I just added another one yesterday. It's more than a dozen, and all to keep me connected to all the good stuff like streaming and gaming and interneting, you name it. Xfinity knows the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year, and that's why they've engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds, for real, hundreds. Now through September 22nd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract, plus get free Wi-Fi equipment included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it, and then some. Switch today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. So we talked a lot today. We talked about your Sophie's choice for this weekend. If you can only pick one thing that'll happen the way you want it, would it be the Tigers sweep of the A's? Would it be Michigan defeating the Longhorns? Or would it be the Lions beating the Rams and Matthew Stafford? Use the Odyssey Rewind if you want to hear that. Plus, for Lions fans, what is the point in the season where, you know what, anything after this point is a successful season? We also talked about that. But, Stoney, I do have a question for you because you were talking about flying cars and monorail and,
subways.
Some type of subway. Mass transit.
Something basic.
A light rail type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, about a month ago, I was out in Arizona. I was at the airport, and I decided to try something new. I had a driverless Uber.
Wow.
Driverless Uber. No driver.
I don't know if I would take that chance.
The car shows up, and it's like your initials are in the car, so you know it's for you.
Right.
So you go over to the car, you hit your phone, it unlocks the door, you put your stuff in there. It asks you what type of music you want to hear, and it shows you your route and how long it's going to take. And after about 30 seconds, you forget you're in a driverless car because now I'm just looking out the window, listening to music. It stops at the light. I mean, I'm wondering, like, is somebody back at like home headquarters and this is like a drone car where somebody's driving, but no, it's a driverless car. Would you ride in one? Would you take one?
It's weird. I'm strange, as we all know, but I am more, shall we say, comfortable with things I can't control. Like I have no problem getting on a roller coaster, but if you ask me to ride my own bike like down a hill, I freak out. So normally I would say, yeah, driverless car, I don't care. But I need a few more years of people saying, yeah, it works really well before I would do it.
My only regret was it made the trip a little longer because it couldn't go on the freeway. So we had to take the roads. But you don't have anybody to talk to you.
Well, that can be good and bad, but I understand.
Right. It's just like, you know what? You just get in the car. Mm-hmm. It knows where you're going. What are you saying nope for, David?
Give me someone talking to me every single time because I know they're driving. I cannot do driverless cars.
I don't need you to tell me about your mixtape you want me to buy.
I get it.
When the ride is over.
But I can't trust a driverless car.
Why not?
I can't trust that they're going to get me where I need to go, that they're not going to lock me in that car, and now I'm in this can.
Does the driverless car still have the air freshener from the rearview mirror?
That might be cool, but
I mean, I don't have to hear about your kids. I don't have to hear about your other job. I don't have to hear about nothing. What music? And it's a little keyboard. What music do you want to listen to? And you just program it, and boom, you sit back, relax.
As it takes me into the river.
It's a person who's driving a car can take you into the river too.
Fine. At least I understand that. I don't know what this car is doing.
Here's the beauty of it. The driverless car never has a bad day. I don't have to hear about the attitude. I don't have to hear about this person didn't tip me. Are you going to tip me? None of that.
But don't most of the Uber or Lyft drivers, they really don't talk until you ask them a question, though.
It sounds like Rico's had some bad drivers.
I mean,
I've had a driver who literally told me that somebody died in their car. Almost died in their car.
Okay.
And they had to, the person was in the back seat, and he thought that they were very quiet until he realized they had turned blue.
Now, what if the Uber passenger, pukes?
There's cameras in the car. So, your people who left the big house couldn't take one of those thinking we have a private rolling hotel room. No, it clearly, hey, you're being recorded the whole time.
Right.
You are being recorded.
No, but I mean, for the driverless car's next job, so to speak, do they automatically know to go into the repair shop and get it cleaned up?
I think at that point, yes, the car will go back to the home base because I guess there's a spot where they all just sit and wait for their next ride. So it's kind of like iRobot, where they're all just huddled together in one spot.
Well, I'm like Will Smith. Can't trust him.
It's like a new sitcom. They sit at the where you said where all the cars get together. It's like Taxi for deaf mutes, basically.
Cut his mic off. Kenny, would you do this?
No, absolutely.
I mean, neither.
No shot.
Seriously.
I just picture the scene from The Office when it's taking Michael into the lake with the GPS and he's going, there's no road there. This is the lake. That's what I'm picturing happening to me.
Okay, these cars travel all throughout the city. So I just was like, you know what? I'm going to try this. Now, like I said, my only regret was it took me probably 15 minutes longer than it should have because they wouldn't go on the freeway. And I didn't know that. So I'll know next time probably won't do that from the airport.
That would take me forever if I'm in LA then if they're not taking the freeway.
No, David, I haven't seen them in LA. I've only seen them there. But yeah, they're
okay.
They're,
Okay.
And it's cheaper than Uber and Lyft. And they're driverless cars. They're fun. I'm shocked that none of you would do this.
I don't like to try new things, so I'm good.
I need more.
I'm ahead of my time.
I need more of a track record.
What track record? People who drive get into accidents. They drive into the river.
I want to hear more.
They talk your ear.
I can accept that more.
I want to hear more people like you who like it. That's all.
I mean, it's going to take you about 30 seconds to 2 minutes to get over. And you know what it felt like? Here's the thing. It felt like being on a plane. You don't see the person in the cockpit. You just sit in your seat. You look out the window.
That's not true. I see him every time I walk into the plane. I see him right there to the left.
David, they could leave. You do realize.
Sometimes that door is closed. Sometimes you don't see.
And you do realize they don't actually fly the plane.
Oh, I know. Autopilot. I get it. Yeah, I know.
They're just there because they have to be there.
So give me someone just in case.
David, you're fine. I can't believe this. Trust me. After 2 minutes, you realize, I kind of like this. This is nice. Nice. You can pick your mute. It's like you got your own little space.
Would you drive in a driverless car down to New Orleans if the Steelers were in the Super Bowl?
No.
Wow.
I would go and I would have someone drive.
No. You don't have that choice. You either go to the Super Bowl in a driverless car or you can't watch it.
Okay, well, I'm going with a driverless car then.
Okay.
You know what? Look, we didn't even solicit callers, but Jay wants to chime in. Jay, you're on 97.1.
Yo, I used to live out there in Phoenix for like 10 years. That stuff's been going on for like a long time. Uber actually had to shut down their section of driverless cars for a long time because they got into an accident and killed somebody.
Hey Jay, this is like, what's it called, Waymo or something? It's not Uber. It's a different thing, but
yeah, no, I know about Waymo too. Waymo's been a little bit better, but the Uber one had to be shut down. It was crazy.
Well, if it's killing cars, that's way more stress than I need.
Jay, appreciate the phone call. You set Stoney up.
You guys have a good one, man.
All right. Yeah, because David, no Uber driver has ever gotten into an accident. You're correct.
I've never heard of it. Never heard of it.
Ever. Yeah, that's never happened. Just like Kenny can clear every fence.
He's the most athletic person I know. I can do that.
Kenny's going to be in the 2028 Olympics. All right, let's talk a little football. We'll get to that next. And we're going to take you all the way up to Wojo. And is it Wojo and Rieger or just Rieger?
They're
both scheduled to be here.
All right. Well, Wojo sometimes shows up. Sometimes he doesn't. 97.1. All right, getting ready to hand this off to Wojo and Rieger. You know what? Dan has been holding on all this time. We'll let him get the last word today. Dan, you're on 97.1.
Hey, thanks for my call. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, loud and clear.
Hey, so look, 6 weeks ago, Tigers making the playoffs, that's not something we were talking about. That would be awesome. Michigan just didn't look that well this past weekend. We're not sure who the quarterback is going to be. So if Michigan rolls past Texas, that would be awesome. But let me ask you this. Can you imagine your Detroit Lions going 13-4 this year, winning the NFC North and the NFC home field advantage? Nothing would put a smile on my face more than watching those Lions, just thinking about the adjustments that we've made this offseason, the players that we brought in, DJ Reader, Davis at corner, the draft picks that we got coming in. I'm really excited about the Lions, and I'm only asking for one more win than last year, thinking about all the adjustments. We talked about Micah Parsons over Sewell. Well, I'm going to say Aiden Hutchinson and that other edge, whether it's Houston, whether it's Davenport, they're going to get 8 sacks on that side. That's going to equal that 20-sack total that you were talking about for Parsons.
Okay.
I hope you're right. It'd be great. I want the same thing.
Yeah. All right, Dan, I appreciate the phone call. Thanks, Dan. He summarized the whole show today.
I know. Although he didn't talk about the driverless cars.
I can't believe that none of you would do a driverless. Ayanda, you don't know? You can't say that on the air.
No.
You learned at Specs. You can't say those words on the air.
I'd think about it. But
I showed you the video.
I know look.
There's no thinking needed. It's a no.
It's a tough call because you just don't trust certain things.
There you go.
That's the problem. I mean, how many times does internet go down? I mean, that whole thing's based on computers, right?
Look, I don't enjoy flying, but I know that's a means of where I have to use it to get to where I need to go.
Right.
You're like Mike on a flight.
Yeah, I don't have to use a driverless car.
You can't fly either. You're like Mike.
No. I'm fine with flying. I'm just saying.
Oh, Mike's not a good
I'm not
flyer?
like, oh my gosh, I'm so relaxed. No. I'm okay, but
there are times, I swear to God, even if I don't have a bloody before I get on board, that my head will go like that before I'm out before the plane even takes off sometimes.
Oh, yeah, he makes fun of me like, dude, you were asleep. We were still on the tarmac and you fell asleep.
Yes. I wish I could do that. I wish I could do that so bad.
He made fun of me the time during the Tigers game. And it was so boring and I fell asleep. He's like, how did you just fall asleep on the couch?
Yeah, I have to have a drink at the airport bar before I get on a plane. Otherwise, I'm all anxiety. It's terrible. I can't fall asleep.
What is anxiety?
I don't like flying.
You know what? You've done the hardest part. You bought the ticket. That's it.
No, man.
After that, it's downhill.
I guess I'm a bad flyer then because it gives me anxiety.
Look, there are people who they are worried that they're going to crash. It's people are, whether they're OCD or they have fears of stuff. It's natural, unfortunately, but.
What a way to go.
No, it's not a good way to go. I don't think.
Is there a good way? It really is.
Yeah.
So sorry, kids, you lost your father, but
yeah, he was happy.
He went well.
Yeah. The best
plane
way,
crash.
The best way to go, and people always say,
You know what?
having sex is the best. No, the best way I think is just you fall asleep and you don't wake up. That would be the best way to go because you don't feel anything.
I did not know we were going to go there
No,
for the end of the show either.
I just
I think
answered
your
a
first
question.
way may be a little better. I mean, if you time it out right.
Well, yeah, that's true.
You time it out right.
We almost made it to 6 without talking about dying. I'm not sure how we got here.
Okay. You know what? If that were to happen, it's like the video I saw where the plane is going down, the people just start making phone calls to people they didn't like and calling their bosses. That would be me. So if you get a phone call, Kenny, let me tell you about your Georgia Bulldogs.
You said Carson Beck's not that good.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I don't even know how we got. You should try it. If you ever get a chance, just try it.
Well, someone is asking a question. Can you drink a beer in the back of the driverless car?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not driving.
Who knew?
Then someone else is asking, what about an electrical problem? Causes it to malfunction. That is from Coop.
Right. That's my biggest worry.
Okay, what if your Uber they didn't put oil in the car and it catches on fire?
Then I can understand that more than a driverless
Really?
car.
'Cause
Yes.
the car's on fire.
I can understand that more.
You can understand human error more
Thank
than
you.
Yeah, me too. Especially for somebody like me who's not the world's greatest driver.
Okay. I didn't know that, I guess I'm more into technology, so.
Hi, Bob.
I will say this.
Yeah.
You're talking about the Uberless driver thing?
Yeah.
I would not take an Uberless driver.
Or driverless Uber.
Or driverless
Is it
Uber. Uberless driver.
Uberless driver.
But given the choice of a driverless Uber and Stoney driving, I think I'd take the driverless Uber.
I think so would I.
The car is safe. It goes at a great speed. You don't even think about it.
Dude, I never, ever drive my car anymore. I just let my car drive my car.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, every now and then I'll drive it, but yeah, the Teslas drive themselves. It's probably a lot safer than me.
So is it here or is this just out west?
No. I was in Arizona and I had the opportunity at the airport and I was like, you know what? I keep seeing these around.
Give it a shot.
I'm going to try.
Nothing bad happened.
What rating did you give it? Do you have to tip?
No.
Does he talk to you?
No.
And it's cheap.
Does it talk to you?
Are there little candies in the tray in the back seat?
It's
Can you sit in the front?
No. Well, you know what? You can't. You can't sit in the driver's seat. So like 4 people can get into the car. You can sit in the passenger seat if you want, or the back seat. You cannot sit in the driver's seat.
Are you plugging in the directions, or
it's already in there?
Oh,
and
okay.
and the map shows you. And there's a little screen, and it says, do you want to dim the lights? What type of music would you like? How loud would you like?
Does it have that overpowering deodorizing smell?
That's what I asked if it had the air freshener from the rear view mirror.
Always a smell.
Nice, clean. I was like,
The only downside is you don't need drivers, so somebody's out of a job.
They don't know. Here's the downside. As of now, it can't go on the freeway.
Oh, well, that sucks too.
That's a bit of
No. But it's one of those. If you're traveling throughout the city, okay. But I didn't know that, or else I probably wouldn't have taken it. But you know what? I did.
I mean, you still got to where you needed to go.
Yeah.
So a new thing on my car. I don't know when it's going to happen. Overnight, updates. I can now at some point summons my car, so I can be in the mall and tell my car to leave the parking spot and come get me. How great is that?
Oh my Lord!
No, I mean I hope it doesn't hit anybody on the way out.
Can you summons it? Have it come through the window?
I don't.
Or can you train it to troll you?
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
yes.
That would be great.
Well, it farts, so yeah, sure.
Sure, why not?
Driverless Uber still safer than the Georgia football team. What you got?
Oh, okay.
Wow. I feel like that whole segment was a setup for that joke.
Yeah. First of all, I'm debating whether I need to squash Rieger again on this, because he brings it up about every 4 days.
What?
The Tigers pennant race.
No, it's real. It's
I
real.
keep trying to squash it, and then he'll come in and go, wow, the Royals lost again.
The only
Big game against Cleveland today, 740 FS1.
Well, it's funny because Hatchet was saying, look, now we don't have to worry about the teams. There's no other teams in front of us.
Right. There's nobody below the cut line except for us.
Right.
Yeah, you still don't have any starting pitchers.
No, but that doesn't matter. That's the beauty of it.
Well, they still don't have any good hitting either.
I mean, fair.
We're also going to hit, isn't it the time of year when ridiculous bets are made, like who's going to do what in football, and fantasy football bets are paid off?
Mm-hmm.
You heard about this. Yeah, you heard about this Florida State fan?
Yeah.
Well, we heard Wojo was the actual Florida State fan.
Won't eat his dog. Yeah, but and there are vigilantes out trying to find him and make him do it.
I mean, this is
it is about that
this
time
is
of
like
year.
the next Connor Stallions type doc on Netflix.
Yeah.
You find the guy. Now, I got a question though. Stoney might know. If you eat dog excrement, I mean that.
If anybody would know that, it'd be Stoney.
I figured you would get sick.
Well, I went and used to walk my dog a little late.
What happened?